Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 581, Treasure Hunting. Powerful, incomparably powerful. This is Xiao Chen's only feeling at the moment. The whole body is full of energy and has inestimable divine power. Those people in the Pure Land naturally sensed this extraordinary aura, which was suffocating, and powerful energy fluctuations swept from the edge like a stormy sea. Brush. Xiao Chen rushed out of the formation, the whole body was filled with divine flames, the entire Pure Land shook for a while, and there were signs of collapse, the light of the sun star outside was suppressed by him, at this moment he was absolutely powerful. His whole body was shrouded in brilliance, his body was like light and electricity, and he came to the Pure Land all at once. He was no longer like a person, but like a burning divine star. In the chaotic Pure Land, someone shot at him at the first time, and several rays of brilliance struck like a comet, drawing a long trajectory. Boom! Xiao Chen raised his hand and slashed forward, blocking several killing lights at once, the divine light scattered everywhere, and the divine power disappeared invisibly. 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out from his eyes, and he pointed like a sword, and swept towards the few who made the attack. The long sword glow traversed the sky of the Pure Land, and the unidentified law of divine origin imprisoned the sky. The 3 figures disappeared quickly, and the 3 of them retreated directly. There was no chance of luck at all, and they flew away desperately. Xiao Chen didn't care to wipe them out completely, because he locked on the mysterious strongman, clay figurine, of the alien sect. Like a dream or electricity, he was like a dreamy empty flower, manifesting in front of the clay figurine, without any fancy tricks, a big hand covering the sky, shrouding the sky. The divine power is boundless, the vibrating Pure Land is cracking, and once the law of the unexplained divine source comes out, the day is no longer the sky, and the land is no longer the earth, everything is changed, everything can be decided according to one's heart, and only one controls the world. At this moment, the mysterious strong man who looked like a clay sculpture and wood carving could no longer be silent, and his bare half of his dull cheek suddenly changed color. He swiped his hands again and again, playing the original law of the myriad worlds, against the big hand in the sky. But a terrible thing happened. The moment the mysterious strong man who looked like a clay sculpture and wood carving faced the sky with his hands, his arms collapsed silently, turning into little ashes, and disappearing into the void. What kind of power is this? The arms of the mysterious strong clay figurine were instantly wiped out. Wherever Xiao Chen's giant hand passed by, there is nothing to stop him at this moment, and this world has been completely dominated. It can be called another day. The world under the big hand is being reshaped, the space covered, the rules and order are reorganized, everything is under control, the world is like a phantom flower, which is changed and fabricated at will. This is the original law of the heaven-defying warrior, and this is the tip of the iceberg shown by the supreme strength. Boom! The right arm of the clay figurine regenerated, holding a stone knife and slashing towards the sky. The misty yellow brilliance was like an immortal rainbow, crossing the vast universe and illuminating billions of stars. However, the big hand in the sky only made one movement, pressing down hard, and all the yellow knife energy disintegrated, and the stone knife made a click, click sound, and suddenly shattered into the void. They are not real stone soldiers, and they cannot be immortal. In the small world that has been refocused by giant hands, it is broken inch by inch. But this clay figurine is really amazing, even in such a terrible situation, he is not afraid, his body is like a floating weed, under the principle of the original God, it moves incomparably strangely, the Dharma body contains the essence of the Great Way, and the Dharma is used to undo the Dharma, and the creation God escapes from this world. To be able to escape from the heaven-defying warrior, this kind of person is definitely an extraordinary person, with unimaginable cultivation for ordinary people, and is a top person under the giants of the heavens. This person's body may not be strong enough, but his comprehension of God has reached a terrifying height. Supreme Ancestor God, here we come. At this moment, waves of divine power came from outside the Pure Land, and a majestic divine city rushed in. The powers of different factions came to the Pure Land by controlling the huge city left by the former Stone Man King. The mysterious strong man, clay figurine, disappeared in a flash and threw himself into the ancient city of gods. The mysterious and strong clay figurine is actually a supreme ancestral god. While Xiao Chen was a little surprised, he was even more vigilant. If the supreme ancestral god comprehended the god of myriad realms to a certain level, it was so powerful that it overturned his previous cognition. Different from the Stone Man road, this road needs to retain the physical body. When the divine power reaches a peak, there will be no change, and it may be stagnant for thousands of years. The Supreme Patriarch God's flesh shell cannot compare with the Stone Man, and is even far less solid than the failed Stone Man's body, but such a person's perception of the gods is quite terrifying. Perhaps, many Supreme Ancestor gods could not even compete with the failed Stone Men for a long time, but once they comprehend the origin of the gods of the myriad realms to a certain level, perhaps many things will change. The mysterious and strong clay figurine in front of him is about to undergo a qualitative change. He has advanced a long way on the path of the Supreme Ancestor God, and has walked out of a road that is gradually opening up. No wonder the path taken by the Supreme Ancestor God can be called the two major cultivation paths together with the Stone Man road. After understanding this situation, Xiao Chen's murderous intent became more intense, and he immediately rushed towards the ancient city, sweeping out with his sword, which contained the imprint of the law of the Supreme Tao. Although he didn't understand it, but it can be used by him at this moment. The divine map in his body is misty, and the old goat is combined with the supreme Tao of another world, showing the essence of the Tao through the divine map. The world is like a curtain, and when it is pulled violently, it will be opened, showing a brand new world stage, created by the fighters against the sky, used for themselves, only what one feels, and changes with one's thoughts. The primordial god city was covered by the original rules of the new world contained in the palm of the sword, and the world changed. The majestic city shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. However, beyond Xiao Chen's expectations, under the shocking blow of the heaven-defying warrior, after the primordial god city shook violently, a dazzling golden light burst out, dispelling the supreme power contained in his sword. How could this be? Xiao Chen asked the old goat in his body. That is not an ordinary city of gods. It is left by the king and has been preserved intact. In a sense, it is more precious than the successfully transformed stone soldiers. This is the answer of the old goat. The primordial god city vibrated, making the sound of thousands of gods and insects flapping their wings, and the dazzling yellow divine brilliance burst out, and came to suppress Xiao Chen. Boom! Xiao Chen punched down, and the primordial god city that hit directly shook for a while. The golden light shot up to the sky, and then flew out obliquely, and was driven into the depths of the Pure Land world by the powerful divine power, smashing the endless fairy mountain. It is hard for ordinary people to imagine that the god city of a generation of Stone Man kings was blown away like this, and all the monks were shocked. However, after smashing several barren mountains and ancient veins, the primordial divine city soared into the sky again. It was extremely strong and undamaged. The owner of this divine city has a lot of plans. The old goat transmitted voice to Xiao Chen in the divine map, and said, "The life of the ordinary Stone Man king is born, and the life of the divine city has come to an end. Only by destroying one's own energy can the divine city be preserved. After all, it is the key thing in the process of the king's nirvana. The preserved divine city has unimaginable uses, and it is a treasure that can grow slowly. It's a pity that the Stone Man king of the alien faction was a tragic figure. He was destroyed by King Pengu not long after he came to the world, leaving only a god city." Xiao Chen didn't stop stepping, blinked and manifested in the depths of the Pure Land, and hit the ancient city again. Inexplicably, he became one with the old goat and became a fighter against the sky. He didn't want to miss this opportunity today, and wanted to kill the alien faction. The huge city of God shook again, magnified thousands of times, and fell towards Xiao Chen. Rise! Holding the sky with one hand, Xiao Chen actually held the ancient city in his palm, holding the ancient city worth billions, and threw it at the sky-defying war treasure shining in the chaotic brilliance in the sky. Boom! At this moment, King Lian made a move and grabbed the ancient city. The moment he held the city, stone lotus flowers flew in the sky, the ancient city shook, and yellow light shot into the sky. Boom! The corpse's aura was overwhelming, and the stone corpse made a move, and the billowing black mist rolled towards King Lian. It can be seen from this that the stone corpse is partial to the alien faction, and he did not forget to help at this moment. The Lotus King stepped on the stone lotus, retreated, refined a cloud of corpses, and swept it into the city of God, causing the ancient city to shake violently, but it was still immortal and not broken. Kid, save some energy, don't waste it on the god city, it's hard to break it in a short time, and you'll have to grab the heaven-defying battle treasure in a while. The old goat reminded. However, he couldn't understand Xiao Chen's complex. Xiao Chen couldn't control himself, and once again blasted towards the city of God. Covering the world with his palms, coercing the sun and the moon, he shot with all his strength, the brand of the avenue manifested, and slapped towards the king's giant city below. As if feeling the horror of this force, the supreme ancestral god drove the ancient god city to penetrate the heaven and earth, and the whole body moved endlessly horizontally, hiding behind the stone corpse. Boom, but it never occurred to him that a ray of blood descended overwhelmingly and hit the ancient city. It was the bloody brilliance rushing from the ancient battlefield in the heavenly realm. Seeing this scene, the old corpse wanted to attack again, but the Lotus King also stepped forward to block his way, and dealt a shocking blow to him. Every piece of lotus, at this moment, every piece of stone lotus is a world. All the heavens and worlds shrouded the stone corpses, and once King Lian's supreme Dao Law came out, the stone corpses that coexisted with the world had to change color. Boom, Xiao Chen shot at the right time, appeared in front of the ancient god city, and slammed his palm. At the same time, the bloody brilliance shone, and the fighters among them made a move to shake the giant city. At the same time, another spiral mist quickly filled the air, covering the city of God, and another mysterious strongman struck at the city of immemorial God. Hey, I'll share a piece of leftovers too. At this moment, the childlike stone-sharpening beast let out a cold laugh, and also made a move, turning into a beam of brilliance and swooping down, directly attacking the primordial demon city. The warrior in the blood-colored brilliance, the mysterious figure in the spiral water mist, the sharpening stone beast, and Xiao Chen grabbed the ancient city at the same time, and the four strong men tore it violently. The intact treasure of the king suddenly trembled and made a terrible sound. Cracks appeared in the huge city body and magnificent city wall. Especially the huge city gate collapsed with a bang. In the distance, two cold lights shot out from the stone corpse's eyes, and a long howl made people's hair stand on end. He escaped from the heavens and worlds, forcibly rushed out of the lotus world, and quickly flew in front of the ancient city. Just when the casual cultivators around thought that this old corpse who lived with the world was going to save the ancient god city, he made a move that stunned everyone. Boom, a withered corpse claw tore off and grabbed onto the huge city, and he wanted a share of the leftovers. The ruthlessness and cruelty of the stone corpse can be seen. Even if there is friendship, it can be ruthlessly wiped out in an instant. This is his terrifying capricious nature. Since it couldn't be preserved, he also got involved, and didn't care about other people's opinions at all. The five powerhouses attacked at the same time. Even though it was as strong as the ancient god city, it was a treasure left by the king, and it couldn't bear it at all. In the deafening sound, the king's god city was torn apart by the five powerhouses. The dazzling golden brilliance shone in all directions, and a treasure was destroyed. It was divided equally between the five powerhouses, and each of them captured a section of the city. The king's divine city is not a mortal thing. Although it is equally divided and controlled by people, the moment after it is torn apart, the kind of supreme divine power riot is unimaginable. Whether it is the monks of the sun star or the strong men on the heaven and earth, they are all shocked. Even if the five strong men are the imprints of clones, they are so terrifying. They split the king's god city so much, and their power is really shocking. The clay figurine of the supreme patriarch god of the alien sect wrapped in various powers, and disappeared into the pure land in a flash of light and shadow. Xiao Chen wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. The supreme ancestor gods, who are as mysterious as mud figurines, possessed secret treasures, successfully escaped from this dangerous place, flew far away from the sun star, and landed on the heaven and earth before they manifested. You are sinners. The supreme ancestor god angrily shouted at several strong alien factions, and the city of God was destroyed. This was a very heavy loss for the alien factions in the heavens. In the sun star pure land, the five powerhouses suppressed remnant city, refining them into their bodies respectively. Then they all shot up into the sky, and snatched it from the heaven-defying war treasure, because the Lotus King was about to succeed, and pieces of lotus flowers covered the war treasure. Boom, the sound of war drums shook the heavens and the earth, and hundreds of millions of rays of light bloomed from the suspended island of God, and rushed forward. At the same time, many casual cultivators followed behind the hanging island and shot at the same time, trying to disrupt the situation and seize the treasure against the sky. Boom, Xiao Chen first collided with the old corpse, and then slapped the whetstone beast. He was so shaken that he almost separated from Shintu. They're just incarnation marks, why can't they overwhelm them? Xiao Chen asked the old goat. It's good to be able to fight against their incarnations. After all, our combination is just stealing the sky, not a real fighter against the sky. You have to grasp the opportunity. The old goat grinned in response. He used the imprint of the supreme avenue of the other world to connect to the mighty power of the magic circle he had carved. It was very uncomfortable at the moment. Boom! When everyone in the Pure Land made a move, the heaven-defying war treasure was hit to the central area again, and the chaos radiated everywhere, making it difficult to figure out, and no one could snatch it alone. Boom! At this moment, the stone corpse suddenly shot towards Xiao Chen, and hit the palm of the original god. Xiao Chen's body shook violently, and he turned to fight with him. Boom! At this moment, the sharpening stone beast also rushed down to kill Xiao Chen. Boom! Spiral water mist filled the air and shot up into the sky, rushing towards Xiao Chen. The situation was extremely critical, and the three strong men made their moves at the same time, almost wanting to repeat the tragedy of the foreign sect's primordial god city. These three sinister, fuck it, I will never let them go. The old goat roared angrily in the divine map. However, what was shocking was that the bloody brilliance shone, and the fighter who rushed from the ancient battlefield in the heaven also shot towards Xiao Chen. These few people clearly wanted to get rid of him first, and joined forces for a short time, forming an alliance. Xiao Chen scolded the old goat in the divine map, as the second battle finished. If not, I will retreat. This was their previous secret agreement. Xiao Chen flew in this space, and the old goat made a secret move in the dark, creating a second big formation that he was proud of, and captured the heaven-defying war treasure within a short distance. It will be ready soon. Xiao Chen couldn't hold on any longer, and the four great powers all showed their great powers and came to suppress him, trying to seal him alive here. Okay, let's retreat. The old goat growled. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to retreat. Xiao Chen felt anxious, the four powerhouses imprisoned him in the sky, his body was creaking. Don't worry, said the old goat's voice. At this moment, King Lian made a sudden move, shaking the four strong men outside. The heavens and worlds emerged, and King Lian broke through a passage, allowing Xiao Chen to get in touch with the outside world and get rid of the imprisonment. This was beyond the expectations of the four powerhouses. They did not expect that King Lian would actually help a competitor at this time. Boom! The battle drums sounded, and the hanging island emerged, killing thousands of gods not far away, blocking Xiao Chen's escape route. Hanging Island, I remember you. The old goat gritted his teeth and said, it seems that your ancestor is really not dead, otherwise you would have dared to be so arrogant, throwing stones into a well and blocking the sky-defying fighters. Boom! The four strong men once again sealed the space, isolating Xiao Chen inside. Even if King Lian made a move, it would be difficult to open it in a short time. This time, the four strong men took precautions and made it clear that they wanted to seal Xiao Chen first. The battle is on, the old goat yelled. The blossoming stone lotus flowers floating around Nishan Zonbao are all radiant, with mysterious patterns appearing on them, which is actually the second unique formation that the old goat secretly carved. Xiao Chen had already felt that this old thing had an unusual relationship with King Lian, but he never expected to reach such a point. At this critical moment, the old guy carved the second formation on the stone lotus flower provided by King Lian. Boom! The heaven-defying war treasure soared into the sky, vibrated violently, and then began to fade away, about to disappear. Not good. The four strong men were furious, and they all shot up into the sky, exerting supreme power to block the heaven-defying war treasure. Let's go! Cried the old goat anxiously. Without looking back, Xiao Chen quickly rushed towards the Pure Land. When passing the hanging island, he shot mercilessly. Boom! A corner of the incomplete and unsafe divine map was exposed, and it was crushed all of a sudden. Half of the suspended island in the sky shattered, and more than a dozen figures fell down. Xiao Chen stretched out his big hand, grabbed two of them, crushed them violently, and two clouds of blood mist erupted. At this point, he rushed past, backed out from the Sun Star Palace, and then rushed out of the Sun Star. Chapter 582 Stone Key. Xiao Chen rushed out of the Sun Palace like a shooting star. His whole body was blazing with light, and he wanted to escape thousands of miles away and leave this chaotic place. Boom! At this moment, outside the sun, a huge palm suddenly covered the sky and covered the earth, as if the sky was falling down, and Xiao Chen was completely covered. Clang! This was too sudden. Xiao Chen rushed to attack, put his hands on the sky, and lifted the boundless giant claws. His whole body was shaken to pieces, and all kinds of mysterious original laws attacked him. This is a double attack of divine power and divine rule. The situation was extremely critical, and this opponent was beyond imagination, and his sudden attack made Xiao Chen lose the opportunity. Boom! As if beating the heavenly drum, the big hand hit Xiao Chen's body. The world covered by the big hand collapsed at that time, and everything ceased to exist, even Xiao Chen's body was shattering. Terrible fighters, with endless divine power and unfathomable laws, make people awe-inspiring. Back to the source, Xiao Chen shouted loudly, reshaping the world in nothingness. His almost destroyed body was quickly repaired, and he rushed out with difficulty. It's him. The old goat and Xiao Chen recognized the giant hand above at the same time. It was the first one to rush over not long ago and slapped it down at the stone-grinding beast, the Lotus King, and the stone corpse at the same time. After being crushed by the three kings, they hid. I never thought that he would block here at a critical moment. The strength of this person is not ordinary, which made Xiao Chen feel unprecedented pressure. He didn't want to delay here. He turned himself into an eternal grain of sand, became an immortal world, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Quang. However, a sound that sounded like a long-lasting sound from ancient times to the present suddenly shook him out again. The huge palm grasped the world, covered the world that Xiao Chen had transformed, and forcibly detained him. At this moment, all kinds of divine spells such as space and time are completely ineffective, and it is difficult to break free from this battlefield. At this moment, in the pure land of the Sun Star, the heaven-defying war treasure, which was shining with chaotic light, emitted its last dazzling brilliance and then disappeared completely out of thin air. The Lotus King took the stone lotus flowers all over the sky, and then disappeared, never to be seen again. The pupils of several great kings and fighters were all shining with cold light, rushing out of the Sun Star in the first place. Brush. The spiral water mist was the first to rush out, just in time to see Xiao Chen being trapped, and immediately killed the culprit. At this moment, they knew without thinking that Xiao Chen had colluded with King Lian. The sharpening stone beast, the stone corpse, and the warrior with bloody brilliance followed closely behind, sweeping towards here, trying to tear Xiao Chen to pieces. It's over, I'm forced to go all out. The old goat yelled, and immediately replaced the source of the supreme Tao in another world, reappearing an unknown brand of Tao. This is his own original avenue, not to say that the avenue of other worlds is not strong enough to be profound, but because only the supreme avenue created by himself is the most suitable for him. At this moment, Xiao Chen's whole body burst into divine light, becoming more and more brilliant, completely suppressing the Sun Star. On the heaven and earth, many people were looking up to the sky, revealing an incredible light. Everyone was shocked. The light of one person actually suppressed the Sun Star and illuminated the earth. It is obvious that this powerful warrior against the sky has an extraordinary background. Perhaps his real body appeared in the king's star palace. Is this a decisive battle and a life and death lore? The giants of the heavens and the fighters who have returned from the sky will generally not come in person, and they will not go to war casually to avoid a real life and death battle, otherwise the consequences will be extremely terrible and unpredictable. Escape. The old goat only has such a word at the moment, he looks very weak, and he is struggling to support the imprint of the Tao, which matches the divine map and is used by Xiao Chen. Brush. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt more powerful, the light shone on the sky, turned into a rainbow and rushed forward, all the barriers of the world, the imprisonment of the avenue, were all pierced. Even the huge palm that covered it was shattered by his body, and rushed through it, fleeing thousands of miles away. This turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. The kings and warriors all showed shock, but their eyes turned colder, and they chased after them. This is an unimaginable big chase. Several kings and fighters chased and killed a target together. This is something that hasn't happened in the heavens for a long time. Why are you cabbage chasing me? The old goat said through Xiao Chen's body, the heaven-defying war treasure has been taken away by the Lotus King, and it is in her stone lotus. If you don't stop it now, she will definitely refine the war treasure soon, and you will never have a chance with it. Brush. The bloody brilliance shone, and the fighter who rushed from the ancient battlefield in the heaven disappeared instantly. Boom. The spiral water mist also pierced through the sky and the earth, and withdrew from the ranks of chasing and killing. Boom. And that huge mysterious palm, after taking the final blow towards Xiao Chen, followed the two of them and fled away. 2 of the 5 powerhouses left, but Xiao Chen still couldn't stop, because the grinding stone beast and the stone corpse didn't intend to let him go, and they were still chasing and killing him. There's something wrong with your 2 cabbages. Why are you chasing down my old man without taking away the heaven-defying war treasure? Do you really think you can kill me? You must know that people like us are indelible, and you are wasting your energy in vain. The sharpening stone beast and the stone corpse remained unmoved, they kept chasing and killing, pressing on step by step. They had no intention of letting Xiao Chen and the old goat go. Did these two people have a deep hatred against you in the previous life? Why are they so pressing? They just don't want to kill you. Xiao Chen asked the old goat. The old man replied angrily. My old man has many enemies now. It can be said that the whole world is an enemy. Do you still care about these two cabbages? Let them chase them, I will kill them. No need to think about it. The sharpening stone beast and the stone corpse sensed the breath of the old goat, knew his true identity, and wanted to take advantage of his illness to kill him at this moment. You are Emperor Shizong? Xiao Chen asked the old goat like this. He had suspected this old thing for a long time, and now he finally asked. If I were Emperor Shizong, would I still be afraid of these two incarnations? Just slap these two flies to death. The old goat was furious, and then said, the supreme figure of Emperor Shizong never fled or flinched, and he couldn't afford to lose that person. Xiao Chen, no, we have to get rid of these two flies, otherwise we may be killed by them. Change direction, and rush towards the god realm of King Lian. The old goat showed a trace of anxiety. Xiao Chen knew that this old thing sensed danger, and hurried towards the east. Flying for millions of miles, there was a loud noise in front of him suddenly, where the chaotic light soared into the sky, and the breath of the heaven-defying war treasure burst out again. Boom! The endless chaotic rays of light completely submerged the place, and they could vaguely see that Lian Wang and the others were fighting. Immortal, you really got the heaven-defying war treasure into the Lotus King's stone lotus. The stone-sharpening beast seemed to be very surprised, and without further delay, it soared into the sky and flew towards the place where the chaotic light was shining. The stone corpse also showed shock, and said, damn old thing, Zanbao is really not with you. He also flew away quickly, no longer chasing and killing Xiao Chen and the two. I just said, these two people are the most ruthless, how could they give up the heaven-defying war treasure for the sake of old grievances? The old goat let out a sigh of relief, and collapsed at the same time, unable to support any more. With a flash of brilliance, he fell out of Xiao Chen's body, as if he had aged a lot all of a sudden. At this moment, his originally gray beard and hair turned completely white, and his body was a little bent. His ancestors, wasted, made my old man have to practice hard for a while. The old goat shook his head again and again. Xiao Chen squinted at him, and said, you old man, let me fight to the death with you, but in the end you just gave away the heaven-defying war treasure, such a big favor, such a heavy gift. What is your relationship with King Lian? You can ask her for benefits in the future, but how will you compensate me? Don't worry, no one can get those cabbages. The relationship between King Lian and I is just for mutual use. I gave her the war treasure, but she has no chance with the war treasure. Let's go back to Sunstar immediately. The old goat showed a solemn expression, not joking, but very serious. Xiao Chen looked at him suspiciously, but at the moment there is no danger, and there is no need to worry about getting into trouble. The two turned into two phantoms, avoiding the eyes and ears of all the monks on the ground, and rushed towards the sun star. In fact, no one paid attention to the sky at this moment. Xiao Chen and the others successfully returned to the Sun Star Palace. The old goat dragged Xiao Chen into the battle formation that he had marked for the first time. He was very excited and said, the time to witness the miracle has come. You old bastard really has a lot of tricks. Xiao Chen already knew what he was going to do. Don't talk nonsense, boy, hurry up and sacrifice the divine map, we will start to turn things around now, let them all cry. Take back the battle treasure from King Lian. You've already given it to her, so aren't you afraid that she will fight for you in the future? My cooperation with her is just to make use of each other. I have fulfilled what I promised her. After delivering the treasure to her, the cooperation has terminated. Now we have to obtain the treasure by means. When the old goat said these words, he was full of confidence, and said, even if my old man has some problems now, he can still be proud of the heaven. But when he said these last words, he obviously lacked confidence, and he could see that his physical condition was really not good. If I recover, it doesn't matter even if those dead ancestors return. We are both kings and fighters, who is afraid of whom? The old goat seemed to be cheering himself up, and gradually became more confident, saying, one day, I will return to the earth. In this way, is what I see in front of my eyes a ray of divine sense, or a strand of divine consciousness? Xiao Chen looked at him strangely, and said, your real body is lifting a corpse. Quote, what do little hairy children know? Hurry up to sacrifice the formation map and win the treasure. The old goat urged, the heaven is very complicated. Even the ancestor of the hanging island has been resurrected. There may be other warriors returning against the sky. It would be bad if the legendary kings of the world also reappeared in the world. Xiao Chen didn't waste time, and was afraid of accidents. The formation rotated and appeared in the center of the formation. Hee, my old man is really a genius. He has carved out two battles of pros and cons, interpenetrating with each other. They fight to the death, but my old man wins the fruit of victory. This is called strategizing and winning a million miles away. Seeing his narcissism, Xiao Chen had the urge to beat him up. This old guy is too thick-skinned, at most he is treacherous, what strategizing is simply nonsense. The formation map trembled slightly, making strange noises, constantly changing and misty in the large formation. Okay, here we come. The old goat's eyes shot out two strange brilliance, and he tore off his beard in excitement. Immediately, there was a turbulent aura in the formation, the chaotic light shone, and the heaven-defying war treasure rushed out. Xiao Chen quickly suppressed it with the divine map, and took it in. Okay, haha, the old goat laughed wildly, but then changed his color and shouted, "Boy, let's merge quickly," and several Chinese cabbages rushed over. In the central area of the formation, in a black hole, bursts of terrifying aura erupted, and a strong man was about to rush out. The stone-grinding beast will return your stone box. The old goat threw the stinking stone box into the black hole with endless resentment. The evil thing in the stone box poured blood on the stone-sharpening beast and stone corpse in the black hole, and they roared angrily, "You damn old thing. Calling beast, old corpse, let's see you later, after 30,000 years, when I really come back." The old goat roared without showing any weakness, and then quickly merged with Xiao Chen, and even imprisoned Wei Zhen in the divine map, and they rushed into the sky. However, even this could not prevent the king from rushing out. The black hole did not close with the disappearance of the Wei Zhen, and the two kings rushed out one after another. Walk. After Xiao Chen and the old goat rushed out of the sun star, they fled desperately, and the original law of the Great Way was exerted to the extreme, and they were already a million miles away in an instant. Hidden, the two of them fled directly into the ground, turned into a streamer of light and fled in the center of the earth, and finally turned into rocks again, remained silent and lost their breath. On this day, the heavens were completely boiling. Several kings and warriors competed for the heaven-defying battle treasure, but in the end everyone lost their hands. It was beyond everyone's expectations to be succeeded by an ugly little old man. King Lian lost it again after gaining it. I really didn't expect it. What's this? It's said that the sharpening stone beast and the stone corpse were splashed with blood. It's unimaginable that those few big fighters also missed. There was a lot of discussion. Deep in the heavenly stratum, Xiao Chen used the Pengu stone to hide his aura, and then hid in the divine map. At this moment, he was asking the old goat about the true identities of the kings and fighters who chased them down. If I'm not mistaken about the bloody light rushing towards the sun star from the ancient battlefield in the heavens, it should be the return of the former stone man king named Shan Jun against the sky. As for the big hand that blocked us, now that I think about it carefully, it's very familiar. It must be the ancestor of Hanging Island. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of Hanging Island really didn't die. As for the king hidden in the spiral mist, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Song Dafei, the king of water. After hearing what the old goat said, Xiao Chen was silent for a while. The Lotus King, Stone-Grinding Beast, Stone Corpse, Shan Jun, Shuangkong Patriarch, Water King Song Dafei, the 6 kings of the heaven and the warrior appeared together. It was really scary. None of the 6 people manifested their real bodies, but they were already invincible in the world with their avatars. If their real bodies were born, what kind of scene would it be? How many kings are there in the heaven? This is a question that Xiao Chen is very concerned about. Not many. The heavens have always been a generation of newcomers replacing old ones. The birth of a powerful new king is bound to be accompanied by the fall of the old king. The number of kings has been stable since ancient times. The old goat gave Xiao Chen a vague statement, avoiding the specific number of kings. However, individual fighters who return against the sky are considered variables. Xiao Chen was very puzzled by this sentence, but this old guy has always been talking about it, and instead of explaining it specifically, he urged him instead, saying, "The most important thing now is not to discuss these things, but to see what the heaven-defying war treasure is." Xiao Chen was also full of curiosity, and really wanted to know what the war treasure in the Sunstar Palace was. With the flash of chaotic brilliance, the war treasure appeared in front of the two of them. Peel off the chaotic skin. On the outside of the war treasure, there was a chaotic stone skin, which was very hard. The two kept beating the chaotic stone skin to slowly crack, gradually revealing the treasure inside. It's time to witness the miracle. The old goat was almost drooling. And Xiao Chen was also extremely nervous, staring at the treasure between his palms. Crack, the chaos stone skin finally shattered completely, with bits of brilliance shining, and fell off, revealing the war treasure inside. The moment they saw the war treasure, the two petrified on the spot. They never thought that the things that the giants of the heavens fought for were so ordinary. The old goat held a thumb-long stone key, bursting into tears, and said, "My old man tried all the tricks, used his body to seize the treasure, and pulled out his teeth. He got such a little thing. He hash at I hash at percent I hash. Isn't it said that the moment he sees the war treasure, anyone's cultivation world will open a new window? Could it be such a rotten key? Open a bird, and my old man can also refine 100 or 80 such rotten keys." No wonder the old goat was disappointed. This stone key is too ordinary. Although it is made of stone soldiers, it is extremely hard and indestructible, but there is no divine power fluctuation on it, let alone any imprint. Xiao Chen took it and watched it repeatedly, but he didn't see anything special. It belonged to his ancestors. Do we need to take this rotten key to go to a certain place and open a door? The old goat said angrily, "There is no hint at all." Xiao Chen was also quite speechless. The heaven-defying battle treasure he had obtained with great effort was actually a stone key, which might hide a shocking secret, but it was of no use at all right now. The stone key, let me think about it. At this time, the old goat suddenly started talking to himself, repeating the words, "the stone key," over and over again. In the history of the heavens, when did such a mysterious stone key come out? He searched in his memory, recalling all the past events he had experienced in the endless years. After a full quarter of an hour, the old goat suddenly yelled, his expression became very excited, and he said, "I remembered." What did you remember? Xiao Chen's mood also fluctuated with the waves. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when I was still a small sage, I was fortunate enough to see two kings of stone men play chess in a tree that reaches the sky. The top 6 in the classification is very dangerous. Brothers and sisters, please support the monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 583 Emperor Stone. Thanks to the love of the two stone kings, I was able to watch it quietly for many days. In the end, they said that they were going to a mysterious place and opened a door. They seemed to mention the word stone key. Speaking of this, the old goat looked a little dazed, and said, "My achievement today has a lot to do with being able to watch the two kings play chess. I am really grateful to them, but that farewell is a farewell forever. I think back then, when the divine flowers were fluttering, and the pieces were crystal clear. The two stone kings, who were peerless in the world, went to the sky under the rain of flowers but never returned. Didn't come back. Has there been no news since then?" Xiao Chen asked. The old goat sighed, and said, "I didn't know that the two kings fell on that day until 30,000 years later, when the heavens were full of fallen flowers, the flowers rained all over the sky, all the patches were stained with blood, and the heavens shook. How did it fall? Perhaps only 2 or 3 kings knew about it at that time. Although I had achieved a lot in cultivation at that time, I still couldn't look up to the giants of the heavens. It was impossible to know. I only knew that the two unrivaled stone kings really disappeared forever on that day. There are many secrets in the heavenly world. Xiao Chen has been in this world for a short time, so he naturally has limited understanding. Now that he has heard old anecdotes for the first time, he feels more and more mysterious about the heavenly world. Later, I finally reached a great level of cultivation. When I went back to explore the past, I found that the people and things of the past had long gone. Even the giants of the past had already turned dust to dust, and everything was annihilated in the past. Xiao Chen was quite surprised, because the vague and hazy past made him see a more open and mysterious heaven. Even if I cast spells against the sky, through the past and the present, I can't find any clues. Everything I want to know seems to be completely obliterated, and it doesn't exist in history at all. This makes me puzzled. Although the old goat's words were very plain, Xiao Chen heard a very unusual breath. The knot in the old goat's heart involved a very terrible secret history. I don't know why those two kings fell. Their achievements at that time had already reached the extreme state of the past. Even if I became the same king later, I was full of deep respect for those two people, because many of the methods they showed have not been completely surpassed by future generations. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and the old goat has reached the same height, but when talking about this past event, he is still in admiration and awe. One can imagine how deeply the two people in the past left him. Although I didn't find the final result, a lot of things happened during that period, which made people feel surprised. At this point, the old goat's eyes suddenly became extremely bright. shooting 2 dazzling rays of light, and said, "Another world and the origin of Kyushu appeared from the world one after another, like 2 worlds born out of thin air, and soon after, a great war began, which deeply shocked the heavens. Although I have never witnessed that battle with my own eyes, I have heard people say that the sunset is like blood, and the king is late. I don't know what happened in that battle, but at the same time, I was sitting quietly under a heavenly tree in the heaven, and I saw colorful falling flowers and blood-stained flowers. That place is the place where the 2 former kings ascended to the sky for the last time. When they fell, the rain of flowers first appeared from there. The war between the foreign world and the origin of Kyushu, the king fell. I don't know why the 2 former kings of the heavens ascended to the sky. There are different views. I think there may be some unknown secrets." Speaking of this, although the old goat looked indifferent, he could clearly feel that this was a manifestation of his solemn mood. "In the distant past, I overlooked an important clue, that is the stone key. The 2 kings once vaguely mentioned these 3 words, but failed to attract my attention. I even mistakenly thought that they were talking about the stone medicine, refined by the Stone King. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and all memories have been almost sealed by me. Until today, the word, stone key, woke me up like a thunderbolt. Where is the stone medicine? It is clearly the stone key. This is just the only vague clue. However, even though I fully understand these 3 characters now, I don't know what happened back then. Where did the 2 kings who shocked the past and the present go, and why they fell with the invincible appearance of the heavens?" After listening to what the old goat said, Xiao Chen thought for a long time, flipping the stone key over and over again, but found nothing. "Let's take this stone key and go to the location of the tree that reaches the sky to see if we can find something." Hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion, the old goat nodded in agreement. The 2 of them hid their whereabouts, fled underground, and rushed to the center of the heaven. The heavens are vast and boundless, and it takes millions of miles to reach the destination. When the 2 of them came to the surface cautiously holding the Pengu Stone Commander, the surrounding fresh air suddenly blew towards them. This is a lush primitive mountain area, with ancient wolf forests and old vines, creating a primitive scenery. It is impossible for the former heaven-reaching divine tree to exist. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and it has turned into rotten soil. However, Xiao Chen still saw a severed root here, which was as thick as a mountain. It was buried under the mountain, but it had already lost its vitality and turned into a hard fossil. When it was lightly tapped with hands, it would make a crisp clang sound. After coming here, the 2 still had nothing to gain, until they were about to leave, and when they inadvertently knocked off the root with a stone key, something strange happened. The stone key, which did not have any fluctuations in divine power, actually exudes a little mysterious aura, which is gentle and indifferent. The brilliance flowed, and around Xiao Chen and the old goat, patches of blurred flowers and rain were floating, and then a hazy sky appeared above them. There, 2 figures stood proudly, then a window opened from the sky, and then the divine flower was stained with blood and fell. The picture is very flat, without any strong light, just like this flashed by, and then there is nothing. However, the old goat was quite shocked, and murmured, "A window really opened, but, what is that?" But Xiao Chen was thinking, is the origin of Kyushu and the other world related to that fan? According to what the old goat said earlier, there seems to be a certain connection. I knew this old thing was here. At this moment, the stone-grinding beast's icy voice came, which didn't match his childlike body, standing in the sky. I can't tell that this old guy is quite nostalgic. The bloody brilliance shone, and the sky-defying warrior Shan Jun was in the void, looking down at the mountain below, where the blood mist filled him, completely covering him. Hey, the stone corpse just let out such a hearty laugh. Speaking of old age, he is probably the most important here. He claims to have lived with the world and escaped catastrophes in the heavens. The monks of his time have almost died out by now. The spiral water mist is like 2 torrential rivers entangled together, coming from tens of thousands of miles across the sky. It is the Water King Song Dafe. The rays of the sun soared into the sky, the stone lotus flowers bloomed, and the Lotus King came. Although Xiao Chen was born, but at this moment, he also stared at the old goat with a little murderous intent. Boom! A big hand shattered the sky, covered it down, and slapped Xiao Chen and the 2 of them. It was the ancestor of hanging Islanda Zonkong, who was the most direct, killing Mingzi. You bunch of cabbages, if my old man didn't have a physical problem, you would dare to despise me like this. The old goat said while reintegrating with Xiao Chen, and quickly avoided the slap of the big hand in the sky. The treasure you are fighting for is just this stone key. If anyone can tell the reason, I will give it to him directly. The heaven-defying war treasure is a stone key. The sharpening stone beast was the first to raise its eyes, obviously a little disbelieving, and said, "I don't really believe it." Xiao Chen waved the stone key in his hand, and said, "The treasure is here, and the aura remains unchanged. Why don't you believe it? No matter what it is, even if it can't kill you, today you will make you pay something." This was the voice of the stone corpse, and the fog of corpses surrounded him. "That's right, you have to pay a price to expose it." Shan Jun also had the same attitude, very resolute. Even Lian Wang, who had teamed up with the old goat before, had a stern face, looking very indifferent. This time, the old goat cheated the world, pulled out its teeth, and let a few people fetch water from bamboo baskets in vain. The old man won the treasure without much effort. These giants in the heavens naturally feel that they have lost all face, and they come here to question their sins, so there will naturally be a result. Fly to the sky or hide from the ground. Xiao Chen secretly asked the old goat how to break through. Being locked up by him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape now. Even if they successfully break through, they will figure out where to hide in a few days. These people are united, no one can bear it, and there can only be a conclusion. The 6 giants, how do we end it? Can't we just wait for death? Xiao Chen frowned. These 6 giants are here, although they are incarnations, they can definitely sweep away any enemy. There seems to be only one way now, the lower realm. This was the last way for the old goat. Xiao Chen immediately fell silent. If these 6 people follow the lower realm, then the world will be turned upside down, and Kyushu will no longer exist. Of course, if the leverage is appropriate, it may be able to severely damage the other world. However, what the old goat said next surprised him. The ancestor gods can go down to the realm, but the king is afraid. Why? Because in the past, in different eras, 2 kings descended to the realm successively, but they all fell inexplicably. It has not been understood until now. This is like a shadow hanging over the hearts of some giants in the heavens. Unless there is an urgent need, they will not descend easily. Xiao Chen immediately thought of the 99 stone steps in the other world, then thought of the 9 lanterns in the steel, and finally came to the world of death. He felt that apart from these factors, it was impossible for any power to do anything to the Stone Man King. Boom! At this moment, the 6 giants in the sky made a move, and they came to kill Xiao Chen and the others. Some were disappointed with the heaven-defying war treasure, and some were resentful towards the old goat. They were fully venting their anger at the moment. Of course, not everyone is disappointed with the heaven-defying war treasure. For example, the stone corpse that lives with the world has a burning rage in the deepest part of its eyes. Let's go, the lower realm. Xiao Chen flew away, flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, towards the chaotic passage leading to the heaven. My old man has a few civilizations that have never been lowered. Let's take a look this time. I don't believe that mysterious curse can obliterate me. Under the crisis, the old goat agreed. In the rear, the 6 powerhouses were not in a hurry, and they followed behind, roaring and killing, and the old goat rolled his eyes. He struggled to support the mark of the avenue, and his face was a little bitter. And Xiao Chen's whole body was about to burst, and at this moment, he felt that he was in danger of being destroyed at any time. It can be said that the two are very dangerous now. At this moment, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that there were 2 ancient god cities standing majestically on the ground in front of him. Sensing the approach of several giants in the sky, the 2 giant cities trembled. And at the same time, in his body, the imprint of the great Tao of the otherworld vibrated violently, and he wanted to get out of his body. This is not a good sign. Which giant is ruling the area below? Xiao Chen asked. Belonging to the edge of the stone corpse's sphere of influence, this place should be an important place for the alien faction. Sure enough, Xiao Chen knew that he had met the descendants of Supreme Tao from another world, and the 2 of them had reached a very terrifying situation, forming a god city. Boy, don't you think? The old goat was a little surprised. Of course I want to. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking and take action, Shencheng below had a reaction first. Boom! The 2 majestic giant cities trembled violently, and then they rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Of course, the foundation of the divine city was not damaged. Xiao Chen was blocked. The lion fights the rabbit, let's go all out. Xiao Chen was crazy at this moment. He directly pulled out the ancient scroll, displayed a majestic mountain and river, and swept forward overwhelmingly. Ahead, the primordial god city shook violently, sweeping out endless divine light to counteract. The ancient scrolls stretched across the sky, hundreds of miles long, and in the majestic mountains and rivers, the 5 stone kings seemed to be resurrected, and they seemed to be stepping out, shining brilliantly. At this moment, Xiao Chen is comparable to a warrior who defies the sky, so he can naturally exert the power of the ancient scroll to the extreme, and the power of the gods is so powerful that even the giants of the defense have changed their colors. Boom! With a loud shock, the ancient scroll swept across a divine city, smashing the divine gate on the spot. Half of the city wall collapsed, rumbling in the sky, and falling large pieces of gravel. It's that ancient scroll. The stone corpse raised his eyes on the spot. No one knows the magic and power of this ancient scroll better than him. In the past, he sealed 6 corpses in the tunnel leading to the chaotic land. It's such a powerful treasure. To seize this treasure may not be worse than the heaven-defying war treasure. The stone-sharpening beast also had brilliant eyes. Xiao Chen shot again, the ancient scroll swept across the sky, and continued to sweep and kill the huge city just now. The sound of crash continued, and half of the ancient city collapsed immediately and flew away in an instant. At the same time, another divine city also felt that something was wrong, and fled away in an instant. Xiao Chen suffered 6 consecutive blows on his back. If he hadn't reached the realm of a heaven-defying fighter and became one with the divine map, he would have been completely annihilated at this moment. Even so, he still had unbearable trauma. He spouted blood, and continued to chase and kill. The 2 divine cities in front of him were very difficult. They dared to fly into the sky and escape from the ground, and they were descendants of the imprint of the Supreme Tao in another world. He wanted to risk his life to get rid of them. Like a dream and like electricity, Xiao Chen transformed in front of him, intercepting a huge city, and the ancient scroll shrouded it. In a burst of dazzling light, the foundation of the dilapidated city of God was completely shattered. At the same time, Xiao Chen shook the divine map, and more than 30 battle swords flew out, fused with the ancient scrolls of the predecessor, and swept towards another divine city. Boom! The foundation of the city of God collapsed and fell down. All of this happened very quickly. The foundations of the 2 god cities were destroyed. 2 desperate roars came out, and suddenly the flames of the gods surged into the sky. The 2 god cities collapsed, and the 2 incomplete stone men crazily rushed to the sky, killing Xiao Chen. Boom! At the same time, Xiao Chen was bombarded by the 6 giants again, and finally broke down and fell into the sky. Boom! Xiao Chen ruthlessly shot, swept the ground below with the ancient scroll, and instantly shattered the powerhouse of the foreign sect. He felt that at least 3 strong alien sects were crushed. At this moment, his own body was almost shattered, and he fled weakly into the distance. Xiao Chen felt that it was worth it for destroying 2 strong men with unlimited potential and 3 monks who had walked out of the stone man's road from the alien sect of the heavens. In the rear, 8 people pursued and killed them, the 6 giants plus 2 incomplete stone men, which can be called a super terrifying fighting force. It's near, it's finally near. Xiao Chen quickly came to the entrance of the chaos cave that ascended to the heaven. My old man is about to lose his braids, hurry up, kid. In the rear, the 6 giants continued to bombard and kill. Xiao Chen's body shattered several times, but they were all repaired by the divine map. At the same time, the ancient scroll erupted with billions of feet of light, constantly absorbing the divine power from the sweep, thus blocking most of the attacks. Brush! Xiao Chen finally rushed into the chaotic passage, but found that the front was blocked. It was the huge palace in chaos. The chaotic light flickered in the passage, and the majestic palace ahead blocked the way, which made Xiao Chen very anxious. Thissa. Boom! The 6 powerful men descended, shaking the passage of chaos, and walked in at the same time, followed by the 2 desperate stone men from another world, who had already gone berserk. A dead end. The old goat yelled suddenly, and said, "It's over, my old man is doomed to die again, and we can only meet again in 30,000 years." Xiao Chen ignored him, pulled out the ancient scroll and divine map, and crashed into the giant palace. It was obviously a wall, but at this moment, it was rippling like water waves, sending out waves of waves. Xiao Chen charged in. The chaotic land palace was a former holy place, which had the same origin as the divine map and the same vein as the ancient scrolls. At this moment, Xiao Chen was allowed to pass naturally. What? The 6 giants behind were furious. They were very jealous of this huge palace. They didn't dare to approach it quickly. They didn't want to be so easily escaped by Xiao Chen. Boom! The stone corpse slammed into the giant palace in front of it, causing chaos and violent shaking here. However, Stone Grinding Beast and Lotus King quickly stopped him. Don't be reckless. This huge palace is very mysterious, like the 99 stone steps in another world. Don't touch it easily. The stone corpse was extremely cold, and said, "Should we just let them go like this? Let's work together to detain them," Patriarch Xuankong suggested. Good. The 6 powerhouses quickly sat down cross-legged. In the chaotic ground, the black wind is hunting, and the blood around the palace is shining, obliterating everything. Xiao Chen finally came back and heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the old goat changed his color and said, "These 6 bastards have resorted to such means to tamper with us just now, and they are detaining us now. What to do? It's okay, you can return to Kyushu safely. I've only been dead for 30,000 years at most, and I will reappear in the world." The old goat put away his hippie smile at this moment, looking a little dignified. Emperor Stone is back. At this moment, the voices of the 6 powerhouses came to the chaos in the chaotic channel. Emperor Stone is back. The figure of the old goat gradually became blurred. Xiao Chen was taken aback immediately, and hastily blocked it with array diagrams and ancient scrolls. It's useless. The 6 kings make a move. No one in the sky or the earth can stop it. The old goat looked very calm at this moment, and said, "I am immortal. Even if I am obliterated this time, I can still return after 30,000 years. You can go now. Remember, you must live. You owe me a great favor, and you will use my divine map in the future." Emperor Stone. Xiao Chen stared at the fading phantom, but he was powerless to stop it. "Halo, book friends voted a lot of monthly tickets yesterday, but I just realized that today they have doubled. Very dizzy, brothers, if you have any, please continue to support." Chapter 584, A Reincarnation Ends. The old goat is Shizongdi. Xiao Chen was not so surprised, he had already had this kind of speculation and association. However, at this moment, he could not calm down. The figure of Shizongdi gradually faded, slowly disappeared, and would soon cease to exist. However, the old guy was very calm here, facing death without any fear, finally smiled at Xiao Chen, and then completely disappeared. 30,000 years later. See also 30,000 years, this number is very sensitive to Xiao Chen. At this moment, he was very silent, even though he was as powerful as Shizongdi, he was not able to control his own future, and finally he was detained by others. This time, his fall was inevitable. Even though he knew that Emperor Shizong's fall was not a complete demise, Xiao Chen still felt very depressed. Thinking about himself, his strength is far from enough, and he can't compare with the giants of the heavens. How can he compete? He could only watch helplessly as Shizongdi disappeared. The giant palace blocked the passage of chaos and cut off the connection with the heavens. Xiao Chen stayed here for a while, and then strode away. In the chaotic ground, the 3 blood moons shone with a strange light, and a black gust of wind was rushing like a torrent on the empty land. The black giant was running tirelessly, and more than a dozen shattered ancestral soldiers were blasting in the black wind. With endless hatred and endless resentment, everything here cannot be changed. It is almost impossible to resolve the endless people's resentment and hatred. This is the great hatred of hundreds of millions of years ago, and it is the sigh of blood and tears of a big world. Xiao Chen walked through this land. He wanted to find his way back. He had been away from Kyushu for decades, and he didn't know what the lower realm had become. The world is not centered on him. The stars turn, the rivers rush, and they all have their own trajectories. So many years have passed, and too many things have happened in the original world. It is hard for him to imagine what it is like now. He was very disturbed. Even if the other world had already done something to wipe out all the creatures, it was not impossible. Not to mention that more than 50 years have passed, even a short year, or even a day, can change many things. The chaotic land is not so vast, it is just a corner of the original world. Xiao Chen traveled all over this wasteland, looked up at 3 blood moons, and then unfolded the ancient scroll under the moonlit night. With a violent shake, his figure gradually blurred, and then disappeared from this world. After finding out part of the origin of the world and feeling the barrier of the great world, Xiao Chen tore apart the space with ancient scrolls and embarked on the journey of return. Xiao Chen's return was very peaceful and did not cause any disturbance. It was a quiet night, with heavy snow covering everything, and the sky and the earth were all white. Tranquility and dead stillness filled the land. Xiao Chen stepped on the thick snow and passed through the ruins without seeing any life. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight fell on the snow, which was obviously very soft, but Xiao Chen felt a little dazzling. The moonlight, like water, in his eyes at this moment, is so white and miserable on the lifeless land. The broken city, the desolate wilderness, there is no human habitation for thousands of miles, and the whole land is silent. Xiao Chen walked through most of the Kyushu, and did not see even a single living body. There was a peerless powerhouse who forcibly wiped out the endless creatures on the earth with the big handprint, and the snow could not completely cover the terrifying mark. Traveling all over Kyushu, except for one place, all areas are lifeless, and the prosperous Kyushu in the past has been destroyed and turned into ruins. There is only one area that is radiant to the sky, and that is Loyang, the capital of the gods. There is a powerful breath of life there, piercing through the sky, and only when you reach the realm of the ancestor gods can you clearly see the breath of life hovering like an ancestor dragon. The only source of life. However, Xiao Chen couldn't get close and could only watch from afar. Because, there are strong men from other worlds sitting there, and it is the natural foreign breath of several strong men who gather together to form the beam of life that pierces through the sky, which ordinary people cannot see. After all, it's too late. Xiao Chen watched from a distance, but he also knew that even if he came back early, he would be powerless to change anything. Kyushu was completely wiped out, and there was nothing left. This is what has changed over the past 50 years. Terrible change. Although he has no experience, Xiao Chen can imagine the tragic scene when the end of the world is approaching. Brush. Xiao Chen shattered the space, left Kyushu, and entered the world of longevity. The sun is shining brightly, and in front of the magnificent sea is the vast Changsheng continent, which is close to the southern desolation, lush and seems to be full of vitality. However, it wasn't until recently that he realized that except for the vegetation, he couldn't sense the breath of wild beasts and humans at all, so Xiao Chen quickly rushed to the southern desolation Heavenly Emperor City. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, "You are not dead yet." Looking back, it turned out that the former enemies, the ancestor gods Lan Yufeng and Lulapez, were ancestor gods that had already appeared in the history of civilization in another world. "Your fate is really great." The two seemed very surprised, but they didn't make a move. When Xiao Chen unfolded the ancient scroll, their figures were already faint, and they fled far away in an instant. Xiao Chen's ancient scroll unfolded, followed by him, traveled through space, and flew into the hinterland of the longevity continent at the same time as them. Kill A. On the vast land, there are flames of war everywhere. Is this the current longevity realm? The land is full of devastation, mountains and rivers are broken, the city is full of spring vegetation, and it is desolate. Not so powerful foreign monks, just ordinary people from other worlds killing on the ground. This is obviously to cultivate their killing nature, not to sharpen their combat skills, because there are few real masters in the longevity world today, and most of them are ordinary monks. Lan Yufeng and Lulu PC stopped quickly, because right in front of them, two figures were standing in the sky, looking down on everything. The two super ancestor gods are all in the seventh heaven of the ancestor god realm. This is the ultimate master that Xiao Chen can fight against at present. He killed the ancestor god of the sixth heaven in the heaven, but was hunted down by the ancestor god of the eighth heaven. Relying on foreign objects, he is currently equivalent to an ancestor god of the seventh heaven, but right now there are two people standing in front of him. "You are so tough, you won't die if you hit the criminal ground." A super ancestor god looked at him indifferently. "Everything should come to an end, now I'll send you on your way." Another super ancestor said flatly. The four ancestor gods surrounded Xiao Chen. Looking at the flames of war and the bloody corpses on the ground, Xiao Chen felt a rush of fire rushing out of his heart. The ancient scroll swept across the sky, the divine map was obscured, and the two major killers were sacrificed at the same time, sweeping away the four powerful men. However, suddenly he felt the danger. There seemed to be several pairs of eyes watching from the sky, and he immediately thought of the three supreme ancestor gods. However, before the supreme ancestor god could make a move, several shadows had already descended, and three strong men came. One of them was the super ancestor god of the eight heavens, trapping Xiao Chen in it. Hoo-ha-eh! At this moment, such a voice suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, Xiao Chen also felt something strange. There was a very special and strange throbbing in his heart. Looking into the sky, he actually saw a vague figure. He was himself. They are exactly the same, there is no difference at all, they are extremely similar. Brush. The figure stayed for a short time, and quickly rushed towards the direction of Nanwangtiandi city. Yes, that is the past self rushing towards the future, and it is the hope possessed by Kiki's mother that brings the past self into the future. Xiao Chen instantly understood what happened. On the sky, the horrific divine sense that shrouded him disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the direction of Tiandi city. Xiao Chen shook the ancient scroll, shook the array map, forcibly broke a gap, and then traveled through the space. Several ancestor gods sneered, wanting to shatter the space channel, cut him off, and punch him out. However, everyone changed color in an instant, Xiao Chen's aura disappeared, and no trace could be caught anymore. Could it be possible to escape back to the world of the dead? Impossible, the world of the dead is no longer a secret, we have clearly locked the barrier of that world just now. Xiao Chen manifested a figure in the distance, he completely disappeared from the eyes of the gods with the Pengu stone order. Don't worry about yourself who is going into the future. According to what is known, the three supreme ancestor gods have nothing to do with Tiandi city. Xiao Chen flew on the longevity continent, and what he saw was startling. The creatures in this world were also destroyed and ceased to exist. Then he broke into the soul realm, only to find that there was nothing left here. The already extremely desolate land was now torn apart, and many areas had already sunk under the sea. Finally, there was the world of curses. He was surprised to find that the entire mountain and river had been wiped out, and even the peerless array of the world of curses had long since ceased to exist and had been completely destroyed. Rushed to the abyss where the steel was hidden, only to find that the abyss was flat and the steel no longer existed. Everything has changed. The changes in the past 50 years have exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations, and they have been very thorough. The gods of other worlds have wiped out all living beings. Looking all over Kyushu and the world, there is nothing left, and everything in the past has become history forever. This is 50 years of terrible changes, an era is over, a history of civilization is completely over, and a reincarnation is over. Aha, eh, Xiao Chen yelled up to the sky, shaking the heavens, and he directly returned to the longevity realm, using the Pengu stone to hide his traces, and appeared on the Changsheng continent that was completely in ruins. Several ancestor gods hadn't dispersed yet. Xiao Chen combined the ancient scroll with the formation map, swept across the sky, and blood splattered, the alien ancestor god Lan Yufeng and Lulapez were torn apart, turned into blood mist, and then were completely included in the ancient scroll. Kill. Beside, the other ancestor gods were furious and shot at the same time. At the same time, a huge city rose into the sky on the sky, followed by the three ancestor gods, chasing and killing them. Only now did Xiao Chen wake up from grief and anger, feeling disheartened, he broke through again and left. Looking all over the Kyushu and the four realms, he is the only one left in the world today, and there is no more nostalgia. He broke through the space and entered the world of death. Returned to Shengkyun, which may be the last home. However, when Xiao Chen entered the world of the dead and came to Shengkyun, he was completely stunned, and the vitality seemed to be taken out of his body in an instant. There are corpses everywhere, black blood everywhere, Shengkyun has been wiped out. The monks from Kyushu and the quartet world, who used their divine power to create the vibrant mountains and plains, were completely destroyed at this moment. The mountains collapsed, the earth shattered, and corpses were everywhere. The tragedy should have happened for months, or even years. The black bloodstains and cold bones are telling the tragedy of the past. Here, too, was destroyed, and everyone died. Xiao Chen remained motionless, quietly fighting there. This feeling of loneliness is indescribable. The world that gave birth to him has completely lost its vitality, and the second hometown, Shengkyun, has completely disappeared, and the old people have turned into bones. This sudden impact made Xiao Chen feel unbearable, like a wounded lone wolf, howling to the sky. At this moment, he felt that although the world was huge, there was nowhere to live. The sky is big and the earth is big, where is my home? In Kimura, life is extinct. Only on a death mountain in the distance, there is a tenacious cherry blossom tree, and the remaining flowers are drifting away. Xiao Chen flew over and looked at the cherry blossoms among the cracked cliffs. He still clearly remembered that this was Yan Qingcheng's residence, and the cherry blossom tree was a treasure in Kiki's lost paradise. A breeze blew by, and the cherry blossoms fell in bursts, telling the tragedy of the past. The falling cherry blossoms are like the passing years and unforgettable years. If I say it ends like this, will the National People's Congress say it's unfinished? But please rest assured, it will never end unfinished, and it will end well. The ending I mentioned last time does not mean that it will end immediately. Don't ask me how long it will take, maybe there is still more than a month, maybe there are still more than 2 months, maybe there are still more than 10 days. Finish writing carefully, do not draw the ground as a prison, and artificially impose restrictions. Chapter 585. Father K's Arrival and Massacre. Call for a monthly ticket, book friends please support. An era has ended, a history of civilization has come to an end, and a reincarnation has been completely completed. The past and the past become clouds and smoke, dissipating in this vast world, the cruel reality does not believe in tears. Xiao Chen was indifferent and almost numb, quietly watching the rotting corpses all over the place, watching the blood-stained cherry blossoms falling, everything was over. There is no suspense, strength overwhelms everything, no matter how hard you try, it is useless to be unwilling. History will not be rewritten, life cannot be repeated, and the final curtain will fall mercilessly. How can one tell who is who among the bones scattered all over the place, who will be who after thousands of years, and where will they be scattered? A rock under the earth, or a pile of soil on a plateau? The old friends from the past are not there, they gather into blood and sprinkle it into the vast world. Boom! At this moment, the already cracked cliff under his feet seemed unable to bear the pressure at that moment. It broke apart, the rocks rolled down, and the last cherry blossom tree was also submerged in the dust. In a daze, Xiao Chen saw a hazy jade body being smashed into the rolling rocks. On the cracked ground, Xiao Chen was walking aimlessly, no miracle happened, what he saw was broken corpses besides broken corpses. After seeing the great destroyer's spear shattered on the battlefield, Xiao Chen was completely desperate. Finally, he stopped in front of the shattered Zhujun warship. There were a few small bloody paw prints on it, which belonged to KK. In a daze, he heard Kiki's babbling voice again. At this moment, Xiao Chen was almost numb, and walked step by step towards the depths of the blood-colored earth. Without looking back, his figure gradually became hazy, gradually blurred, and finally disappeared completely. It has been 7 years since Xiao Chen left. During these 7 years, he had been in despair, mourned, and disheartened, but in the end he returned to numbness. This was an unimaginable blow, with no tears to shed, no complaints to complain, almost decadent wandering, walking, and trudging. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would fall to the ground, bury his bones in this dead world, and become rotten soil. In the 8th year, when a gust of dark wind blew towards him, he gradually woke up, and at some point, he came to the depths of the continent of death. Is it the beginning or the end of reincarnation? How similar, the same thing happened in the world of death countless years ago, and the beginning and end of life are in constant reincarnation. Xiao Chen gradually calmed down, and began to walk back along the original path. It took another 7 years, and he felt as if he had experienced 7,000 years, as if he had experienced the reincarnation of 100 generations. When he walked back to the blood-stained battlefield and came to the shattered village of God, he felt as if his consciousness had been shattered, and then suddenly reorganized, bursting out billions of meters of divine light in an instant, illuminating the entire outer area of the Death Continent. The divine light soaring into the sky burst out from his fleshy shell, like a scorching sun, breaking through the endless lead clouds of death in the sky, allowing the sun, moon and stars that were covered to shine again. Xiao Chen had no joy or worry, and was as plain as water. Even though his spiritual consciousness was sublimated, he broke through the confinement, and was promoted to the realm of the ancestor god. He did not have the slightest sense of joy and accomplishment. He has no expression on his face, trying to identify the old man in the bloody ruins, but he can only find nothing in the end. Because the corpses were shattered, the flesh and blood were rotten, and they were all smashed together, making it impossible to identify. He could only see a jade body from the cracked cliff, and a few intact blood-colored small paw prints on the broken Zhujun warship, but he couldn't distinguish anything else. Kai, pointing like a knife, Xiao Chen cut to the ground, cutting off the bloody battlefield. Leaving only the shattered ancestral warship, he held up the entire bloody battlefield with one hand, broke through the barrier of the Great World, and returned to Kyushu. Walking on foot on the deadly land, constantly shattering the battlefield in the sky, letting the bloody soil and the broken corpses fall to the land of Kyushu. Kyushu burial. These are monks and heroes from Kyushu. Xiao Chen brought them all back, and this should be their final resting place. A lot of people he doesn't know the names at all, but it doesn't matter, he hopes these people can truly rest in peace. The bloody battlefield held in his hand was more like a huge corpse, where all the old people were buried. Lu Mu, who is pale and sick, which piece of bloody corpse belongs to you now? The slightly chubby Niu Ren, with a simple and honest smile, how could he forget that you were sleeping in that corpse? Stuttering, Jin Yi, who concealed his real world with a vulgar appearance, did he still wear his usual peachy smile when he died? Where are you buried again? The city is all over the country, the swallows are all over the city, and the grace is peerless. Is that jade body under the dry cliff really you? Ruyu, you have to let go of everything, but can you rest in peace? The magnificent, glamorous and scheming Queen Zhao Liner, you are unwilling to be lonely, but after all, you are buried in the mud of blood alone. Is this your destination? Iron Sword Hengkong, the Dugu sword demon who only lives for the sword, you have been a sword all your life, your heart is as hard as iron, where are you now? Have you also turned into dust? Do you have any regrets about building your tomb with blood-colored corpse mud? Chen Fang, who loves righteousness, you have been trapped by love all your life, but you are willing to retreat for your friends and give up your own happiness. Can you feel at ease now? What blood mud are you buried in? Wu Ming, who has an indestructible imperial clock above his head, is gloomy. Do you still need to calculate? I clearly heard your unwilling cry, and saw you who died in a broken clock. In the end, you were not gloomy, but radiant in front of your own parents and children. Your blood splattered in the sky. Do you want me to avenge you? Holding this lump of corpse mud in my hand, I can clearly feel your roar, and see the recurrence of history. Is this really your flesh and blood? The ill-fated Kiki, innocent and innocent, that pure smile, that clear and clean big eyes, and that immature babbling voice, will never be reproduced again. The bloody little paw prints, why do you always get hurt? ... Holding the bloody battlefield in his hands, Xiao Chen slowly shattered them, and sprinkled the corpse mud to the land of Kyushu, until there was nothing in his hands, it was empty. Kyushu, bury the bones and bury all the old people. Who can bear such deep pain? With no tears to shed, no words to say, Xiao Chen could only stare fixedly at the land. In the end, he looked at Luoyang in the distance, where blood was surging to the sky, and it was the only source of life. The ancestor gods of other worlds sat there, not knowing what they were guarding. Xiao Chen stared at it for a long time before turning around silently. The north wind howled and the snowflakes flew, and he went away alone. In the end, he shattered the space and came to the world of curses. Now his spiritual consciousness has reached the realm of ancestor gods. Although he has not mastered the origin of the myriad worlds, he has become a veritable ancestor of war. He sacrificed the divine map and opened the burial valley. He needs to get stronger, stronger, stronger again. Clang clang. The divine soldiers in the burial valley screamed together, bursting with dazzling brilliance, shooting up from the dark valley bottom, and slashed at Xiao Chen. With his strength reaching his current state, he has no fear at all, along the mountain road leading down, shrinking into an inch, and descending quickly. This time, before he reached the bottom of the valley, the ancestral soldiers who had developed spiritual wisdom below took the initiative to attack. Xiao Chen didn't act too aggressively, he just sacrificed the divine map and put away a bright sword light in front of him. You! There was a scolding voice from below. However, Xiao Chen didn't stop there, turned around and left, forcibly breaking through and rushing out of the valley of burial soldiers. In the sky, a huge skull descended, and then the valley was completely sealed. Although there are a few psychic soldiers in the valley of burial soldiers, which are comparable to low-level ancestor gods, but even if they are born together, they can't fight against the alien world. Xiao Chen came here only to collect the battle sword. Now, with 34 battle swords gathered together, Shintu has grown stronger again. When Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu again, he saw blood raining in the sky and earth, shouting to kill and shaking the sky. The gods from other worlds were besieging and killing a shadow, but that person was unstoppable, and directly killed him from the sky to the sky above Luoyang, the capital of God. If you dare to kill my child, I will make you regret it for 10 lives. The sky and the earth trembled, as if the heavenly drum was beating, and the shadow trail was swiped casually, and the divine light swept 10 directions. Immediately, 2 ancestor gods were cut in half, blood was splashed, and the scene was extremely terrifying. No one could stop him, that person directly rushed into the shining city of God. At the same time, the sky shattered, and a dozen figures rushed down, obviously all of them were the ones who chased and killed him just now. In this world, without taking the last step, no one can withstand the siege of 10 super ancestor gods. The person who spoke was the supreme ancestor god of the eternal unknown, and he conveyed such a cold voice through the sky, saying, "Your heaven-defying family is no exception." A dozen figures all rushed into Luoyang, the capital of the gods. Luoyang, the capital of gods, heard the indifferent voice of that figure just now. The Nishan family represents Nishan, there is nothing impossible. I could roam freely in your other world before endless years, let alone now. We know the origin of your family. The supreme ancestral god of the eternal unknown place uttered a secret that shocked Xiao Chen, and said, "You are sinners in a chaotic land. Even if you have endured it for many years, you can't hide it from us." "Ha, sinner, did you decide?" The man laughed angrily. Swipe, more than a dozen figures rushed into Luoyang, the capital of the gods. The man's voice, anxious and mournful, kept calling in Luoyang, the capital of God, "My child, where are you? I know you can't really perish." The beam of light soars into the sky, with unrivaled supernatural powers, killing all directions. "Whoever stands in my way will die." This is the majesty of this man. Although his figure is slender and hazy, he is so dignified that it makes one's heart tremble. With a flash of divine light, it breaks eternity and makes the gods retreat. No one dares to confront it head-on, and everyone is dodging. Kill. Among the dozen or so ancestor gods, there are 7 or 8 super ancestor gods. Together, they form an unimaginable force. Everyone shouted, wanting to obliterate the man in front of them. However, he is like a dreamy flower, elusive, disillusioned in the void, appearing and disappearing from time to time. I haven't killed a lot for many years, and today my hands are destined to be covered with blood. The slender man let out a long roar, his clothes fluttering, like a wandering dragon, he shot ruthlessly. Reincarnation. A random blow is such an unrivaled supernatural power. As soon as the 6 reincarnations come out, the heaven and earth shake, the Kyushu trembles, the sky cracks, and endless divine light blooms on the land of Kyushu. The 6 worlds are rotating, and the mighty power of the 6 worlds wipes out everything in the world. The cycle of reincarnation is opened, and no one can beat it. Puff. The blood splattered, and the 3 ancestor gods were crushed on the spot, turning into a blood mist, with no bones left, not even a drop of spiritual thought to escape. This kind of supernatural power is truly unparalleled in the world, and no one can compete with it. Xiao Chen watched from a distance. This man is too powerful, incomparable. Damn you all. The man's voice was extremely indifferent. Kill him, no one from this family can be left behind. The voice of the supreme ancestor god came from outside the sky. Want to kill me? The man laughed angrily when he heard the words, and said, hand over my child's soul, or I will wash the blood away. You 3 supreme ancestor gods are nothing more than chickens and dogs in my eyes. I will slaughter you first today. Big words. This was the day when the supreme ancestral god spoke the most, and he kept talking to that man outside the sky. Okay, today I am destined to kill you 3 first. Even if your ancestor jumped out, I will fight. The man in Luoyang City, like an invincible king, ascended to the sky, disappeared in Luoyang, and appeared outside the sky. That's Kiki's father. Xiao Chen immediately made such a judgment, and he also rose into the air, killing towards the sky. In front of him, there are more than a dozen ancestor gods, most of them are super ancestor gods. Xiao Chen was inspired by Kiki's father's arrogance to kill infinitely. The old people in Kyushu and endless creatures all perished, all of which were done by these people in front of him. He sacrificed the primordial demon city, which became stronger and unfathomable after absorbing part of the foundation of the celestial king's god city, and immediately enveloped an ancestor god. Crash! The ancient scroll trembled and spread out between the heaven and the earth. Boom! Shinto is composed of 34 battle swords, and its power is even stronger. Boom! The 2 skylines are like 2 real monuments standing high in the sky, suppressing the sky. With a scream, 2 people were enveloped by the 4 major killers in an instant, and then collapsed into the sky. Xiao Chen was promoted to the real Zanzu state, and his strength became stronger and stronger, so that he could better display the power of the 4 major killers. The ancient scroll was misty and shook violently, absorbing all the blood of the 2 of them. At this moment, the 5 stalwart figures in the ancient scroll became more and more clear, as if they were about to be resurrected. With a move in Xiao Chen's heart, he summoned the 5 hazy imprints of the Tao in his mind, and pressed them down towards the ancient scroll. Boom! The earth-shattering sound erupted, and the death beams hitting him were all crushed. The 5 Avenue brand marks instantly overlapped with the 5 stalwart figures in the ancient scroll, and condensed together. The charm was full and lifelike. The 5 figures seemed to be resurrected. Xiao Chen knew that at this moment, this ancient scroll had really become a heaven-defying battle treasure. When the super ancestor god in front of him killed him angrily, Xiao Chen used the Pengu stone to hide his figure, disappeared into the boundless world, and went straight to the sky. At this moment, he only had one thought, to kill. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent earthquake outside the sky, and endless waves of blood roared like a mighty river. The sky and the earth were crimson, and the endless rain of blood was drifting, falling to Kyushu. Supreme Ancestral God. A Supreme Ancestor God has fallen. Our Supreme Ancestor God was actually killed by a person from the heaven-defying family. The gods were shocked, and in the eternal unknown place, endless blood of the gods spilled down. Today I'm going to start a killing spree. In the eternal unknown place, Kiki's father's voice was icy cold and shook the heavens. He used unrivaled supernatural powers to kill all directions and fight against the gods. Calling for the monthly pass, classified as the top 6 dangers, I did not expect the monthly pass to double so fiercely in the past 2 days. I did not ask for the pass before, and I will ask for it at the end of the month. Ida a bit late. The monthly pass for these 2 days is at stake. Chapter 586, Eternal worlds. Bright blood drops rolled down from the sky, like plum blossoms blooming, dyeing the sky with blood. No one weeps, no one mourns, Kyushu is dead silent, life has long been extinct. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood splashed on his cheeks with his hands. At this moment, he was cold-blooded, almost cruelly inserting half of the shattered spear of destruction into the chest of the ancestor god from another world in front of him. While the other party was staring at him with a distorted and ferocious look, he turned the spear shaft vigorously, and with a violent shock, the spear tip burst into deathlight in his chest, and the true meaning of the great destruction burst out. Amid the desperate roar of the ancestor gods from other worlds, half of the great destruction spear shattered his internal organs, tore his chest, shattered his body, and shattered his soul. The shattered corpses splashed in the air, white bone stubble and scarlet blood, like the sky smeared with sauce was messy. Xiao Chen showed up but did not fluctuate at all. He was like a cold-blooded butcher, punching out, crushing the remnant soul in the sky who wanted to escape. Niu Ren, Lu Mu, Jin Yi, Chen Fang, Wu Ming. Can you rest in peace? I will sacrifice the blood of the ancestor gods of other worlds for you. Xiao Chen felt sad in his heart, but his words were cold and calm, and he shot again mercilessly, detaining the spiritual consciousness that wanted to fly away, and sacrifice the ancient scroll, melting all the flesh and bones into it. In the process of rushing towards the eternal unknown, he used the Pengu stone to hide his whereabouts, and cold-bloodedly and decisively attacked the alien ancestor god who acted alone, successfully killing one person. Boom! When approaching the eternal unknown place, a dull sound came, and an ancestor god from another world shot a thunderbolt and struck towards Xiao Chen. The super ancestor gods have already rushed to the 99 stone steps to fight against Kiki's father. At this moment, the scattered ancestor gods' combat power in the peripheral areas is not so shocking. Xiao Chen didn't retreat, he held the ancient magic city in his hands, and went up against the sky, his whole body filled with murderous aura, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood emerged from behind him. It was shocking. Endless thunder and lightning, all silent in front of the ancient magic city, like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, was taken into the ancient city between Xiao Chen's fingers. He went up against the sky, and the ancient city magnified, as if 3 mountains and 5 mountains gathered together, as if all the giant mountains of Kyushu appeared, and the ancestor god who was suppressed could not move at all. Thinking of the extinction of Kyushu and the bloody mud of old friends, Xiao Chen felt a rush of blood in his chest. Like a roaring river, he wanted to roar, he wanted to kill the enemy, he wanted to pour the enemy's blood on himself, and let the enemy's flesh and blood bloom before his eyes. Aha! Out of depression, Xiao Chen roared out the sadness and anger in his heart for the first time after returning to Kyushu, and ruthlessly grabbed the front with his big hands. The ancestor god from another world who was suppressed by the ancient magic city and couldn't move at all, although his eyes were full of killing, he couldn't resist effectively at all. Xiao Chen stretched out a big hand, grabbed his neck with a bang, and held it firmly in his hand. The country, the city, the city, the city. Buried bones under the dry cliff, the red powder turned into Lois. I will use the blood of the ancestor gods from other worlds as a guide, to light up the dry cliff for you. Can you rest in peace? In Xiao Chen's cold and calm voice, his big hands clenched tighter and tighter. The ancestor god's expression was extremely painful, completely distorted, his eyes were completely protruding, and there were traces of blood on the corners of his mouth. Lo, ants! He spat out these words with difficulty, with an extremely ferocious expression, as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Chen alive, full of unwillingness. Boom! Xiao Chen clenched his big hand tightly, broke his neck at once, and then slammed it violently, immediately separating his ferocious head from the torso. Divine blood splashed, and Xiao Chen's body was covered with blood, but he didn't notice it, and laughed almost crazily. Ha ha ha. Smiling and laughing, he actually shed a few tears, and shouted to the sky, blood is long and empty, and I can't get rid of my eternal hatred. Who can restore my life? Who can resurrect the heroic spirit? Who can bring the people of the past back to the world? There is no one, only hatred, and hatred cannot change the result. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red, and when he returned to Kyushu, everything ceased to exist and was completely destroyed, but he remained silent until today. Looking at the battle body whose head and torso were about to be reassembled, Xiao Chen showed a cruel sneer, and took a step forward, and the ancient magic city covered the sky, smashing that person completely. In the final struggle of the ancestor gods from another world, the purple thunder and lightning pierced through the world, smashing the barrier of the big world, disrupting the continuity of space, and destroying the change of time. However, it still doesn't help, nothing can be changed at all. The ancient scrolls are misty, and all rivers are inclusive, all of which have been collected. Killing an ancestor god again, Xiao Chen became more and more indifferent, scanning the surroundings. There is a mountain of corpses and a sea of AA blood behind him. This is the murderous evil of the ancestor gods from other worlds, all of which appeared around him at this moment. Endless resentment condensed around him. The killing intent supported his killing intent and strengthened his killing intent. The movement here naturally alarmed the super ancestor god in the distance. A tall figure like a mountain came across thousands of miles in an instant, holding a black sky spear in his hand, shining with a cold light. Doomsday God. Xiao Chen's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light, and he stared at the gleaming black death weapon. He thought of Jin Yi, who stammered and had a peachy smile on his face. Brother, my name is Jin Yi. It's hard to find a person who is as elegant as my brother. It's hard to find a good friend in the world. My biggest hobby in my life is seeing beautiful women out of the bath. The familiar words seemed to still be echoing in my ears, and the voice that was somewhat annoying in the past seemed precious and kind at the moment. Xiao Chen looked a little dazed, as if he really heard the signature words of that wretched man. But at this moment, he seemed to see a bloody face again, with a pair of peach blossom eyes blinking with difficulty, and smiled hard at him. Third brother is dying, I have no chance to see beautiful women out of the bath again. Help brother take care of Binglin and Zooming. The premise is, if they are still alive, although they don't like third brother. The peach blossom eyes slowly closed, the difficult smile slowly froze, the blood on the face gradually turned cold. All these seemed to be really echoing, making Xiao Chen feel so real. Is it the message sent to him by Doomsday Tianj? Why did this annoying voice in the past make him feel sour today? The spear of destruction, is this really everything you recorded? Jin Yi. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, his sharp eyes gradually became hollow at this moment, without any brilliance at all, like two abysses, losing the color of life. Even if you know all this, how about the civilization of ants, the rise and fall of life and death? But in the blink of an eye, my family has a dream, and the world has been tens of thousands of years. This ancestor god like a huge mountain has an extremely huge body, standing upright in the void, covered with no blood. It is formed by the condensed resentment of endless creatures, and it will last forever. Doomsday Jay, Doomsday Heaven Jay, Xiao Chen whispered, then roared, staring at this alien ancestor god like a mountain with empty eyes, and said, I want you to die. The words were very simple, but the killing intent full of them shook the heavens, causing the temperature in the eternal unknown place to drop sharply. Retreat. In the endless distance, someone sensed the abnormality here, and sent a voice transmission warning to this alien ancestor god. But Xiao Chen had already taken action. Wrapped in an ancient scroll, he looked like an unrivaled ghost rushing out from the very end of hell, and slayed the giant in front of him. The sad race, you still don't know it. Your demise is already doomed. If I had been hiding, I would never have come out to die. The huge body of the ancestor god of the other world, the energy fluctuations emitted are unimaginable. This is a super ancestor god of the seventh heaven. Boom! Xiao Chen raised one arm high, stretched 5 fingers, and grabbed the 1,000-foot-long pitch-black sky spear. His flesh shell was as strong as the supreme ancestor god, and few could compare with it. He was wrapped in ancient scrolls. Even if the laws of the gods of all worlds were in place, it was difficult to get close. Defense with the heaven-defying war treasure, Xiao Chen wanted to use the most primitive means to deal with the blood-stained alien enemy in front of him. He needed a strong catharsis to find an outlet for that violent mood. When Xiao Chen grabbed the 1,000-foot-long Doomsday Jay, although his body was out of proportion to the huge heavens Jay, his grip was so firm that the mountainous ancestral god of the other world vibrated violently, but he couldn't shake it at all. The laws of the gods of all worlds came together, and rushed towards Xiao Chen, wanting to destroy his soul and shatter his body, but a dim light suddenly came out from the ancient scroll, protecting him tightly. Boom! The meat shell at the peak of the ancestor god contained endless divine power. Xiao Chen snatched the Doomsday Jay, and held the sword that was 1,000 times larger than his body with one hand. There was a dead silence in his empty eyes, and he calmly asked the super ancestor god in front of him, which hand did you use to kill? You ant, don't make such a gesture in front of this ancestor. The huge mountain-like ancestor god from another world, with thousands of rays of light on his body, condensed into thousands of laws and supernatural powers, swept towards Xiao Chen together. Xiao Chen's expression was dull, his eyes were empty, but he swung the Doomsday Spear like lightning, and the ancient scroll was misty, blocking all the laws of divine origin. Puff! With blood splashing, Xiao Chen cut off the right arm of the ancestor god from another world with Tianjie, and it broke off like a mountain, and the blood gushing out was more like a big river rushing. With a roar, the ancestor god from another world wanted to reorganize his body, but at this moment Xiao Chen was the incarnation of cruelty and ruthlessness, like a cold-blooded animal without emotion. His eyes were like two abysses, devouring all colors, and waved the doomsday weapon again. The ancient scroll is misty, and the imprint of the Tao is transferred out, making Tianjie mysterious and hazy, but it covers the entire world, not an inch is not covered, and there is no way to avoid it. Puff. This time, Doomsday Tianj directly cut the body of the ancestor god from another world in half. His huge body was cut into two sections like a giant mountain, spurting blood in the void, shaking the heavens. Xiao Chen let out a roar like a wild beast, abandoned the doomsday weapon, and rushed forward frantically, and began to vent his grief and anger in the most primitive way. Boom! The fingers of the palm were like knives, tearing off the two thighs of the ancestor god from another world at once, dancing in the sky, blood splashing everywhere. Boom! With a violent blow, Xiao Chen crushed the chest of the ancestor god from another world with one foot, causing him to be torn apart. Puff! The punch hit the sky, and thousands of peach blossoms bloomed immediately on that huge head, and the red blood was stained on the white brain, which was shocking. Xiao Chen is like a wild beast, making cruel shots and relentlessly venting. The ancient scroll trembled, covering the world and blocking the sight of the outside world. What happened inside became even more cruel. It wasn't until people kept bombarding the divine light from afar that the place gradually quieted down, and a super ancestor god was obliterated and smelted into the ancient scroll. In the distance, the gods who sensed all this, all changed their colors, but no one came rushing again, not because they were afraid of Xiao Chen, but because the members of the guard's family broke into the eternal unknown place. It was too scary, no one could be distracted. Now, the most important thing is not to kill Xiao Chen, but to besiege and kill this unrivaled powerhouse who came here. Holding the Pengu stone token, Xiao Chen finally came to the eternal unknown place. His empty pupils had already become a little colored, and he had calmed down after venting just now. In the distance, a cold corpse was quietly suspended in the void. It was split in half by an unrivaled divine technique. The sky cap was split between the legs, and it was divided equally symmetrically. It was the supreme ancestor god who possessed the immortal sky shield. At this moment, his blood had already dried up. Although his body was preserved, his spiritual consciousness had been killed by KK's father. Terrible unknown divine art, while splitting the flesh shell of the supreme ancestral god, at the same time obliterating its soul. What kind of magical power is this? Appalling. At this moment, in the unknown place of eternity, the gods are besieging and killing KK's father, but his figure is as hazy as smoke, as ethereal as a cloud, and he is elusive at all, walking among the gods. This is the divine law of eternal ages and worlds. One step forward, you can travel through the ages and the myriad worlds. It is unfathomable and unstoppable. Everyone must stick to their spiritual sense, choose the opportunity to take action, and don't let him take advantage of it. In the distance, the two supreme ancestor gods did not make a move, but reminded. I am free and unfettered. Who can stop me? Who can resist? KK's father has a hazy figure and a slender figure. Because of the loss of KK at this moment, he is very different from his past carefree personality. Boom! A super ancestral god was swept by his divine light and turned into flesh. His soul flew away. Use space to imprison, use time to obliterate, block him. The gods responded, and all played out the rules of space, blocking the eternal unknown. Time stops. All the gods shouted. To me, time is nothing but fine sand between fingers. Whether it flows or not is up to me. Under the surprised eyes of the gods, KK's father kept walking in that still space, like a dreamy flower, uncertain of disillusionment, and shouted, farewell to yin and yang for 3 lives and 3 lives. Puff! With blood splashing, an ordinary ancestor god instantly vanished into ashes, while another super ancestor god reminisced about the 3rd life. After the separation of yin and yang, the body and soul were separated, shattered at the same time, and died unexpectedly. Back in time, the gods yelled loudly, shaking their divine power, and joined forces to play this taboo law, not only wanting to beat KK's father back to his childhood state, but also more people rushed to the past, trying to kill him in the past. Time is like a river to me. If I swim in the river, who can drown me? Speaking of this, he kept drinking. Time breaks, time fades away. Puff! The gods rushed to the past, and 2 of them had no time to retreat, and they were forever shattered in the long river of time. The invincible means, the supernatural powers are the best in the past and the present, and the magical arts and spells of the heaven-defying family are unparalleled in the world. You are on the road of the supreme ancestor god, and you have taken the last step. The 2 supreme ancestor gods stared at Kiki's father with inconceivable surprise in front of the 99 stone steps. Although not yet, but it's close. Kay's father, who was originally in the world of Xiaoyao, his voice became colder and colder at this moment, and he made up his mind to kill. This way, I can't let you go, I will definitely kill you, a sinner in this chaotic land. The two supreme ancestor gods are no longer as calm as they used to be, and now they are not only moved, but also full of shock and anger. Call your ancestors, I've never been afraid since I came here. Kiki's father's figure became more and more hazy, with a hint of sadness, and said, if my children can't come back, I will tear apart the world with my blood. Even if I fight to pieces, I will take half of the lives of all of you and your ancestors. Ancestor, haha, a supreme ancestor god laughed loudly, and Senan said in an unspeakable voice, it seems that you still haven't really understood the secret of the 99 stone steps. Shaking the stone steps is the time for your death. Speaking of this, the two supreme ancestor gods shouted at the gods, protect the body of your ancestors. Then they walked up the 99 stone steps hand in hand, stepping over 3 huge stone steps as high as mountains one after another. The body of the ancestor they mentioned naturally refers to the supreme ancestor god who was hacked to death by KK's father. Climbing the 99 stone steps, there is no one dead. This is the response of the two supreme ancestor gods. The gods were shocked, and at the same time, an extremely powerful self-confidence surged into everyone's heart, and everyone was extremely happy. There are no dead people. I want to kill people, and the sky can't intervene. Dad K, who didn't care about anything, was so angry today that he looked strong and domineering, and said, you two supreme ancestor gods, let one more person fall. Hearing this, all the gods moved, and they all shot to block it, and the two supreme ancestor gods showed a dignified expression, walking towards the 99 heavy stone steps while guarding. Reincarnation in the 7 worlds, change in the 8 realms, 99 return to 1, the lore, eternal world. Kiki's father yelled, the great supernatural powers of the ages in the world, not only the footwork, but also the unparalleled divine principles that shock the past and shine today. The endless brilliance illuminates the eternal unknown. At this moment, there is only light left in the world, and nothing else can be seen. The gods cast thousands of god spells, but none of them could stop them. The brilliant light rushed up to the 99 heavy stone steps, where they collided fiercely with the two supreme ancestor gods. In the end, the blood rained, and the sky was stained red with endless blood of the gods, and the blood rain of the supreme ancestor god fell from the eternal unknown place. Boom! A supreme ancestral god fell down 99 stone steps, and his flesh shell was torn apart. Although the body was preserved, the spiritual consciousness was completely extinguished. This is the terrible result of KK's father's ultimate method, the unparalleled supernatural power, the eternal world. The gods were shocked, almost trembling, and the last supreme ancestor god, who had gradually disappeared, rushed up the 99 stone steps. Yi, Xiao Chen watched all this quietly, as if hearing the childish voice of the little thing again, as if seeing KK's weak figure. He felt very depressed, holding the Pengu stone token to hide his body, and the ancient scroll stretched across the sky, taking all the bodies of the two supreme ancestor gods into it, not giving them a chance of resurrection. Brothers and sisters, during the May Day holiday, the monthly pass is doubled, one is worth 2, please support the longevity realm, I will also pull down the monthly pass, call, thank you. Helping people make an advertisement for, the Great God's Curse. Chapter 587, The Supreme Wayam Prince his brother. The corpses of the two supreme ancestor gods disappeared out of thin air, which touched the sensitive nerves of the gods, and more than a dozen murderous intentions shook the eternal unknown place. Without a hint of warning, the two flesh shells were taken away by a secret method. They had already experienced this method. The gods knew that Xiao Chen was coming, and he could hide his whereabouts. Even if he was as powerful as them, it would be difficult for them to accurately capture his figure. Xiao Chen is like a ferocious beast, waiting for an opportunity in the dark, devouring the strong in front of him. The shadow of death is reflected in his empty eyes, ready to succeed with one blow, blood staining the sky. All kinds of God source laws swept all directions at the same time, and everyone took action. Although Xiao Chen's whereabouts could not be found in a short time, their intuition could guide them in the general direction. This kind of killing intent and attack power are extremely powerful. All the gods shot, even KK's father had to walk through the void with the eternal and 10,000 worlds footwork to avoid, let alone Xiao Chen. At this moment, Kiki's father did something that surprised everyone. He soared into the sky and rushed up the 99 stone steps. All the gods that were shooting towards Xiao Chen's direction were all suppressed, and all the gods bombarded Kei's father at the same time without any hesitation, which can be described as an unprecedented concerted effort. The lethality of this member of the heaven-defying family is too great. Killing the two supreme ancestor gods with one hand is shocking and shocking. Every movement affects the hearts of everyone. Every movement he made at random made everyone's heartstrings tense to the extreme, for fear that he would do something terrifying. 5 elements seal the sky. Kiki's father, with a wave of his hand, was a taboo supernatural power, which blocked all the light that hit him, and he continued to rush towards the top of the 99 heavy stone steps. No, stop him, all the gods shouted together. The eternal unknown boils, and all kinds of bright lights shine at the same time, illuminating the ages, shaking the past, and shaking the future. This is the joint force of the gods, and the power of the gods cannot be measured. However, Kiki's father had already lost track of the first 10 steps and rushed up to the 18th stone step. All the destructive force hit a phantom, and the 99 heavy stone steps that shook directly rumbled and shook violently a few times, as if they were about to collapse. Everyone changed color. This place is also a forbidden place for the gods from other worlds. No one can set foot in it. If they really accidentally create 99 stone steps by mistake, the consequences will be immeasurable. Aha! A scream came out, and a blood mist rose from behind the gods. Xiao Chen was like a comet that streaked across the sky, like a condor hitting the earth, finding an opportunity to assassinate an ancestor god. The way of an assassin, the king of darkness, the cold-blooded beast, waiting for an opportunity to strike at any time, makes people hard to guard against. When a super ancestor rushed towards there, Xiao Chen's figure disappeared again, and everyone saw only one arm of the assassinated person falling off, and a large amount of blood staining the sky red. Nothing else could be seen. Xiao Chen refined the flesh and soul of the ancestral god into the ancient scroll, and hit again. Of course, this time the distance was very far away, and he was not within the attack range of the gods. Samsara formation of subduing demons, open! A super ancestor god shouted. He was really angry. They knew Xiao Chen's true cultivation level, and he couldn't threaten them, but they shot again and again, hurting their strong ones. Even the clay figurines got angry. A world-shaking formation appeared in the eternal unknown, blocking the gods, and they had to face the 99 stone steps again, because KK's father brought them too much pressure. Dang dang dang! Dad K rushed through the 27 stone steps, and suddenly there was a terrifying pressure on the top. The mountain-like stone steps seemed to be burning red, exuding unimaginable heat, like the melting of divine iron, and bursting out with terrifying killing lights. 4 elephants returned to silence, and 5 elements seal the sky. Kiki shot out 2 magical rules in succession, and the violent force shook the stone steps, causing everyone below to change color. All the gods showed worry. The strength of this strong man from the heaven-defying family is hard to guess. I don't know if he will use thunder again. At present, the last supreme ancestor god has disappeared above the 99 heavy stone steps. They believe that everything will be rewritten if they wait another quarter of an hour. During this short blank period, there must be no accidents, and we must firmly guard against this killer star from the sky. 3 generations of yin and yang. The 4 elephants return to silence. 5 elements seal the sky. Reincarnation. After a short period of peace, Kiki's father continued to use 4 great supernatural powers, shaking eternity, shaking the past and the present, shattering space, and disrupting time. The 4 terrifying light beams did not hit the stone steps below, but rushed directly to the end of the 99 stone steps. This is simply acting against the sky, and has done things that many people would never even think about. If there are giants in the heavens here, they will all change their colors. At the end of the 99 stone steps, there are too many secrets. Even the Stone King dare not act rashly to the ultimate apex of the forbidden area. All the gods change their colors. The first 3 of the 4 great supernatural powers may be a little strange to the gods, but the 6 reincarnations are unrivaled divine arts, but the supernatural powers juxtaposed with it are naturally equally extraordinary, and the destructive power can be said to be incomparable. The 4 great supernatural powers shake the heavens, shake the eternal unknown, directly penetrate time and space, and appear at the end of the endless 99 heavy stone steps, illuminating the entire sky with bright light. The 99th heavy stone step, which was originally so high that it was impossible to see the slightest view, was shaking violently. All the gods raised their limit consciousness and paid attention nervously. Boom! There was a sound of heaven and earth cracking, the high stone steps shook for a while, and a blurry picture came from afar. The last supreme ancestor god was worshipping there, kowtowing piously on the 99 heavy stone steps. However, at this moment, the stone steps vibrated, and he was violently thrown away. If it wasn't for the bursts of strange light from the last stone step, he would probably be covered by 4 unrivaled magical powers, and even if he didn't die, he would suffer heavy injuries. The mysterious 99 stone steps, the highest one seems to be a sacrificial altar, and all the actions of the supreme ancestor god who worshipped just now have revealed all this. And at the end of the stone steps, there is an endless mist, 4 unrivaled supernatural powers. Even though they rushed up through time and space and appeared there, they can't illuminate the unknown and mysterious mist at all. At the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, there is a magical power. The endless fog seems to be able to devour people's mind, and the gods can't help trembling. It's so terrifying that it's almost evil. However, the 4 unrivaled divine arts only shook the last stone step, and the endless fog at the end did not dissipate at all, and the 4 beams of light completely dimmed. As the light dimmed, everyone couldn't see anything. Even if the powerful spiritual consciousness was raised to the limit, they couldn't perceive it, and as before, all the steps above couldn't be detected. The terrible end, the mysterious and unpredictable power, makes people unpredictable and frightening. The gods from other worlds don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in this forbidden area. At this moment, Kiki's father attacked with a peerless magical technique, and the burst of bright light allowed them to see the tip of the iceberg. Boom! Below the 99 heavy stone steps, the light and mist were misty, and the great formation of subduing demons in reincarnation was forcibly opened by someone. After being submerged in the ancient scroll, the 5 great ways of imprints overlapped with the 5 stalwart figures, which is equivalent to injecting soul into the ancient scroll, making this treasure really promoted to a heaven-defying war treasure. Xiao Chen used it to absorb the divine power of the demon-subduing reincarnation formation, and finally blasted the formation completely, shattering the eternal unknown. You! Amidst the horrified and angry voice of an ancestor god, Shintu split him and was pulled into the ancient scroll. This time the gods reacted quickly, but still only took back half of the blood-spitting thigh, and another fresh life was deprived. This person should be executed. At this moment, everyone realized that Xiao Chen had really underestimated. He possessed several powerful weapons, and coupled with his concealment, his lethality was also terrifying. This is a king of the night, making shots in the dark, making it impossible to guard against. Kill him, you must kill him. A super ancestor god of the 8th heaven glanced around, and 2 rays of light that stretched thousands of miles shot out from his eyes. He was searching Xiao Chen with divine magic, and said, "We must not let him reorganize the divine map, and even shatter the mark of the heavenly tablet on him, which must be destroyed. You are still kowtowing, but you still can't summon the ghost at the end of the stone steps. Since no one can protect you, then I will kill you." Kiki's father climbed up to the 36th stone step. His voice was very calm, but he exuded strong confidence. The steps are as huge as a mountain, and each step is shaking, like red-hot iron, and exudes a terrifying murderous aura. He blocked all kinds of destructive forces with his magical magic, and continued to walk up step by step. 8 changes. Kiki's father shot a ray of divine light casually, and charged towards the end of the 99 heavy stone steps. He actually wanted to kill a supreme ancestor god on this forbidden land in another world. Legend has it that no one dares to let this place be stained with blood. He is touching the bottom line again and again. Boom! The highest floor of the 99 stone steps was once again radiant, and the dazzling divine light traveled thousands of miles away, allowing the gods to once again perceive a partially blurred scene with their spiritual consciousness. The stone steps on the top floor, which looked like a sacrificial altar, were vibrating, and the supreme ancestor god who worshipped was thrown backwards by an incomparable force, and hit heavily on the endless fog in front of him. Boom! He was hit back again, like the stone steps of an altar to protect him, so that he would not be killed. The supreme ancestor god stopped prostrating, turned around, and ruthlessly looked down at Kay's father below. "It's like you against the sky, it's a pity, you're going to fall." This is the voice of the supreme patriarch god. He no longer kowtowed, but quietly stood beside the stone steps. A terrible breath came out, making the gods tremble, and the 99 stone steps were plunged into endless darkness, and nothing could be seen. At this moment, the divine light cast by Kiki's father had already dimmed, and everything above could not be perceived. However, all of a sudden, everyone saw 2 faint lights, clearly transmitted through the endless darkness. Although it is very faint, like a firefly, it is visible to everyone, and everyone can easily perceive it without extra effort. Tap, tap, tap. It was as if an old man was walking slowly in an empty tunnel or a dead tomb, and the soles of his feet touched the hard stone, making a scalp-numbing sound. Everyone felt suffocated, and all the gods felt chills running down their spines. They never thought that their forbidden area was so evil that they all felt horrified. It was an invisible pressure and shock, a coercion full of fear. Many people felt that they were strangled by the ancestor of death, and they felt unspeakable discomfort and fear. Kiki's father stopped on the 49th stone step and remained motionless like a fossil. 2 9-colored lights shot out of his eyes, staring at the top. Tap, tap, tap. The terrifying footsteps continued, very slowly, like a dying old man wandering through the world of life and death. After more than a dozen sounds in succession, the footsteps slowly stopped and stopped on the 81st heavy stone step. Everyone could clearly see that the 2 faint lights were frozen there. "Are you disturbing my rest?" The old voice was like 2 pieces of old bark rubbing against each other. It was old, ugly and scary. It was hard to imagine how old he had become. Moreover, he said to himself, "Rest in peace." No matter how he sounds like an unrivaled ghost, who was disturbed from his deep sleep. "I hope you will stay silent forever." Kiki's father didn't show any expression, calmly looking at the 81st stone steps above. Really, just 2 words, but it shook the heavens, and the eternal unknown was confused for a while, and the chaos was broken and reorganized. At the same time, the dark curtain on the 99 stone steps gradually receded, and all the 81 stone steps appeared, which could be seen dimly. But above 81 layers, it is still pitch black, unable to peep. On the 81st stone steps, a stone man stands impressively. His body is very dry. He is an old man in his dying years. Standing there tremblingly, people worry that he may fall down at any time. Moreover, on his body, there are dozens of horrific cracks vertically and horizontally, like porcelain cracked, being forcibly glued together. It was as if with a slight thump, he would fall apart. A stone man who looked extremely old, covered with dark wounds, skinny and out of shape. Those 2 faint rays of light were emitted by his pair of stone eyes, and they could be seen by everyone through the endless darkness just now, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Just such an old stone man, but filled with a terrifying aura that makes one's heart palpitate. The supreme ancestral god stood beside him very respectfully, like a young child who made a mistake facing an extremely strict teacher. "You are a descendant of sinners in the chaos." The honest man was extremely old, with wrinkles all over his cheeks, and because it was a stone body, it was as if carved by a knife and axe. Speaking of this, his eyes slightly opened and closed, 2 strange rays of light shot out, and he said to himself, "You are actually a direct descendant of one of the 5 fallen stone kings. No wonder you are called the heaven-defying family. You really have enough pride." The honest man's voice was extremely old and weak, but it shocked everyone at this moment. No one dared to speak out, let alone take any action. The gods were shocked. They never knew what was at the end of the 99 stone steps. They didn't want to see such an unfathomable old stone man today. This is definitely the king of stone men who took the last step. They felt that they were too ignorant in the past. They used to be excited because a stone man in their world was about to take the last step, thinking that they could compete with the heavens, but only now did they know that there is such an ancestor in their own side. "Let your descendants return my child's soul, or I will turn this place into a cemetery, take half of your life, and let all your descendants here be buried with them." Kiki's father, without fear, stared at the decayed and disfigured old stone man king. This time, the honest man did not speak, and the supreme ancestral god next to him made a cold voice, saying, "If I were you, I would have endured until I became the unrivaled king. Unfortunately, if you don't become a king, you will be dung after all. Even if you have the heart, you can't change everything. You finally didn't hold your breath and jumped out. Everyone is mortal. I can't succeed. Someone will smash the 99 stone steps and bury everything about you." KK's father spoke calmly, facing all this calmly. "You are wrong. Breaking 99 stone steps doesn't mean anything. If you learn the truth, you will always be in awe of this place." At this moment, the skinny old stone man, whose body was full of cracks, suddenly said slowly, "I have guessed that at the end of these 99 stone steps, there must be mysterious and extremely terrifying ghosts, but there is nothing in this world that cannot be destroyed." Kiki's father stood upright with a slender figure. "Hey, I feel the familiar scent of my old friend." The old stone man's old wrinkled face showed a trace of surprise, and then his face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems to be my brother." Having said that, he slowly raised his dry left hand, stretched out a dry finger, and pointed to a certain area below the 99 stone steps. A misty brilliance, seemingly very ordinary, but it made the gods feel chills down their backs, feeling their hearts swaying and trembling. Xiao Chen was startled immediately, the misty brilliance shot towards him. The brother of the old stone man. Obviously, it was the branded breath of the supreme Tao from another world that made this terrifying old stone man feel a little bit of charm. 6 paths of reincarnation. Kiki's father made a decisive move, and 6 worlds emerged, shattering eternity, cutting off the misty brilliance, and entangled with it fiercely, and the two were submerged together. Everyone was horrified. The finger that the old stone man king casually pointed out required a supernatural power like the 6 paths of reincarnation to cut it off. It was really shocking. After that, all the gods were extremely excited. You have endured for endless years, and you have a big plan, but you can't let go of your family love after all. The ending is already doomed. The old stone man shook his head slowly, sighed, and said, since ancient times, there have been very few true arrogants. In fact, there are very few who can fall into my eyes. You can't avoid it and turn into Lois. The old stone man king spoke very plainly, his old voice was like a curse, which made people feel scalp numb. Boom boom boom, the sound of the sky drum came, shaking to the eternal unknown place. The supreme ancestor god standing beside the old stone man frowned suddenly, and said, someone broke into my world to make trouble. Really, have they all been killed to the house? The old stone man's words were very low, but the coercion made the gods a little unbearable. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the gods and disappointed with them. Everyone was silent, not daring to say anything. Let's see who it is. The old stone man cut through the space with his fingers, and suddenly a dark and deep passage appeared, instantly connecting to another world. A dragon's chant resounded through the sky. From the depths of the dark tunnel, a woman shouted coquettishly from another world, you actually killed my child. The old stone man slowly closed the black hole, and said, it's just a mutated dragon, it can't make any waves. Boom. At this moment, on the land of Kyushu, there was a sudden tremor, which shook the eternal unknown, and the waves spread here. It turns out that you are buying time for him. You should already know that he has already been paid attention to by our world, and he will be taken away at the critical moment. The old stone man's eyes suddenly shot 2 terrifying killing lights, and said, however, even if you stop it, it will not change anything in the end. He raised a dry palm, pierced through the barrier of the world, and patted towards Kyushu. 7 realms reincarnate, 8 realms change, 99 return to 1, all ages and all realms. KK's father yelled, the endless divine light traverses the past and the present, shakes the past, spreads to the future, and shakes the heavens and worlds. This place is completely impossible to peek at, impossible to detect, completely overwhelmed by the magical powers that shock the past and the present. The 99 heavy stone steps no longer exist, there is nothing but light there. The mysterious and unpredictable law of terror penetrates the world of the heavens, and the original law of all worlds is suppressed at the same time. After a long time, the 99 heavy stone steps slowly emerged. KK's father, there was a bunch of shocking blood on his clothes. He had already fallen from the 49th stone step to the 42nd one, but he still stood upright, his clothes rattling. And the old stone man king stood on the 81st stone step, motionless, and slowly retracted his withered palm. Obviously, Kiki's father was at an absolute disadvantage, but everyone was still shocked. He actually withstood the terrifying blow of the stone man king and blocked the palm that contained endless killing intent. I don't allow anyone to take the last step in Kyushu. The old stone man's words were very plain, but full of supreme coercion. Someone was taking the last step to reach the Stoneman King realm in Kyushu. Everyone was astonished. KK's father was not only here for KK, but also meant to delay time. I also said that I will take half of your life away and let the gods of this place be buried with you. Kiki's father stood proudly. He was at ease and didn't care about anything, but he was extremely strong at the moment. Are you bullying me to be weak, sick and disabled? The old stone man king shook his head, and said, it makes sense for me to survive well. That's. In the distance, the gods were shocked. On the head of the old stone man king, there were dozens of gray hairs growing out of the stone hair. Although it was very sparse, it made people feel incredible. How could the hair that only a flesh and blood body have grown on his head? With the help of the divine power of fellow book lovers, to promote the world of longevity, the 6,000 character long chapter calls for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, please click them lightly. Chapter 588. Dad KVS, the ancestor of another world. The skinny, hunched old stone man, covered with cracks, has dozens of long gray hairs growing out of his stone hair. The gloomy gray hair moves with the wind, and at this moment it is a bit dazzling. It is not the brilliance that hurts the eyes of the gods, but the strange hair itself, which makes people deeply shocked. The Stone Man King had already lost his flesh and blood. How could he grow hair that only ordinary people can have? Could it be that his body has too many cracks, his injuries are too serious, and he has fallen to the king's realm, making it difficult to keep his stone body? But how is this possible? Listening to the words of the old stone man, this is clearly his strong support. Flesh regeneration. In an instant, all the gods had such an association, but it was too unimaginable. How could it be possible to grow blood and flesh after walking on the Stone Man Road? Never heard of it. So what? I said that if I take half of your life, I will definitely kill half of your life. Kiki's father was very calm, facing the scary old stone man calmly, as if he didn't see the dozens of strange long gray hairs dancing with the wind. This kind of indescribable self-confidence caused all the gods to change color, and the members of the Nishan family were too lethal. They had to be vigilant, in case Kiki's father really played the most ancient and modern magic, severely injuring the ancestor of the stone man. It would be an unbearable burden for the other world. Backbone, very confident, but the truth is cruel, you might as well give it a try. The old stone man was trembling, but his words clearly expressed his strength and insurmountability. Kiki's father was very calm and said, I'm looking forward to it. In the past, I had a peak duel with one of the 5 great stone man kings, that is, your ancestor, let alone you, just fight. Those stone human eyes, like fireflies, were like 2 will-o'-the-wisps, emitting green light. Congratulations to the ancestors. With the body of a stone man, he started to move forward on the road of no ancestor gods. The 2 paths of cultivation go hand in hand. At this moment, the supreme ancestor god standing beside him congratulated respectfully. Only then did the gods understand why the old stone man had hair. He cultivated into a stone man, but he walked on the path of the supreme ancestor god. This is a shocking message, but also very exciting for everyone. Boom! The old stone man took a step forward, descending directly from the 81st stone step to the 72nd stone step, stretched out a withered palm, and patted down. Although it seemed to be pressed randomly, a black handprint fell down like lightning, and the 72 heavy stone steps below shook violently. This force was enough to crush the ancestor god. The dragon. KK's father waved a red light and shook violently. It turned out to be blood-colored ancestral dragons. Boom! There was a violent collision, and the dazzling light swept away all the gods below the 99 stone steps. Everyone had to retreat, and at the same time guarded against Xiao Chen, who was in the dark. The brilliant light shakes the world in all directions. The first tentative shot already shook the heavens, and everyone present changed color. Turn one's hand to do it, turn one's hand to make it, turn the world. The old stone man made a creepy voice, which was extremely low and gloomy, and the dozens of sparse gray hairs on his head danced wildly like a spirited demon. He played a supernatural power. Rather than the stone man's most powerful combat technique, the world is turned upside down, the world is turned upside down, all covered by that withered palm, like the claws of an unrivaled ghost, completely covering the bottom of the 72nd heavy stone steps. The black clouds billowed, the mist billowed, covering the sky and the sun, and the endless evil spirit shook the world, breaking the continuation of time. KK's father avoided the sharp edge, walked in the void with the footwork of the ages, and shot out all kinds of magical powers at the same time, and the brilliant light swept towards the huge withered claw in the sky. Boom! The old stone man Wang Shenwei is so powerful that it is difficult to stop him. He turned his hand to do it, covered his hand to turn it into a universe, and turned the universe. His claws like a ghost covered it all at once, broke through all kinds of supernatural powers, and fell on Kiki's father. The 9-color rainbow soared into the sky, with Kiki's father as the center, bursting out with dazzling light. His supernatural powers were attached to his body, and his figure was like a dream, almost nothingness, and he took the blow with his incorporeal body. Even so, he was beaten and flew upside down, with traces of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and blood stains on his rattling clothes. All the gods shouted that the ancestor was invincible, and they were all extremely excited. The members of the family who were as powerful as the heaven-defying family were all under the palm of the old stone man king. Such a method was extremely terrifying and frightening. Unless your ancestor is revived, it will be very difficult to find an opponent in this world. The old stone man king spoke softly, but there was an unimaginably strong sense of oppression. Although the first ancestor has passed away, I am still here, and I will still let you bleed for 5 steps. At this point, Kiki's father, instead of retreating, advanced, took 7 steps against the dragon, ascended to the sky, and went straight towards the 72nd heavy stone steps. The gods were stunned. Could it be that this member of the heaven-defying family is crazy, to show martial skills and abandon the unparalleled supernatural power? This is really beyond common sense. Turn your hands to do things, turn your hands to become Kun, turn the world over, and rule the world. The old Stone Man King was also very weird. He still used supernatural powers, and gave up his unparalleled combat power. The two seemed to be reversed, completely giving up their strengths and showing their weaknesses. The supreme ancestral god saw the clues. The old stone man had suffered unimaginable heavy injuries in his decisive battle with the 5 great stone man kings in the past, and his body was full of cracks. It was a fluke to survive. He had been recovering from his injuries for endless years, so he naturally didn't want to fight easily with physical skills. At this moment, the gods were shocked, the 99 stone steps trembled, and at the same time, a terrifying divine light emanated from the sky and the earth. At this moment, KK's father was comparable to the Stone Man King, and he was unparalleled in the world. This is definitely not an ordinary ancient giant city, this is a king's giant city, intact. It is the treasure of the Stone Man King, and somehow it fell into his hands. The terrifying coercion, covering the sky and covering the earth, shook the stone steps as tall as a mountain, and shattered the eternal unknown place. The divine light of the king's giant city was brilliant, shining in all directions, and suppressed the claws of the old Stone Man King like a ghost, and the billowing mist receded like a tide. Boom! The king's divine city descends, suppresses the old Stone Man King, and suppresses him with an unstoppable force. On the 72nd stone steps, the thin body of the old stone man swayed like weeds in a strong wind, and seemed to be broken at any time. 99 returned to 1, through the ages and worlds. At this moment, KK's father shouted even louder. He unleashed this amazing supernatural power, suppressed it with the king's treasure, and then wiped him with the supernatural power. Boom! The old Stone Man King was forced to take 3 steps back, and finally met with a stone body. With his dry hands, the root of which was like iron bars, he stretched out his 10 fingers, aiming at the city of the king and the gods of the ages and worlds. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, the divine city of the ancient king was crushed and cracked continuously, and the withered palm of the old Stone Man King below was also torn apart, and the blood of the stone man was dripping. For thousands of years, the light of the gods shines on the past and the present, shaking the past and the future, and it is even more fierce. The shaking old Stone Man King, his skinny body is constantly shaking. Boom! After all, this is the Stone Man King. With a violent shake of his rickety body, his divine radiance pierced through the heavens and the earth, knocking out the ancient king's divine city at once. But at the same time, his own skinny stone body also made a crack, crack, sound, and all the cracks in the past burst open, oozing Stone Man's blood. The gods were shocked. This member of the heaven-defying family was too terrifying. He did what he said and hurt their ancestor. What kind of power is this? Supreme ancestral god, how terrible will it be to take the last step? The gods said to themselves, KK's father is about to take the last step successfully, but after all, he is not a real king, but he can beat the old Stone Man King. This level of strength and majesty is too shocking. Cough. The old stone man bent his body, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the dark wounds on his body of the cracks slowly healed. He looked down at K's father who was vomiting blood, and said in a very low voice, I really underestimated you. You are worthy of being the descendant of the most powerful enemy in my life. It is not easy to slightly shake my dark wounds away. Kiki's father, in the appearance of a non-king, beat the old Stone Man King with dark wounds and cracked his body, and the news was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The gods were deeply shocked, and shadows appeared in their hearts. If the first ancestor hadn't been born, perhaps those stone men who didn't do their best and didn't take the last step would also be shot to death by members of this heaven-defying family. However, they finally heard that the ancestor said that it was just a slight shock and cracked the dark wound, which made the gods heave a little. Then keep coming. Kiki's father put away the ancient king's god city, and climbed up to the sky step by step. Unfortunately, I won't give you any more chances. Follow your ancestors. The green eyes of the old Stone Man King shone brightly, and he stepped down step by step, stopping on the 63 heavy stone steps. At this moment, the old stone man was almost berserk. The dozens of gray hairs on his head danced wildly, and his deep voice was like howling ghosts, rolling and vibrating, echoing for a long time. The power of the mind, formless and invisible, kills the king, kills the god king, exterminates the demon king, kills, kills, kills. The terrible magic sound nearly collapsed the consciousness of the gods below the 99 stone steps. This was not aimed at them at all, it was entirely aimed at Kiki's father's curse, but it still made them feel the fear of horror and destruction. Especially the last few killing words, it is like a magic sound penetrating into the brain, unable to avoid, impossible to resist. If it is aimed at one person, it is unimaginable. Wouldn't it be against the sky if it is not killed? Although this old stone man king has a hidden disease and his stone body is not as strong as it was hundreds of millions of years ago, after all, he had already stood at the peak of the forest of the strong before endless years. It was impossible for Kiki's father to keep it, and he shot with all his strength. He was promoted to a wonderful state at this moment. His voice was soft, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the world, and the terrifying killing sound could not completely suppress it. Great sound without sound, great elephant has no form, great thought without heart, great art without mantra, no self and nothing, no boundary and no source, law and heaven, nothing without nothing. This is simply an unrivaled magical technique directed at the old stone man king. It is completely tit for tat, but Kiki's father did not intend to do it. It has to be said that he is extremely talented, unsurpassed in the past and present, and he was forced to come out at the most dangerous moment, realizing such an unparalleled magic that is destined to shake the world. The two gods cursed and collided silently. At this moment, nothing can be seen, nothing can be heard, nothing can be felt, depriving the gods of all their perception. Above the 99 heavy stone steps, silent annihilation, this formless, boundless, sourceless, terrifying confrontation that transcends everything, this is the most terrifying battle. Kiki's father, after a brief sublimation, surpassed his original realm, showing the strength that would make the old stone man king change color. When everything dissipated and the perception of the gods recovered, the stone steps from the 54th to the 63rd stone steps were cut down with endless stone powder, which made them a lot shorter. The old stone man king seemed to be unharmed, standing there with his body bent, but everyone saw a little stone man's blood on the 63rd stone step, and it can be inferred that his hidden wounds burst again. However, there is nothing wrong with the old stone man king, and it is difficult to hurt his roots. As for KK's father, he was lying on the 54th heavy stone step, surrounded by blood stains. A large area was stained red, his body was bent irregularly, and it was obvious that the flesh and bones were almost eroded. There was no longer any breath of life there, let alone a single wave of spiritual consciousness, and there were no broken souls floating around. Is it really dead? This was the heartfelt words of the gods, and they couldn't believe it. This member of the Nishan family is too terrifying. He dared to fight against the ancestor of the stone man. If he didn't die today, it would be an unimaginable disaster. KK's father lay dead on the 54th stone step. His blood gradually dried up and solidified. The flattened stone step was black and red, and the pungent blood was wafting away. There was no sound there. A gust of wind blew by, the slender figure was motionless, the clothes on his body rattled, and then disappeared with the wind, turning into fly ash. Then his figure gradually disappeared, and his slender figure gradually dimmed, leaving a line of human-shaped blood on the 54th stone step. As the breeze blew, the divine flowers drifted away, and the flowers rained down on the 54th heavy stone steps, gradually burying the pool of blood and mud. Don't insult his blood and bury him with honor. The old stone man king said flatly, and then he sealed off the eternal unknown place with only one purpose, to prevent the brand of the avenue he sensed before from escaping. Green light reappeared in the empty eyes of the old stone man Wang, piercing through the barrier of the great world, and looking towards Kyushu. This is the most urgent matter now and requires his personal attention. In the endless distance, Xiao Chen wanted to look up to the sky and scream in grief. Was Kiki's father also killed? In the past, in the most evil place, wearing black crystal glasses, holding a grass stick in his mouth, standing with his hands behind his back, a snow-white figure who didn't care about anything, wandering around the world, killing alien ancestors with one hand, how unrestrained. Now, he has broken the curse, regained his human body, and descended as a direct descendant of the 5 great stone man kings. He has extraordinary aura and dared to compete with the ancestors of the stone men. With such an aura, such a hero disappeared like this. It is really sad and indignant. The divine flowers were like rain of tears, each piece was crystal clear, completely submerging the 54th stone steps. The breeze was blowing, and there was a chill and silence here. The gods didn't say anything. Although this terrible opponent fell, they could hardly have the joy of victory. I think, it's hard for me to die. At this moment, a peaceful voice resounded abruptly. Thousands of miles away from the 99 heavy stone steps, a drop of blood condensed into vitality, blossomed into splendor, and turned into a slender figure. From emptiness to solidity, manifested. Kiki's father was prepared for a long time ago, and used the drop of holy blood he gave out in advance as a guide to survive the tragedy of killing and extinction. The gods were shocked. They never expected that this terrible enemy would be resurrected, and not truly extinct. The rain of flowers floated back, wrapping the ball of blood mud back, but the old stone man king did not stop him. The blood mud overlapped with Kay's father, and he reappeared in his real body, like a flowing cloud, like a fluttering wind, floating out of the dust, and standing in the void. Clatter. At the same time, the ancient scroll of the heaven-defying war treasure in Xiao Chen's hand moved with the wind, making noises, and flew towards Kiki's father autonomously. The 5 stalwart figures among them seemed to have life. In the magnificent rivers and mountains, the charm is fully displayed, as if they are about to step out. Brush. The ancient scroll descended in an instant, and Kiki's father took it in his hand. He stared at the 5 stalwart figures in the ancient scroll, and glanced at the 5 stalwart figures for thousands of years. In a short period of time, it seemed that he had gone through the long river of time. He seemed to have experienced 100 generations of reincarnation. Then, KK's father put the ancient scroll on his body. He did not climb the 99 stone steps, but cut off between the stone steps and Kyushu, facing the old stone man calmly, blocking his sight. The eyes of the old stone man king gradually became hollow. He glanced around, and said softly to himself, "I sense your breath, my brother, you will not rest in peace, have you been born again?" The brother he mentioned naturally refers to the imprint of the supreme Tao of another world that Xiao Chen suppressed in his heart. Hundreds of millions of years ago, you were as powerful as you were astonishingly talented, and you sneaked into the chaos alone but never returned. The old stone man king seemed to have thought of many things, and he muttered to himself, and then shot out 2 starlights from his empty eyes, and they shot out at once, re-strengthening the eternal unknown, sealing the place, and said, "Seal the sky first, and I will arrest you after I finish the big thing later." These words are naturally aimed at Xiao Chen. With the Pangu stone token, it is difficult for the old stone man king to catch his trace in an instant. Then, the old stone man looked straight at KK's father, and at this moment his eyes burst into a frightening brilliance, staring at the slender figure in front of him. "You're a great man, but do you really think you can compete with me?" KK's father stood proudly without saying anything, with 9-color divine light on his body, facing the old stone man who was already the unrivaled king hundreds of millions of years ago, with 5 majestic figures looming around him, slowly rotating. But in the end, KK's father took the 5 figures in with the ancient scroll, and his eyes became clearer and clearer. Chapter 589 The heavens are disillusioned. Daring to compete with the ancestors of other worlds, KK's father showed extraordinary strength, which made people amazed and awed. Wearing the ancient scroll as a robe, he cut off the connection between Kyushu and the eternal unknown, and faced the old stone man king, standing calmly without fear. The dry old stone man king, his empty eyes glowed with a little light. He was staring at the ancient scroll, and saw the 5 hazy and tall figures, and his trembling stone body was visibly shocked. "That's right, it's them. Although billions of years have passed, I still clearly remember their appearance, a few terrifying kings who are rare in the ages and have unrivaled combat power." The old stone man's expression was in a trance. He thought of many people and things, and said to himself, "The peerless opponent, the eternal king, although he has passed away, will always be engraved in my heart, and will be my eternal opponent." Obviously, he was using this to motivate himself. Even if several great kings fell, he would not forget the terrible enemy of the past. The old stone man king was originally old and decayed, but now he straightened his hunched body, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Recalling the glorious past, he seemed to have returned to the cruel age of bloody battles. His fighting spirit continued to rise, and the 99 stone steps shook because of this. The dozens of long gray hairs on his head were like chaotic grass in the wind, and the stone body was filled with a magical force. "I beat you into blood just now, and you're still resurrected, but you won't be so lucky in the future. What a pity for a character like you." The old stone man's words were cold, which was very different from his previous meekness. Boom, boom, boom. The old stone man took steps one after another, and actually descended to the 18th stone step. Then billowing black mist rose up around him, like dozens of black rivers, surging up against the sky, rushing to the sky, and the endless black mist condensed into a mace, blasting towards KK's father. Not an incorporeal body, there is a real mace stick in the black mist, a perfect stone soldier, the ultimate killer. Kiki's father is like a mirror flower and water moon, ethereal and dusty, constantly disillusioned in the sky, avoiding the mace stick. Boom! The power of the mace stick was too great, it shattered the sky at once, and no matter where he hid, he was enveloped by the murderous aura on it. This is the ultimate killer that has been contaminated with the blood of the Stone Man King. The cold aura makes the gods tremble involuntarily. It completely locked Kiki's father, and at the same time as the black mist surged, the Stone Man King's blood stained the eternal unknown. Have you seen it? There is the king's blood from your ancestors on it. The old stone man Wang Sen's cold voice came from the 18th stone step, like a thunderstorm. You are old, and you are no longer the unrivaled Stone King of the past. Kiki's father blocked the wolf-tooth stick with the 6 reincarnations, and said, the stone body is not strong, and the path of the supreme ancestor god has not reached the end. You are not confident, but you have to make a fuss about my ancestor's king's blood. You can't do it. Kiki's father didn't speak a lot, but the words weighed as much as 10,000 jun, shaking in the ears of the old Stone Man King, and swaying on the 99 heavy stone steps. The gods change their colors. This kind of words is really rebellious. Even if they are opponents, they can't squeeze their ancestors like this. Everyone stares coldly. Woo! The monstrous black wind swept across the eternal unknown place, and the stone man's blood, as beautiful as the setting sun, rushed out in the black mist, and sprinkled towards Kiki's father. At the same time, the mace rod was pressed down, shaking the world, and the violent power was unimaginably powerful. This is the ultimate power. Nothing can stop it, even Kiki's father, who played the gods of the ages and worlds, can't resist it. Time and space are all shattered, and the mace stick smashes down. This is the horror of the Stone Man King. Pure strength is enough to kill any opponent, no skill, no complicated moves, just one blow to kill. It is impossible to hide. Crash! The ancient scroll draped on Kiki's father stretched across the sky, and the sun, moon, mountains and rivers all appeared in it. This is no longer a picture scroll, but the real origin of the world. 5 stalwart figures, holding the heaven and the earth in their palms, picking up the stars and holding the moon, actually stepped out, and 5 powerful fighting spirits soared to the sky. Boom! The mace stick in the sky was wrapped in endless black mist, and flew out, while the Stone Man King's blood disappeared quickly and dimly. Boom! The old Stone Man King grabbed the wolf-tooth stick, and then flew out from the 18th stone step like a ghost. The speed was too fast, making the time chaotic, and he was like a ghost, silently, holding a mace stick and driving to Kiki's father not far away, and he was about to kill KK. Kiki's father let out a clear whistle, and at this moment he made a surprising move. The ancient scrolls swept across the sky, and with a violent shake, all the 5 stalwart figures were shaken out. He stepped forward, his eyes were as deep as the sea, and he moved quickly, overlapping with the figures of the 5 great Stone Man Kings respectively. Do you want to elevate yourself to the realm of a king by borrowing the origins of the 5 avenues? Unfortunately, you haven't taken the last step after all. Even if you match the brand of the 5 avenues, you still can't show the real power of a king. When the old Stone Man King said these words, the mace had already come close to him. Boom! However, KK's father displayed a combat power beyond the imagination of the gods. The ancient scroll was misty and shook the universe, and he actually blocked the mace. The two were like light and electricity, their figures disappeared completely, and they fought fiercely together. The eternal unknown is no longer eternal, it was beaten badly, and the 99 heavy stone steps rumbled and shook violently, as if they were about to collapse. The battle of the peerless powerhouse shook the heavens and the world. This was the collision of the origin of the Tao, and it was also the impact of the supreme combat power and the unrivaled magic. All the gods changed their colors, and KK's father was able to defeat the old Stone Man King. This kind of method made people feel chills on their backs. They didn't take the last step, but they were comparable to the Stone Man King. Crash! When the ancient scroll was unfolded, it was thousands of miles long, and it pressed the old Stone Man King below, wanting to refine it. At the same time, various magical powers and spells are constantly blooming like divine flowers. KK's father condensed the 5 kinds of avenues into one body, and his combat power was like the sea, climbing to a new height. He could almost wait for the Stone King. In addition, his means were against the sky, so that he could compete with the old Stone King. On the 99 stone steps, the face of the Supreme Ancestor God was dull. In order to walk the path of the Supreme Ancestor God, he silenced several civilization histories and endured the torment of years, but he was left far behind on this road. He felt a bit of regret, and felt that he should go to the Stone Man Road. His eyes were full of disappointment, and then a stern look flashed past, and he shouted, "Help the ancestor subdue the demon, kill him quickly." The gods were about to take action, but the cold voice of the old stone man king came out, saying, "I'm here, it's not your turn to give orders yet." Yes, the supreme ancestor god woke up instantly, and cold sweat immediately flowed down. Around, the gods were even more silent, daring not to say anything. "End it." The ruthless voice of the old stone man king shook the eternal unknown. The mace stick passed across the sky, and with a poof, blood burst into the sky. KK's father was smashed from the chest down, turning into a blood mist, and there was nothing left. Only the parts above the chest remained intact, and a large amount of blood sprayed out, flying obliquely. But he didn't show pain, and his expression was calm. While the blood spattered and flew out obliquely, he said, "With my heart, I will go through the past and the present, connect 10,000 realms, shake the origin, and kill the Stone Man King." His remnant body and the ancient scroll were condensed into one, turned back in an instant, communicated with endless mysterious power, opened the gates of the heavens and worlds, and thousands of gods drowned towards the old Stone Man King at the same time. Boom! In a fierce collision, the old Stone Man King's wolf-toothed stick crossed the sky, shaking the heavens, shaking the ancient and modern, and smashing thousands of gods. Roar-a! But at this moment, the old Stone Man King let out a roar, as if he was extremely angry, which had never happened since the war started. Kiki's father, the upper half of his body was cracking, but he grabbed a dozen long gray hairs in his hands, tearing off the flesh and blood that the old Stone Man King was so proud of. At the same time, he shattered the left arm of the old Stone Man King with the spirit that he sublimated just now, and a pile of stones fell down. Everyone changed their colors. This member of the heaven-defying family was too powerful, and he directly injured the ancestor of the Stone Man, which made the gods feel unreal, and some couldn't believe it. Boom! The upper half of Kiki's father was shattered and turned into a cloud of blood, which was about to dissipate. At this moment, two terrifying green lights shot out from the eyes of the old Stone Man King, and he stepped forward with a mace stick in his right hand, intending to completely destroy the blood mist. The 5 stalwart figures standing beside them spun simultaneously, covering the blood mist. Crash! The ancient scroll shook, taking in all the 5 stalwart figures and the cloud of blood mist, turning them into a ray of light and rushing towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen copied it in his hand, held the Pengu stone to hide his figure, and quickly fled to the distance. It's not that easy to leave. The old Stone Man King was furious, and 2 green lights with a length of thousands of miles shot out from his eyes, and the primordial spirit was attached to them, and he could see everything in the world. At this moment, even with the Pengu stone token, it is difficult to really hide his figure, but the old Stone Man King saw through the truth in a moment. Click click, the skinny old Stone Man King rushed out of the endless black mist with his broken arm, swept back all the broken stones around him, and reassembled his left arm. He took a step forward, cut off the way ahead in an instant, blocking Xiao Chen's way. Walk! At this moment, Papa K in the ancient scroll condensed his body again, and rushed out with a pale face, while the god of eternal worlds wrapped Xiao Chen, changed direction, and escaped for thousands of miles. Although the eternal unknown place was sealed by the old Stone Man King, but Kiki's father can compete with him, so he can open it naturally, and they escaped from this space. The old Stone Man King had just chased him out, but he stopped his pace again. A pair of Stone Man's eyes shot 2 sharp colors. He tore apart the space and walked towards Kyushu 1 step at a time. I don't allow anyone in Kyushu to take the last step. The strength of the old Stone Man King is horrifying. He came from the eternal unknown to the land of Kyushu in 1 step, facing the life-filled Luoyang city. He disappeared in place like a ghost, and brought a black wind into the depths of the underground city of Luoyang, the capital of God. With a single slap, the stone gate in front of him that could block the path of the ancestor gods was smashed into flying ash, showing his strength without a doubt, and he stepped into a mysterious and strange space, with green mountains and beautiful valleys inside. The sound of the piano lingered in front of him, and a decadent man with a hint of melancholy was sitting on the road ahead, playing the guqin with his slender and fair fingers. Zhegan, why are you here instead of snatching the Dao fruit? The old stone man stopped and stared at the human demon Zhegan. How can I take it away? The human demon Gegan saw the ancestor of the alien world, and had the slightest respectful words. I sat alone, didn't even look up, and was still plucking the strings. You actually killed him. 2 cold lights shot out from the eyes of the old Stone Man King, staring at the lush vegetation behind Zhegan. In the woodland with towering ancient trees, blood flowed out. Under the eyes of the old Stone Man King, the woodland turned into fly ash, revealing the corpse of a giant god. It was the giant god who blocked Xiao Chen when he wanted to enter the heaven with the token of the envoy of the heaven. At that time, this person and Jagon were guarding in front of the waterfall hanging down from the sky at the same time. This person is a supreme ancestor god. Although I entered another world, I don't want others to insult my past. Jagon stopped the sound of the piano, raised his decadent and melancholy head, stared at the ancestor of the stone man, and said, "He is dictating me, so I don't want to see him again." The rare old stone man king didn't get angry, he stared at Jagon and said, "Well, there are already 2 stone men who haven't taken the last step to snatch the Tao fruit. If you don't want to go, I won't force you." Speaking of this, the old stone man king walked in like a ghost, silently, with waves of black mist. Jung, the divine strings of the Gukin trembled, and a cold light shot out from the strings, cutting off the road and blocking the way of the old stone man king. "Jagon, you want to attack me and block my way?" The old stone man's eyes suddenly shot 2 cold lights. "The person who took the last step was the only one who didn't give me a cold look, you all know it." This man who was abandoned by heaven and abandoned by the world, his decadent expression was swept away at this moment. He suddenly raised his head, looked directly at the old stone man king, and said, "I don't care about others. If you want to kill him, I have to do it. But it's true, if you don't make a move, I will be suspicious." At this point, the old stone man Wang's eyes shone coldly, and he said, "But, if you do something to me, have you considered the consequences? My world is gloomy, without colorful colors, and the consequences are all the same to me." Speaking of this complicated man seemed very melancholy, and there seemed to be no hope or light in his heart. "Well, if you insist on shooting, don't blame me for being ruthless." The old stone man's words were very flat, but the temperature here suddenly dropped to the extreme. He glanced at the depths of the space, and then strode forward. Boom! Jagon slapped the ground, the space was shattered, and he slashed forward. At the same time, the Gukin was clanging, and each string swept out a terrifying divine light, drowning the old stone man king in an instant. The withered body of the old stone man king was violently shaken, and all the divine lights were completely extinguished. At this moment, Gegen's stone arm soared, reaching thousands of feet long, traversing it, shaking the world, directly smashing all the black mist in front of the old stone man king, and the terrifying fluctuations shook Kyushu. Boom! The old stone man king greeted him with his stone claws. When the two met, there was a sound of breaking. Jagan's stone arm shattered into stones and fell down with a crash. But at this moment, a new arm of flesh and blood manifested in an instant, replacing the stone arm, drawing thousands of gods, and knocking back the old stone man king by half a step. As expected, you did not disappoint me. As expected, you are the person I value. Everyone has seen you build the magic city, but they don't know that you have already passed the road of the stone man, and what you have really walked is the path of the supreme ancestor god. The old stone man king stared at Jie Qian, the brilliance in his eyes was a bit complicated. Only then did Jagan stand up slowly and block the road ahead. Do you really want to fight with me? The old stone man looked at Jie Chang. I have no choice. Renmo Gegan stood there quietly, his tone firm and unquestionable. Okay. The old stone man king stepped forward. The invincible stone man king's demeanor was beyond doubt, and his fierce fighting spirit caused all the surrounding mountains, rivers and land to crack, and then shattered, turning into dust in an instant. If the sky abandons me, the sky can also be deceived. If the world abandons me, the world will be destroyed. If the sky abandons the world, the heavens will be disillusioned. The past and the present will run through. I am the only one who is independent. This body is immortal, and all the heavens will be shattered throughout the ages. At this moment, human demon Jie fought without any haste, and such a voice came out of his mouth, and as soon as this kind of god came out, all the heavens shook together. This kind of law is too terrible. Once it is successful in the future, it will destroy the heavens and myriad worlds. From it, we can see Gegen's wish, his determination, and his terrifying potential. There is no brilliance between the heaven and the earth, the sky is covered in gray, the melancholy color, the decadent life, fully shows the state of mind of the devil and the god, and the terrifying god rule deprives all sentient beings of perception. At this moment, there is only destruction and nothing else. At this moment, even though the heavens and worlds cannot be shattered in an instant, it still has the terrifying power to shake the ages. This god can be said to be astonishing in the past and the present. The stone eyes of the old stone man king couldn't help shooting 2 strange beams of light, and he could see the fluctuation of his mood, and the black mist surged in his right hand, and a huge spike stick manifested. He actually shot with stone soldiers, it can be seen that he attaches great importance to Jagan. Boom! The wolf-tooth stick smashed all directions, resisting the destructive power of the heavens and the world, and the unrivaled combat power surged like a surging river, shaking the ancient and modern. In the aura of destruction, he faced the ocean-like killing light, shattered all the rules, and pushed towards Jagan step by step, holding the mace high. However, Jagan disappeared instantly, as if he had escaped into the heavens. The old stone man king was like a terrifying ghost, silently and unswervingly moving in a certain direction. If the sky abandons me, the sky can also be deceived. If the world abandons me, the world will be destroyed. If the sky abandons the world, the heavens will be disillusioned. The past and the present will run through. I am the only one who is independent. This body is immortal, and all the heavens will be shattered throughout the ages. At this moment, Jagan's voice sounded again, and the power of destruction became stronger. And, immediately after the second time, the third time, the sound kept ringing, one after another, each time becoming more terrifying, and finally they became one piece, like a chanting, and like a curse. It seemed that the heavens were really about to collapse. Chapter 590 The Power of Demons. Jagan, a complicated man, with a gloomy life, a melancholy life, and a decadent state of mind, at this moment, his voice is like an ancient curse, resounding through the heavens, connecting them into one piece, shaking all realms, running through ancient and modern times. Boom! The old stone man king unswervingly moved forward in one direction, and finally swung the mace stick in his hand. The mist surged, and the fighting power was overwhelming, nothing could stop it. Jagan swept out a divine pattern, and his body was like a ghost in nothingness, and he retreated lightly, as if he was not under any force, and disappeared into the world like smoke and mist. The mace stick that could shatter the world seemed to have hit the pile of cotton, unable to exert its strength, as if it had been punched out with all its strength. The gods have also come here, and everyone is quite surprised. The human devil Gogan gives people an unfathomable feeling, and he can calmly face the ancestor of the stone man. Jagan, I don't want to kill you. It seems that it is difficult to suppress you in an instant. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Although the old stone man's words were plain, everyone could hear his murderous intent, and the aura of the unrivaled king burst out suddenly. Boom! This strange world not located in Kyushu, which was opened up by people, suddenly collapsed, and many places directly turned into chaos and returned to the original. The majestic king is mighty for millions of miles, penetrating the heaven and the earth. The only dozen or so long hairs left on the old stone man's head are flying wildly. His eyes are as sharp as lightning. Jagan remained unmoved, his voice became louder and louder, spreading to every corner of the world. Even if the 9 heavens thunder fell, it would still be suppressed. The sky and the earth are gloomy, broken sky towers, suspended in silence, there are many broken weapons, and endless corpses. This is a corner of Jagan's gray state of mind, solidified and manifested. The old stone man king was like a black ghost, climbing to the sky in one step, holding a mace stick, sweeping towards the endless broken walls and ruins. Boom! At this moment, this world completely shattered. A single blow from the mace shattered a real world, and nothing existed in this space opened up by people. The terrible old stone man king, with unparalleled combat power and unrivaled power. Chaos surged, and in the distant depths, a decadent figure, although shaking, did not fall down. If the sky abandons me, the sky can be deceived. If the world abandons me, the world will be destroyed. If the sky abandons the world, the heavens will be disillusioned. The past and the present will run through each other. I am the only one who is independent. This body is immortal, and the heavens will be shattered throughout the ages. This kind of magic sound became the only one in the world, as if there was an invisible big hand grabbing towards the old stone man king. At this moment, the skinny old stone man king holding the mace seemed to have been hit hard, and his body shook violently, as if he would fall down at any time. On the edge of chaos, the gods were shocked. No matter what, they never thought that Jagan would be so powerful. The power of humans and demons is immeasurable. Puff! In the distance, the human demon Jagan spat out a mouthful of blood in the turbulent chaos, and the loud voice between heaven and earth froze suddenly. The gods were pleasantly surprised, but their smiles froze instantly. At the same time, the old stone man king's right arm holding the stone club shattered with a crash, and fell into the sky, turning into a pile of rubble. Jagan, you surprised me. The old stone man king spoke in a low voice, without any joy or worry. With a crash, his right arm reorganized, and the falling stone stick returned to his hand. Because you are really old, your stone body is not strong, it is no longer perfect, and you are no longer the unrivaled king of the past. The gods changed their colors and their murderous aura rose to the sky. Dormant for endless years, I not only want to return in full, but also surpass. The old stone man king's body was straight, and he became more and more terrifying. He pushed forward step by step, then suddenly accelerated, swung the big weapon in his hand, and hit chaos in front of him. Boom! The shocking war broke out, and the chaos here collapsed and reappeared, and it was difficult for the gods to perceive everything inside. The expressions of the people who followed here were constantly changing as time passed. The time at this moment is too precious. The old stone man king was blocked here, and he couldn't break through for a while. Jagan, if you don't retreat, you will die. The old stone man king sternly shouted. My world has long lost its brilliance and hope. For me, life is the same as having or not. The darkness is as good as ending. Dazzling brilliance erupted from the chaos, and thunder shook the sky, but it was difficult to suppress the voices of the two. Then rest in peace. The old stone man king showed his murderous intentions. Although the gods couldn't see it, at this moment, they all felt chills, and a cold chill rose up their backs. Boom! The endless chaos was shattered by the mace stick, and the chaotic mist surged, revealing the scene inside. Jagan was blown away. His body was shattering, but the melancholy on his cheeks was disappearing, and the expression of calmness was expanding. The power of the mind, formless and invisible, kills the king of murder, slaughters the king of gods, exterminates the king of demons, kills. The old stone man king seemed to be worried, but he immediately cast these unrivaled gods, and fought towards the human monster, trying to destroy it. Boom! Endless magic light flooded the place, and Jagan's shattered body instantly turned into fly ash, like a cloud of smoke, slowly drifting in the chaos. The gods didn't dare to show their grandeur. The strength displayed by the old stone man king was too domineering, and the wolf-tooth stick smashed all directions. They thought they could hardly look up to the end of this kind of combat power in this life, which deeply shocked their hearts. Even Gauguin, who was as powerful as a human demon, couldn't stop him, let alone them. Everyone felt a trembling feeling. At this moment, two sharp rays of light shot out from the hollow eyes of the old stone man king, scanning the slowly floating clouds and smoke in front of him, and said, "You haven't died yet. Abandoned by heaven, abandoned by the world. You have appreciated me, and what I owe you, I have returned to you." Quote. Jagan's melancholy face emerged from the clouds and smoke, with a hint of sadness, decadence, and despair. He looked at the old stone man king and said, "You want to kill me, why should you be so decisive? I am only afraid that others will treat me kindly, not that others will treat me evil. If you had left a glimmer of life just now, I would have been destroyed, but if you were so decisive, it would be counterproductive. The sky can also be deceived. If the world leaves me alone, the world will be destroyed." The clouds and mist were misty, and Jaiqian reappeared in the chaos. Apart from being more decadent and melancholy, he couldn't see anything wrong. "Gegan, your growth surprised me. A person who has stepped out of the path of the supreme ancestor god has almost taken the last step. It is really a pity to kill you." The old stone man pressed forward with a mace stick in his hand. "I'm afraid you can't kill me with your injured body." At this moment, Jagan suddenly became extremely strong, which was quite different from the previous temperament, like a sharp blade, and walked towards the old king. Chaos was constantly vibrating in his footsteps. In the distance, the gods felt their hearts pulsating with his steps, seeming to rhythmically match them. Boom! The old stone man Wang Qing swept away thousands of troops with his stone stick, and charged towards Gegan. Boom! This is an unimaginable collision. Jagan confronts the old stone man head-on, with a gloomy life, a decadent world, and a hopeless brilliance. His state of mind blends with the surrounding environment, submerging the old stone man inside. It can be seen that the hazy and thin figure of the old stone man king is struggling, but it is difficult to get rid of the dark fog. Roar! A scalp-numbing scream came out, shaking all worlds, breaking through the barrier of the Great World, and causing the land of Kyushu and the Four Worlds to crack. The old stone man king was like an unrivaled ghost, making such an angry sound. Boom! Blood spattered, and he swung the mace, smashing Jagan's chest down, causing half of his body to shatter immediately. However, half of his own skull was torn off by Renmo Gegan, and it was firmly grasped and shattered in his hands. Following KK's father, Jagan completely captured the flesh and blood of the old stone man king, and the last dozen or so long hairs, as well as a little bit of flesh and blood, were wiped out. The gods were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. This was too shocking, beyond their imagination. A creepy low growl came from the mouth of the old stone man king. He was like a wounded beast, his empty eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, and there was a palpitating fierce light blooming. He turned into a black shadow, rushed forward, and without using the mace, he tore Zhe Gan's broken body to pieces with his bare hands, and then showed unrivaled supernatural powers, wanting to completely refine and obliterate it. The thick black mist completely enveloped Zhe Gan's broken body. The old stone man king wanted to sacrifice Mo Zhe Gan alive, and the gods were terrified to see it. However, the blood mist covered by the black mist seemed to be difficult to refine and indestructible, and the voice of the human demon Zhe Gan came out clearly. If the sky abandons me, the sky can be deceived. If the world abandons me, the world will be destroyed. The sky abandons the world, the heavens are disillusioned, the past and the present run through, only I am independent, this body is immortal, and the heavens of all ages are shattered. Boom! The cloudy mist actually shattered, and a terrifying light beam shot out, piercing the chest of the old stone man king, and half of the stone man's body was almost shattered. Zhe Gan, the old stone man roared, as if he had never expected such a result. Zhe Gan's combat power was stronger than he imagined. He shouted, "Use the power of the heavens to refine the immortal demon soul." He was completely berserk, no matter what. He also wanted to obliterate the human demon Zhe Gan. The endless mist shrouded Zhe Gan again, the gates of the heavens opened, and endless mighty power surged in. The human devil Gegan, like a trapped chrysalis, was sealed in a cocoon woven by the mighty power of the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from the depths of the chaos. The old stone man king changed color on the spot, reorganized the stone body in an instant, and violently shook the cocoon 9 times with a mace stick, before rushing into the depths of the chaos without looking back. The gods also changed their colors. They knew that the strong man who took the last step, if he didn't stop him at the critical moment, he might be born soon. The old stone man king disappeared, and the black mist slowly dissipated naturally. To the shock of the gods, the blood mist did not dissipate, but slowly gathered together, and the melancholy Zhe Gan reappeared in the world. In the end, the old stone man king failed to beat him to death with the mighty power of the heavens and the mace stick, but he survived tenaciously. This kind of vitality is too abnormal. When everyone saw him, they trembled in their hearts. The human demon Zhe Gan didn't even look at them, and walked forward lonely, gradually going away, disappearing into the chaos, and soon a sad piano sounded. This is not only a melancholy and decadent man, but also a man full of demons. The gods didn't want to stay here for a long time, so they rushed into the depths of chaos and followed the old stone man king. At this moment, Xiao Chen and KK's father arrived, but K's father did not stop, and rushed directly to the depths of the chaos. Xiao Chen stayed for a short time, and asked in the direction of the sound of the piano, "Since you have such strength, why do you still lie dormant? The more you know, the more you will despair." Zhe Gan actually answered him. After a long silence, the human devil Gegan let out a deep roar, saying, "You leave quickly, I can't help but want to kill someone. I have betrayed Kyushu, and I am a sinner through the ages." Clank clank, the sound of the piano clanged, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. Zhe Gan looked like a demon king, with disheveled hair, and his empty eyes stared at the sky, full of despair. Xiao Chen took one last look there and rushed into the depths of the chaos. In the depths of the chaos, there is a huge ancient city of gods, towering majestically, with walls as long as mountains, entwined with vines as thick as dragons, dotted with divine flowers, bursts of fragrance wafting out, full of powerful waves of life. At this moment, the old stone man king had arrived in front of the giant city, and his eyes shot out 2 cold lights, scanning everything in front of him. In front of the huge city gate, there were 2 piles of dilapidated rubble. Upon closer inspection, it was found that they were actually 2 stone men. Of course, they were the stone men who failed to take the last step, and were smashed here. A slow-moving old stone turtle was pacing between 2 piles of gravel, staggering and staggering, as if it would fall over there at any time. The moment he saw the old stone man king, Shigui swayed and said softly, "Chaihuo, long time no see, do you miss brother?" The gods at the back recognized at a glance that it was the hateful old turtle who smashed the stone man from the other world with 3 punches in the curse world. And the firewood in his mouth naturally refers to the ancestor of the other world. Although the withered body of the old stone man king did look like a piece of firewood, the gods still felt mad when they heard this. "You old tortoise said it yourself, is there anything I'm thinking about?" The old stone man Wang spoke coldly, staring at the old tortoise coldly. "It's really bad, so to speak, my old man, you must know that every part of this turtle is worthy of admiration. For example, is it a turtle shell or a turtle tail? Can it be boiled into soup or stewed into porridge? You old firewood is really nothing. Old Turtle shrank his neck, as if feeling very cold. The 2 stone men in my world have been silent for 3 civilizations, and now you killed them just after they came out. The words of the old stone man king were very cold, and he stared at the old turtle coldly. Stop it, it wasn't the tortoise's fault. Although I'm surnamed Wong, I've never been to the realm of the stone man king. I'm just a mortal tortoise. The 2 of them accidentally pretended to be dead outside the city wall. The old tortoise swore, pointing at the city wall, and said, "Look, there are traces of when they hit the wall. Sigh, I can't do it if I can't think about it." In the rear, the energetic Chichao was alive, and his nose was almost crooked. Even though the mighty stone man didn't take the last step, he was still a peak powerhouse in another world with peak combat power. To be told by this old turtle that he was useless, and to kill him. It makes people have the urge to cut this old turtle severely. Don't pretend to be crazy, I know your details. The old stone man's eyes were as sharp as a blade. You know what a fool, my old man died a long time ago, and now it's just a ray of remnants talking to you. Then I will obliterate you completely. The old stone man Wong pressed forward with a mace stick. Unless you smash all those stells first, save your energy. My old man was born great and died gloriously. A ray of remnants will last forever. The old tortoise looked as flat as a human being, lying on his back between 2 piles of rubble, with his feet raised and swaying leisurely. With this demeanor, it is unbelievable to face the unrivaled king and the ancestor who had reached the summit hundreds of millions of years ago. All the gods gritted their teeth and looked fierce. Old thing, dare to despise me. The old stone man swung his mace stick, ready to sweep forward. The man I raised, if you don't come out, my old man's house will be demolished. The old turtle suddenly yelled. Chapter 591 Open the sky, open the earth, and bury people. Hearing the exaggerated yell of the old turtle, the old stone man king was startled, and the mace stick in his hand was fixed in the air, and his deep stone eyes scanned all directions. He felt as if he really had a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark, like a powerful beast staring at its prey. However, when he went to explore by himself, he couldn't perceive anything. This is a terrible phenomenon. Even though the old stone man king's heart has been petrified, he was shocked at this moment. What are you screaming about, you old turtle? The old stone man kept his composure, and continued to push towards the old turtle, his mace pointed obliquely in front of him, black mist billowed, and his evil spirit was overwhelming. He looked like a ghost. The old turtle squinted at him, lying on his back between 2 piles of rubble like a human being, with his legs crossed, swaying leisurely, and said, "Are you scared, stupid? You will see a real person in a while, don't give a shit, I advise you to run away as soon as possible." Behind, the gods were dumbfounded, then gnashed their teeth. What is the origin of this old turtle? Facing the unrivaled ancestor of the stone man, he didn't have the slightest sense of awe, and his humble appearance was really hard to see through. Where is that person? The old stone man Wang Shi's eyes were full of cold electricity, and he scanned the surroundings, and the mace stick was surrounded by evil spirits, wailing. My old man can talk casually, and you believe it? Then let me talk casually, the other world will be destroyed, and you will die too. The old Shigui looked gloating. You, the old stone man's eyes glowed fiercely. What kind of person he is? The high and mighty stone man king has always been looked up to by others. Where has he ever met such a cunning old turtle who dared to tease him with such a playful smile? Don't be so angry, you are a dying person, just like me, a living creature that doesn't belong to this world anymore. With thief eyes, the old turtle glanced at the old stone man king, and said, "Make an appointment, let's go to hell and drink tea together." Xiao Chen, who rushed here, was quite speechless. This old man dared to tease him like this in the face of the unrivaled king. Isn't it just after the death of the meeting to drink tea in hell? He really thought that the old stone man king had fallen. 2 green rays of light shot out from the eyes of the old stone man Wong, like 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisp, and said in an extremely cold voice, "You tricky old turtle. What's the matter? I'm not happy to go to hell to drink tea. Look at your appearance, you are very ghostly. I invite you to go to heaven for tea, and you are not afraid of attracting thousands of people to watch. Aren't your disciples and grandchildren trying to attract the attention of the world of death? They have already dug a grave for you. When the time comes, we will have a happy reunion in hell." The gods were very upset. With such an attitude, the old turtle was showing contempt for the entire alien world when facing the ancestor of the world. The old stone man king waved his mace stick and ruthlessly swept forward. Whoosh! The old tortoise jumped up and down for more than a dozen miles, comparable to a lively rabbit, completely different from its old-fashioned appearance before. You don't pay much attention to firewood sticks. You can hit whatever you want. You don't have the demeanor of a world-class expert. Come on, Master Turtle will tell you that if you become a strong man with both virtue and skill. The old turtle was in the distance, chattering and talking endlessly. In response to this, the old stone man Wang Gujing had no waves, swept the army with a mace in his hand, and fought forward. The chaos collapsed, and the ancient city in front of him shook, making a loud rumble. There's someone behind you, the old stone turtle yelled. Stop talking nonsense, it's useless to delay time like this. The old stone man king was unmoved and locked on the stone turtle. Grandpa Turtle said, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of your eyes. The old Shigui was disillusioned and disappeared from the front. However, the old stone man king didn't pursue it at all. The mace's tooth stick was infinitely enlarged, like a mountain shattered into chaos, and fell towards the ancient city ahead, which was his primary goal. Swipe. The divine splendor bloomed, the green vines soared to the sky, and 9 crystal clear green vines, like 9 emerald green ancestral dragons, soared into the sky from the ancient city. The lines were tens of miles long, and the roots were like continuous mountains, piercing through the chaos, and facing the falling mace. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, the power of the entire world seemed to be emptied, and the entire chaos completely disintegrated in all directions, exposing the vast area around the immemorial god city. The 9 divine vines collided fiercely with the mace, and the endless glow shrouded it, making it impossible to see through. Click! The 9 divine vines were almost broken and returned to the ancient god city, but soon recovered in the city, intact as before. Just when the old stone man Wang strode forward and was about to take another action, the voice of the old stone turtle came from behind. It seems that my old man has to work hard. He stood up, like a man with a turtle shell on his back, and slowly pushed towards the old stone man king. The old stone man Wang Huo turned around, faced the old stone turtle, and directly swiped out the mace. Now he didn't want to waste any time. Whoosh! Although the old turtle said he was bloody, he flinched at the moment. Boom! The old stone man swung his big stick, changed direction, and continued to smash towards the ancient god city. Grandpa Turtle said, unsurpassed fist. At this moment, the old stone turtle made a move, and when the sound shook the world, his huge fist, enlarged to the point of a mountain, smashed down, and the powerful divine power shook the world. In the rear, all the gods changed their colors. They didn't expect the old turtle's combat power to rise to such a terrifying situation in an instant. Only Xiao Chen slandered, what unrivaled overlord fist is clearly the Bawang fist. The old stone man king was like a black ghost, disappearing in the billowing black mist, and the mace stick pierced the sky. When, the deafening sound was like thunder striking iron, and the ears of the gods were buzzing. The old turtle's huge fist shook the mace stick high, and he swung out the second palm knife, and shouted at the same time, Grandpa Turtle said, peerless palm. The tortoise's claws were like a rainbow and a knife. From under the collapsed stone stick, it reached towards the chest of the old stone man king. It was accurate and ruthless. No one thought that the old turtle who said he had only a brand left had such terrifying fighting power, comparable to the unrivaled Stone King, and the ancestor of the alien world was at a disadvantage for a while. Kala-A! The palm wind shook the sky and the earth, and the violent wind blew away all the surrounding chaos, and the unparalleled tortoise claws instantly stuck to the chest of the old stone man king. With the cultivation level of the old stone man king, he can shatter the big world by raising his hand, so he has naturally reached the point of being able to connect the past and the present, with thousands of gods and 10,000 spells condensed on his chest. Boom! The old stone man king cracked fine lines in his chest, and stepped back. Oh, it hurts me to death. The old stone tortoise screamed again and again, flicking that tortoise claw vigorously. The gods are a little dizzy, such a powerful unworldly master, unexpectedly looks like this, he is, screaming pain. It's really unreasonable, there is no kingly demeanor. The old stone turtle bounced around for a while, then calmed down, and said, it hurts, my gums hurt so much. Everyone has completely lost their temper. This old thing is too arrogant, and it has already petrified. It is really annoying and hateful to have sore gums. Boom! The old stone man king swung his mace stick and came forward, without saying a word, but the killing intent was cold to his bones. This time, the old tortoise stopped attacking and rushed to the sky, while the solemn look appeared behind him, and the ancient syllables kept coming out from his mouth. The call from ancient times to the present, the person I raised came to the world. Only the last non-sentential phrase can be understood by everyone. His tortoise claw pierced the space and created endless fog. Boom! A clenched stone arm rushed out of the black hole, violently banging on the mace, and immediately knocked the old stone man out 10 steps. A headless stone man stepped forward, and the powerful combat power immediately caused the surrounding chaos to surge to the sides. Very weird, not only is he headless, he also lacks his left arm. However, people dare not underestimate it. The old stone man king showed a dignified expression, and said, "You are the king who shook the 99 stone steps back then, and you escaped a catastrophe in the last 9 minutes." In the rear, the gods were shocked. How could they not remember this great enemy? The gods of the other world who fought back then were trembling, they were invincible, and no one could compete with him. If it wasn't for the last, he went to shake the 99 heavy stone steps, splitting inexplicably, and the other world might be in danger. "Boy, return the head!" Old Gui shouted at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his hand and passed out half of the stone bone. He was extremely shocked. The man raised by the old stone turtle was actually a generation of kings who swept the world in the past. In the end, he became a treasure that the powerful of all generations have been trying to collect. Boom! Half a stone bone landed on the broken stone body, and the sound it made was breathtaking. Although it was a broken body, it exuded an inexplicable terrifying aura, which made all the gods feel bad. The power of the mind, formless and invisible, kills the king of murder, slaughters the king of gods, exterminates the king of demons, kills, kills, kills. The old stone man Wang shouted loudly, and at the same time swung his mace stick, slashing forward. Double attack. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to the broken stone man in front of him. The broken stone man with only half a head seems not sober, but his fighting instinct is very powerful. With one arm across the sky, at the same time resisting the gods and the stone stick, across the sky, the chaos was disillusioned and fluctuated. Like the magic sound of death, the eyes of the shaking gods all turned black, and all perceptions were lost. Everyone didn't know what happened. When their eyes were clear again, most of the old stone man's body was shattered, and of course it was the burst of old wounds. The same is true for the broken stone man in front. It was split into several parts, and they were all separated along the original cracks. Crash! The old stone man reorganized his body, looked coldly at the broken stone man, and then at the old turtle not far away, and said, "Although I am in the same realm as me, but it is just a remnant body, how can I compete with me? If it only stops here, no one can stop me from killing. Old Chaihuo dares to despise us, today you must be dismantled." Old Shigui shouted. The broken stone man on the opposite side appeared directly in front of the old stone man king without any words and no sound, with one arm full of radiance, hitting thousands of magic moves, and at the same time, the huge fist smashed down. The terrifying fluctuations were sent out again, and the gods lost their senses at the next moment. This is the battle of the kings, and the power is so powerful that ordinary people cannot face it squarely. When everyone could perceive it, they found that the stone bodies of the two were cracked again, and the reorganization had just been completed. If his body is intact, even if you come with 2 more, he will be destroyed. The old stone turtle said face to face. At this moment, the primordial god city shook, bursting into the sky with divine light, and Kiki's Xuanzu was finally about to take the final step. In the rear, everyone in the other world changed color. It's a pity, since I'm here, how can I allow this kind of thing to happen? The old stone man king was not anxious at all, and it was unfathomable. The old stone turtle showed surprise, and strode forward, blocking the front of the city of God. At the same time, Kiki's father also stood in front. At the same time, the sound of the zither clanged, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. The human monster Gegan manifested in front of the city of God, and sat cross-legged there. It's a pity, even if you join forces, it won't work. There is only one stone man king, and he is still incomplete. After all, the others have not ascended to this realm, and they can't change anything at all. He was not in a hurry to make a move, and stood quietly in front of him, looking at the powerful men and the shining city of God. The more this made the old stone turtle feel more uneasy, he said, "You are an outdated king, your stone body is cracked, and your body is already weak, so what right do you have to speak out? Hundreds of millions of years ago, I was invincible all over the world. Even the giants of the heavens would shy away from me. We fought against the kings of the origin of Kyushu. I was able to survive after my fall. Although my vitality has not recovered now, it is not something you can underestimate." The old stone man king did have enough self-confidence. In the past, he was rampant in the world, and he was a top figure among stone man kings. It was difficult to find an opponent. I've lost part of my vitality, and I've reproduced the old rules, so that you can know what it means to be invincible. The skinny old Stone King said, no matter how many people come, it's useless. Grandpa Turtle is dying, don't make too much noise, your tooth hurts. The old Stone Turtle felt the danger, but still stood at the forefront. Kiki's father and Jagon have also raised their fighting power to the limit, and they will play the strongest magic rule. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, used the Pengu stone to make him invisible, and was ready to sacrifice the divine map at any time. If you have thousands of gods, all kinds of supernatural powers, and immortal combat power, you will be buried. The world is a big tomb, open the sky, open the earth, and bury people. The words of the old Stone Man King were very low, and the horror god shook out, and the chaos was split in an instant, and the sky and the earth reopened. The old Stone Man King reopened a world in an instant, and will bury all the strong people. This kind of heaven-defying method is really horrifying and creepy. Open up the sky, open up the earth, bury people. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, rumbled and reverberated, shaking the gradually opened killing world. The primordial god city in front was also shaken by the sound and was about to crack. The old Stone Man King wanted to solve all the problems in one fell swoop. At this moment, the old Stone Turtle, KK's father, Jagon, and the broken Stone Man were all struggling to resist, but their shapes were blurred. The same is true for Xiao Chen, even with divine maps and ancient scrolls, it is difficult to support them. Boom! At this moment, a loud, earth-shattering sound suddenly came from that distant eternal unknown place, which clearly passed through the barrier of the great world and spread to this world. How dare you! The old Stone Man's face changed instantly, and the Stone Man's eyes shot 2 green lights, piercing through the world barrier, revealing the scene of the eternal unknown place, and he could see what happened on the 99 stone steps. I saw a stalwart figure holding a stone knife, chopping 99 heavy stone steps. In addition, there is a huge light source, like a sun, shaking the heavens. Moreover, there is a separate stone arm that shakes the sky and the earth, bombarding the mountain-like stone steps. Seeing this, the gods recognized at a glance that the figure was martial ancestor, and the one arm looked like another part of the broken stone man in front of him no matter what. But Xiao Chen recognized that the light source was actually the source of eternity, and Yanwang seemed to be in it. The old Stone Man King was furious, and shouted, I will destroy all of you first, and then I will kill them. Open up the sky, open up the earth, and bury people. These 6 characters shook the heavens and the world, and the strong men in front couldn't support it. They were about to be destroyed, and the city of God was also cracked. Grandpa Turtle said, well prepared guys, don't hold back, you can't hold it anymore. The old Shigui shouted. Suddenly a divine light burst out from the divine city, condensed into a majestic figure, and slashed down with a huge stone axe. Boom! That aura is incomparable and unstoppable. The big axe opened up the world, smashing the tomb of the world in one fell swoop, turning the dead tomb into a big world again. King Pengu, it's you. The old Stone Man Wang was frightened and furious. He never thought that he would meet his deadly enemy hundreds of millions of years ago here. The huge stone axe that opened up the world made terrifying trembling sounds, and struck towards the old Stone Man King, and the stalwart figure swooped down after him. When the big axe and the stone club hit together, which was deafening. Click! The old Stone Man King's arms were completely shattered, he was extremely furious, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and he shouted, that's not right. The double monthly pass will end at noon tomorrow. If you still have a monthly pass, please vote for it now, thank you. Chapter 592 Take the last step. King Pengu suddenly appeared and was invincible, splitting the arms of the old Stone Man King on the spot, which can be described as supernatural power. No, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the eyes of the old Stone Man King. But, not the moment to be distracted, King Panjiu swooped down from the sky, the huge stone axe was furious like electricity, moved too fast, and slashed down again. It has the power to open up the world. The old Stone Man King's arms were broken, his chest and skull were under tremendous pressure, and he flew away like a meteor. King Pengu was like a shooting star chasing the moon, turning into a beam of light, following him like a shadow, almost sticking to him, chasing after him. The huge stone axe was about to fall on the old Stone Man's cap. Kings fight for the front. Across ancient and modern times, time and space are almost invalid for them, and they are no longer continuous. It can be described as an instant and an eternity. The old Stone Man King kept flying backwards, and he had no time to turn around and escape. He clearly saw the big axe fall, less than 3 inches away from his skull. At this moment, there was a terrible trembling sound, like the wings of the most ferocious flying insects in the world. The old stone man-king's eyes were like abysses, deep and unfathomable. Looking at them, one's soul would sink into them. But in an instant, his pupils were green and almost evil, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out instantly. When 2 bewitching green lights that could shatter the heavens through the ages collided with the huge stone axe at once, making a terrifying sound of metal impact, breaking through the barriers of the great world, and spreading across the world, many strong souls were shocked. Under the impact of these 2 unpredictable green lights, the big axe collapsed high and lost its sharpness. The old stone man-king finally reversed the sinister situation, his arms creaked, and the shattered stones, like phantom flowers and phantoms, appeared on the broken arm, and the repair was completed in the blink of an eye, and the mace was returned to his hand. But it was obvious that he was a little weaker, and the 2 terrifying blazing green lights took away part of his energy, which was a terrible consequence for a stone man-king like him whose vitality was severely injured. "You are not the real King Pengu," the old stone man-king said while waving his mace. "Now that he has managed to turn some of the situation around, he must take the initiative, otherwise the consequences will be very bad." Boom. The wolf-tooth stick contains all kinds of gods, not just a powerful battle spirit, but also various mysterious laws and magic spells, sweeping away the universe, causing this newly opened world to burst in an instant, and the chaotic light surged and rushed down. Opening up the world with his own hands, and then smashing it into pieces with his own hands, this kind of power is appalling, but to the old stone man-king, all of this is just a thought. However, King Pengu was even more powerful, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain, roaring proudly over the mountains and rivers, like a dragon soaring through the clouds, leaping thousands of miles, with mighty might. With a big axe, it wiped out Ling Xiao's fighting spirit and shattered all gods, making it unstoppable. When the mace was split and flew, turned sideways, and smashed into the chaos. Click, the sharp stone axe slashed down obliquely, and there was a terrible click. The gods in the distance could not help but close their eyes, and they couldn't bear to watch. King Pengu is too strong, incomparable, and the old stone man-king can't stop him at all. Boom, the huge axe blade cut into the shoulder of the old stone man-king, making a loud noise. Without stopping, the stone axe slashed in obliquely. First a stone arm fell to the ground, and then the upper half of his body was separated from his waist and abdomen. The gods were shocked. This scene was terrible. The blood of the stone man was sprayed, and the upper body of the old stone man-king was chopped off by someone slanting his shoulders. Even though the stone king is a stone body, he still has blood, but it is very rare and precious. It is formed by the condensed essence. Of course, it is impossible for the old stone man-king to be destroyed like this. This is just the separation of the torso, and it doesn't mean anything. However, King Pengu's fighting power was so powerful that it was obviously impossible to let go of this advantage so easily. The stone axe vibrated and slashed towards the stone skull. At the same time, the golden divine light shines on the chaos, splitting into the endless distance. The chaos may rise, or sink, opening up the world, while the endless God is shining. This is the supplemental law of killing. It really wants to wipe out the killing power of the old stone man-king, and cover the remnant body on the ground, making crackling sounds. Except for the head, all the hidden wounds of the old stone man-king burst out at the same time, and the 2 parts of the body were cracked and turned into 2 piles of rubble. The huge axe blade flashed a cold electricity, made a trembling sound, and slashed down. Although the old stone man-king blocked it in every possible way, he couldn't stop it after all. Boom, the stone axe slashed on his head, and the hard stone body left immediately. Following the hidden wound, the head was split in 2, and the stone man's blood spattered. Old ancestor! No, ancestor! In the rear, the gods shouted loudly, and thousands of gods swept out at the same time, attacking and killing King Panjiu. Kai, the stone axe crossed the sky, and the huge axe head was like a gate of heaven, horizontal in the air, blocking all the magic laws of everyone outside. Boom boom. At the same time, King Pengu's tall body strode forward, and his 2 feet stepped on the 2 piles of gravel formed by the remnant body of the old stone man-king. Vast divine power poured out like an abyss, and the divine light burst forth, turning into an eternal divine flame there. King Pengu stood there majestically, motionless, like an eternal god of war. He is refining the old stone man-king with his majestic and unpredictable power, and wants to completely destroy a generation of stone man-kings. The gods never expected that there would be such a result. The ancestor king, who was the invincible existence in their minds, was killed in such a way today, and would be completely wiped out from the long river of history with eternal disappearance. This made them unacceptable, but King Pengu's stone axe was like a gate to the heavens and worlds, blocking it there, and it was impossible to break through in a short time. Moreover, the old stone tortoise and the terrifying 9/10 stone man also made a move. Their combat power is comparable to that of a king, and the gods who beat them cannot surpass them. And the two Tianzhao characters, KK's father, and the human demon Zhe, also showed unparalleled supernatural powers, sealing the world and blocking the spells of the law of the sky, like a two-sided sky shield, which cannot be broken through. As for Xiao Chen, although he has no unrivaled combat power, nor does he have the law of unparalleled magic spells, but the divine map unfolds, the sky is covered by mist, and the ancient scrolls are spread across the sky, like two impenetrable moats, blocking the way of the gods. King Pengu stood upright, his might was unrivaled, and he had no worries about his future. He refined the old stone man king, and continuously extracted energy from the two piles of rubble, slowly fading away with his mighty power that shocked the past and the present. The gods are crazy, and for them, this is a very scary picture. The two piles of crushed stones continued to rush out, and those stones were slowly dimming. The old stone man king was immortal, and at this moment, he also felt the ominous loss of body and spirit. The spirit, energy, soul, and spirit of the old stone man king were stored in the gravel, and he let out a roar that made everyone present feel horrified, and then roared, "The sinking of billions of years, the call of thousands of generations, I am immortal, cross the ancient barrier, return from the vanished battlefield, and use the eternal moment of my fighting spirit. The invincible me, the soul of the past, came back against the sky. A magical and mysterious power shakes the world through the ages, breaks the barriers of time, communicates with the long river of time in the ancient times, crosses the barriers of many major worlds, and connects to the lost years and spaces. Through the past and the present, turning the impossible into possible, borrowing the great power of the past, passing on the immortal fighting spirit." The monstrous black mist billowed, the demonic cloud was vast, and the chaos retreated. The reopened big world was even wider. All the black clouds and mist rushed towards the two piles of rubble on the ground. This terrifying scene is very strange, full of unknown variables, and the strange and mysterious power is surging. The two piles of rubble were moistened by the black mist, and the energy seemed to be revived, no longer lost, and gradually growing. The old stone man king was undergoing terrible changes, the crushed stone was vibrating, and healed slowly, fiercely fighting against the Pengu king standing above him, trying to break free from under a pair of big feet. Damn it, the old firewood is about to come back to life, unrivaled overlord divine fist. The old stone tortoise yelled, and a pair of huge fists smashed like two sledgehammers, shaking the two piles of gravel. However, the black mist surged, and the two piles of rubble were indelible, gradually revealing light, and many parts of the remains had healed together again. With the passage of time, King Pengu's majestic body gradually faded away. You are a virtual body, not the main body, but you have a short life, and you want to kill me. The moment I reappear at the peak, no one can suppress me in the sky and on the earth. The words of the old stone man king were extraordinarily cold. It was obvious that he was smashed here, which aroused infinite anger. With a loud shock, the two piles of rubble on the ground were reassembled together, forming a dry stone body. The gods cheered up, stopped attacking, and retreated to the rear. But King Pengu's figure became more and more faint, and finally the big axe in his hand disappeared suddenly, and then his whole body was also blurred. Quang! There was a shocking loud noise, and the phantom of King Pengu disappeared. The old stone man king reorganized his body and stood up again, standing proudly, with his stone hair seeming to be fluttering. The two stone eyes are as deep as a black hole, and it makes people feel palpitating. He actually came back from the death situation and rose strongly again. Such methods are really chilling. The moment he stood up, he didn't say anything, just glanced coldly ahead, which made several strong men shiver. Boom! He took a step forward and rushed towards the primordial god city. Up to now, there was no time to stay. Boom! Old Shigi and the others all shot. At this moment, they absolutely refused to fail. Boom! However, at this moment, the old stone man king was extremely terrifying, as if he had returned to his peak state, he knocked everyone back with one punch. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, from the eternal unknown place, bursts of terrible sounds came, and a mysterious force pierced through the shield of the big world, shaking here. Damn it! The old stone man's voice was so cold that it made one's scalp tingle, the barrier of the great world was crushed by the light from his eyes, and the scene of the eternal unknown clearly emerged. Martial ancestor holding a stone knife, Yanwang in the depths of the source of eternity, and that one arm smashed the first 3 stone steps. This put the old stone man king in a dilemma. Although the ancestor gods had returned to the eternal unknown place long ago, they could not change anything. Half a huge stone skull emerged there, swallowing the sky and swallowing the earth, resisting the gods who drove back. In addition, there is a 9-color ancestral dragon, shining with holy light, hovering there like a mountain, playing endless gods to block the gods. It is Kiki's mother, and its power is no less than Kiki's father. Kill. The old stone man's figure was disillusioned, he broke through the barrier, and rushed towards the city of God, but several powerful men couldn't stop him. I know the past and the present, and the spirit of the past is possessed. If you block it, you will die in vain. Piercing your head and your ass are just self-hypnotic suggestions to forcefully burn your remaining potential. I really think that I can act against the sky with my tattered appearance. You think you are a turtle? You are far behind Grandma. The old stone turtle swung 3 punches in a row, and although he briefly blocked the old stone man king, his strength seemed to be drained, and he was no longer able to make a move. He uttered strange syllables towards the 9/10 broken stone man, and then transmitted the sound to Xiao Chen, and the two rushed over quickly. With a violent wave of his hand, the old turtle turned into an eternal brand, forcibly condensing Xiao Chen and the broken stone man together to become one. Grandpa Turtle said, "If I don't kill this old firewood today, I will change my name to Toad." Xiao Chen merged with the stone man, and his fighting power increased violently in an instant. His whole body seemed to have inexhaustible divine power. He was wearing an ancient scroll and 5 kinds of Tao imprints, spinning around it. Through the past and the present. At this moment, the old stone man Wang shouted. With a loud dong, Xiao Chen separated from the stone man in an instant, lost his divine power, and was forcibly opened. In front of me, you won't have any chance. The old stone man king was so powerful that it made people tremble. Maybe he really turned into eternity in another moment, summoned the former battle spirit back, and almost returned to his peak state. Back, the old stone turtle yelled, and flew away at the same time as Xiao Chen and the 9-point unconscious stone man, saying, Grandpa Turtle said, I am the overlord, and I must never become a toad without a tail. The old stone man stared at the eternal unknown for a moment, showing a ruthless expression, and said, It is useless for you to smash the stone steps. If you continue to cause trouble, you will all perish. While speaking, he swung his big stick and smashed it towards Shenchong. Woo! The wolf-tooth stick gave out bursts of terrifying whistling, which was extremely ear-piercing. Click click. Before touching it, the walls of the primordial god city cracked. At this moment, he is much stronger than before. Perhaps he was forced by King Pengu not long ago, and he really summoned back his former, true self, with unparalleled combat power. The me at this moment is not much different from what it was hundreds of millions of years ago. I am invincible in heaven and earth, and you are all going to die. Boom! The fathers of Zhegan and KK, who stood in front of the city of God, were blown away, their bodies were almost torn, and they all suffered unimaginable heavy injuries. The old turtle is anxious. It is difficult to get together with Xiao Chen and the stone man at this moment, seeing that it is unstoppable, he will regret it forever. But at this moment, a palpitating aura suddenly erupted in front of him. The human monster Gegan stood up from the ground with disheveled hair, and walked step by step. Although decadent and melancholy, an invisible aura was terrifying and shook the heavens. It exists, forget it. The world of mortals is far away, and it will be disillusioned when it enters the eyes. As his voice fell, the figure of the old stone man king faded for a moment, and he flew out all of a sudden. This is the divine law that the peerless human and devil have realized at this moment, and it is extremely talented and rare in the world. He actually knocked away the stone man king who had almost recovered his peak combat power. Roar! The old stone man king roared, stood up abruptly, and rushed back quickly, but Shifa started counting down all the time, and he was really angry. The past, remember. The moment is eternal, stay in the heart. At this moment, another terrifying aura that shook the world through the ages erupted, and KK's father also stood up from the pool of blood, drinking such a spirit. Boom! The old stone man king who rushed back, under the guidance of this Taoist spirit, his weak body became clear again, but his energy was deprived. The terrifying divine law shocked the gods. Kiki's father was indeed a proud figure, fighting like a human and a devil. At this critical juncture, he realized a more powerful law power. Roar-a! The old stone man king was furious, and his stone hair floated up, as if he had gained flexibility. He danced wildly, the mace stick and the 10,000 gods swept across KK's father, Jagon and the city of God in front of him. What exists, forget it. The world of mortals is full of mortals, and it is disillusioned in the eyes. What has passed away, remember it. The moment is eternal, and it stays in the heart. At this moment, the human demon Gegan and KK's father drank lightly one after another, and the spirits of the two were perfectly connected, as if they were originally one. Pros and cons match, yin and yang complement each other, perfect blend. Boom! The old stone man king was beaten into the air, his wounds were secretly broken, and a lot of stones shattered. These two are very good. From behind, the old Shigui's eyes shot out brilliantly, and he shouted at the same time, I said, well prepared guy, you should have succeeded long ago, right? Thank you everyone, I have succeeded. At this moment, the primordial god city shook violently, and a figure rose into the sky. At the same time, in the eternal unknown, Yan Huang, Wu Zhu and others flew back, but in the process of retreating, they took away the triple broken stone steps. This was their fundamental purpose. I didn't expect that. In front of me, I would let you achieve success, but it doesn't matter. The old stone man king looked at the shining stone man above the city of God, and then at the father of the human demon Gegan and Kiki, and said, You are very good, you are really amazing, but you will end your life today, there is no future. Afterwards, he stared at the eternal unknown place again, and said solemnly, Do you think you can learn something by taking away some of the stone steps? That's impossible, everyone will die today, even if someone takes the last step, it still can't change anything. 99 stone steps. He uttered ancient syllables that were incomprehensible to all. Boom boom boom. In the eternal unknown, the 99 heavy stone steps that were broken 3 steps violently vibrated, and the black mist filled the sky, exuding a mysterious and evil atmosphere. At this moment, the heavens were shaken, and several giants rushed to several closed world passages at the same time, wanting to investigate. Stop him. This is the response of everyone acting in concert. At the same time, the old turtle tried to combine with Xiao Chen and Shiren again, and he shouted, The situation is very bad, we must blend together. Chapter 593 Pause for 1 day, 2 chapters tomorrow. Good evening, fellow book lovers, I have something to do today, I will suspend it for a day, and update 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 594, King of Dead Stones. In the middle of the independent field, the skinny old stone man Wang, with his stone hair standing on end, uttered ancient inexplicable syllables which made people's hair stand on end. In the eternal unknown place, the 99 heavy stone steps vibrated violently, and the black mist billowed into the sky, exuding a mysterious and evil aura, shaking the heavens and the world. The giants of the heavens were alarmed, and all the strong people gathered their spiritual consciousness to explore the sky. Woo! High in the sky, that heroic figure swooped down, splitting time and space, making the semi-chaotic world make shrill noises. All the gods changed colors, and the stone man king of the Nishan family who took the last step was too powerful, and his power was overwhelming, absolutely threatening the old stone man king. Boom! The huge stone palm swung down, like a big millstone, and fell from the top of the head. The monstrous power directly smashed the barrier of the great world, and just the aftermath destroyed everything here in an instant. This opened up world completely collapsed and turned into chaos again. The stone stick in the old stone man king's hand was like the fangs of a ferocious beast, facing the sky ferociously. The indestructible stone palm pierced through the chaos and fell down with an unstoppable force. Boom! The stone man king of the Nishan family fought against the wolf tooth stick with his bare hands, and there was a loud noise, and there were thousands of divine lights, like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, descending in a mighty way, sweeping Liuhe. Facing the mighty King Pengu not long ago, the old stone man king used secret methods to enhance his combat power, and he was infinitely close to the peak state. However, at this moment, it seems to be gradually failing, and the cultivation base can no longer be maintained at the peak in perfect state. Rumble. The mace stick vibrated constantly, and the endless gods descending from the sky flooded the place like a volcanic eruption. When the mace rod was shaken and flew high, crashed out, and fell into the chaos, making a loud noise, where the chaos and mist were misty. Boom! The powerful stone man king of the Nishan family, the Xuanzu of Kiki, slapped the other palm down, shaking the old stone man king violently. At this moment, the time has come, he has fallen from the realm of consummation, and is no longer the invincible king of heaven and earth. Moreover, the weird syllables in the mouth of the old stone man were obviously not smooth, and even stopped. The strong external pressure forced him to be unable to summon the mysterious power from outside the sky. With a crisp sound of Crash, the old stone man king's right fist that hit the sky, all the hidden wounds were shattered, falling to a pile of broken stones, and the whole stone arm followed and scattered on the ground. Kiki's Xuanzu is too fast, and wants to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the old stone man king. Because, as strong as he took the last step and became the king of the stone man, he also felt heart palpitations. Everything originated from the 99 stone steps in the eternal unknown place. The old stone man king must not be allowed to successfully summon the power of evil. Although Kiki's Xuanzu had just taken the last step, his strength was unmatched. He reversed the chaotic time and space, and his huge fist shook out in the chaotic time and space. Thousands of terrifying killings, like water waves surging, and sound waves appearing, overlapping and shining, pressing forward. Thick and solid like a heavy world barrier. Boom! The terrifying sound shook the ears of the gods, as if they were beating the heavenly drum, and Kiki's Xuanzu and the old stone man king punched each other again. The terrifying collision, the dazzling brilliance flowed against the long river of time, illuminating the ages. Keizu, who swooped down, was shaken upside down into the sky, and all the surrounding chaos was shattered, and he rushed to the sides. And the left arm of the old stone man king also cracked, and he fell to the ground, like a scarecrow being blown away. I just said, he is just burning his potential forcibly, how could he really summon the former peak soul power? The old stone turtle seemed to be relieved, but when there was another vibration from the eternal unknown place, he felt terrible pressure again. What exists, forget it. The world of mortals is full of mortals, and it is disillusioned in the eyes. What has passed away, remember it. The moment is eternal, and it stays in the heart. The peerless Mogegan and Kiki's father shot at the same time, the old stone man king flew out of the body, and before he stopped flying upside down, he was hit by the two gods. It's like thousands of plants are taking root and sprouting, like the sky is full of strange flowers blooming, with billions of brilliance, tearing apart the chaotic world, and covering the whole place. The terrifying aura made all the gods stand in awe, and their souls trembled. The combination of supernatural powers that shocked the past and the present was perfectly performed. The body of the old stone man king instantly disillusioned, and then blurred, as if he was about to disappear. It is the deprivation of life, the decay of the body, and the dissolution of the soul. The gods controlled by the unrivaled Mogogan are working. Then, the old stone man shook again, and the illusory figure recondensed, but thousands of traces of energy were forcibly drawn out, which was the obliteration of spiritual knowledge and the demise of the soul. This is the terrifying thing about Kei's father's supreme god. The father of the human devil Gegan and Kiki, with the posture of the sky, in the battlefield of life and death, the moment of comprehension made the gods sublimate, showing extraordinary power. The combination of the two arrogant figures is enough to shake the stone man king. The withered body of the ancestor of the alien world, disillusioned and then clear, vague, looming, under the sweeping and killing of the two unrivaled gods, it is constantly shaking. Boom! The body of the old stone man king actually made a sound like thunder. He was being beaten violently like a leather drum, and his body was shaking violently. Under the sweep of the two extreme gods, the old stone man king suffered heavy injuries, and his body was decaying in reality, not in an illusory mirror. Boom! With a final shock, he was thrown in another direction, rushed high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Click click, the sound of cracking was endless, his whole body was cracked and almost turned into a pile of rotten stones, but after the horrible weird syllable was briefly suppressed, the ancient voice sounded again, spreading to the eternal unknown. In the eternal unknown place, the 99 heavy stone steps vibrated, and the breath that shocked the gods permeated the air. Rumble, chaos surged, and after Kiki's Xuanzu successfully took the last step, the cracked giant city rose from the ground. The stone man king of the Nishan family, holding the ancient god city in his hand, descended like a god of war, and ruthlessly photographed the giant city. Boom! The earth-shattering, huge sound, smashed the chaos, this place was completely destroyed, and the chaos went away like a vast sea. With 1,000 lights, this independent world space no longer exists, and everyone is manifested on the land of Kyushu. The shocking blow just now will break the last barrier, and everyone will fall to the location of Loyang God City. The entire giant city collapsed immediately, the surging divine flames shot up to the sky, and the ground trembled. This real world seemed to be destroyed, but at this moment, 9 ancient lamps shot up to the sky, illuminating the entire land, and fixed this ancient source of life. The old stone man king was crushed by the ancient god city, his body was shattered, his soul was severely injured, and finally he couldn't struggle out, and the ancient syllables stopped because of this. At this moment, a fierce melee broke out, the sky was full of brilliance, and the gods shot. It was impossible to watch the old Stone Man King be destroyed. As powerful as a Stone Man King, he couldn't bear all the gods joining forces. Fortunately, Jagan, Kefu and others helped him. The splendor of the immemorial god city was constantly shaking, obliterating the unrivaled old Stone Man King. Cha-cha-cha. Amidst bursts of ear-piercing sounds, there was the sound of broken stones shattering, and a little bit of Stone Man's blood seeped from the foundation of the city of God, staining the ground red. When the ancient god city was put away by Keizu and held in the palm of his hand, a piece of human-shaped stone powder was left on the ground, surrounded by glaring bloodstains, and the old Stone Man King was obliterated. Impossible. No way. The ancestor will not die. The ancestors have gone through thousands of catastrophes and dangers, and have survived forever. How could they perish? The gods were boiling, and they all shot desperately, but a gust of wind blew, and the piece of stone powder was blown by the wind, floating in all directions, blurring the space. All this clearly indicates that the old Stone Man King has disappeared, his body has completely ceased to exist, and the king's stone body cannot be reproduced. A Stone King fell, and the result was terrible. Even the giants of the heavens felt a burst of surprise. Someone knew what happened in the lower realm with a secret method. A ray of dark wind came out, instantly making the entire Kyushu flicker on and off. Jagan, Kei-Fu, and the Shirin king of the Nishin family all looked around vigilantly as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The gods also all backed away and stopped making any moves. Everyone keenly felt the abnormality and felt palpitations. The dark wind comes from the sky, where the barrier of the great world is broken, and the scene of the eternal unknown is unobstructed. The 99 stone steps are slowly approaching, like a giant awakened, exuding an aura that makes the soul tremble and fear. Although it was very slow, there was a strong sense of oppression, and the black mist rolled down, filling the land of Kyushu. The 99 stone steps, like an unattainable magic platform, approached the world barrier and blocked the Kyushu sky. Although it is no longer advancing, it is quietly hanging there, but it feels more oppressive. Well, a long sigh, like a ghost sound, echoed in the sky of Kyushu. At this moment, whether it is Xiao Chen or Kiki's father and others, they all have a creepy feeling that a great danger is approaching. This is their first instinct, which surpasses the perception of the gods. It is an instinctive prediction of future blessings and misfortunes. As for the gods from other worlds, although they were also shocked, their fear gradually subsided, and they felt a familiar atmosphere. Although I was woken up early and almost fell short, I was able to regenerate safely. The old voice echoed around the gods, like an old man with a lifeless spirit, leaning on the coffin board to speak, with an extraordinarily dark air, which made people feel frightened. The yin air flowed, the gods felt chills on their backs, and KK's father and others looked solemn. A gust of wind blew by, and the stone powder that the old Stone Man King turned into flew away completely and disappeared. Unexpectedly, another stone shadow appeared in the same place, as if it had existed there for a long time, and it was unknown when it appeared. His stone body is very full, not as skinny as the old Stone Man King, tall and powerful. Although he is extremely old and shows his old appearance, the wrinkled stone skin looks like the ground that has just been plowed, but the body is straight, and the stone hair hangs down naturally, looking very strange. His biological mother's, another immortal. The old stone turtle had the urge to scold his mother, he couldn't help but point to the old stone man in front of him, and said, "Which one are you?" "My name is Luzon, the ancestor of the alien world. I have been silent for hundreds of millions of years, and I am resurrected against the sky today." The old stone man Wangshi's body is intact, without a single crack, and he is full of vigor and awe, with a mysterious aura in his eyes. "It doesn't matter if you are Zon Lu or Luzon, how many of you are there, and who is that guy who died just now?" the old turtle asked. But at this moment, after several failures, he finally made Xiao Chen and the broken stone man unite together, but in the face of all this, Luzon did not stop him at all. The wind was blowing, and at some time, on the ruins of Loyang, there was another figure, who seemed to be standing there all the time, and it turned out to be the unrivaled Stone Man King, with a perfect body and no scars. He has a peaceful face, although he is old, but the brilliance in his eyes is disillusioned, full of strong self-confidence, giving people an unfathomable feeling. One died, and there are actually two more Stone Kings. The old turtle gasped. Not far away, Kiki's Xuanzu was also on high alert. Even though he had transformed to the realm of the Stone Man King, he was still not sure in front of these old kings, and he could even be said to be at an absolute disadvantage. Because these two people are in good shape and their injuries have already been repaired. They are completely different from the old stone man king just now. This will be very difficult to deal with. Wrong, forget about me. On the ruins of Loyang, black mist surged. Behind the crowd, a stone man king stood there quietly. Although this stone man looked old, he looked very cold, as if a cold steel knife had been poked there. His strength is unquestionable, and no one has sensed his coming in advance. It is unacceptable and unimaginable that the three kings of stone figures appear at the same time. This scene is beyond everyone's expectations, it is simply too terrifying, enough to sweep the world, no power can match it. The giants of the heavens were shocked, and some people were watching all this in some ancient passages. They did not expect that in the battle hundreds of millions of years ago, 4 stone kings from the other world survived, which was twice as many as they expected. The mist surged, and everyone didn't see clearly that the 3 kings had already stood side by side, as if they had descended there together in the first place. The gods were excited, and they all wanted to cheer loudly, but they never thought that there were still 3 great ancestors who had fully recovered from their injuries. The Stone King Luzon was weird and mysterious. On both sides of him, there were 2 big stone kings, one confident and powerful, the other cold and cold. Neither of them bothered to sign up. For so many years, in order to guard against King Pengu's sudden appearance of the huge palace with chaos, Lengya has been half asleep and half awake, alert to the outside world, so he failed to repair his injured body. This time his body was obliterated, and we must rebuild his soul for him. Luzon's voice was very gentle, but he was not angry. The old voice shook Kyushu and the world, and the gods couldn't help trembling. The gods didn't know until then that the dead old stone man king was named Lengya. The 3 stone man kings all cut the wrists of the stone man, and a little bit of blood spilled down, mixing with the dried blood of the stone man on the ground. Boom! The vast breath of life erupted, and the blood of the stone man on the ground that had been wiped out by Kezu suddenly reappeared. The 3 great stone kings all raised their right hands high, the sky and the earth shook, and a black mist rushed down from the 99 heavy stone steps, and then covered the blood on the ground. The wolf-tooth body is gone, and your retreat is completely wiped out like this. In the future, there must be someone from our family who will take the last step on the road of the Supreme Ancestor God, and that person must be you. After the words of the 3 stone man kings finished, the 99 stone steps shook, and the endless black mist rolled back, and the blood of the stone men on the ground completely disappeared. The 3 kings stood side by side in the arena, glancing around coldly. This scene made people despair. Moreover, the high 99 stone steps are even more overwhelming, and seem to be more terrifying than the 3 ancestors. Even the giants of the heavens changed their colors at this moment. Readers, don't wait for the 2nd chapter, just get up tomorrow morning and read it again, the 2nd chapter will definitely be late at night. Chapter 595 Destroying the 99 Heavy Stone Steps. This can be described as a hopeless scene. 1 Stoneman King is enough to frighten the world, but now the 3 kings have reappeared. You must know that they are all unrivaled kings who fought against the source of Kyushu back then. They are old and experienced in battle. In the previous year's battle, the giants of the heavens at that time were all shaken. Today's kings of the heavens are naturally even more frightened when they see these 3 people. Everything you've done is in vain, useless at all. The monstrous stoneman King Luzon remained expressionless, as if he was pronouncing doomsday. You are too conceited. You must know that in this world, there is no absolute invincibility. Kiki's father strode forward, staring at the 3 kings, and said, "The sun will move, the moon will lose. When things prosper, they will decline. The world is also constant. The world has shortages, let alone people. You have done too much, and it is inevitable to shift, lose, and decline. What is heaven and earth? If I want to, I can create 9 heavens and 10 lands, and destroy 10,000 realms." The ruthless stone man king next to Luzon stepped forward and said, "Young man, you are very good, but for us, you are still a little immature. Today I will kill geniuses." When Jaegon stepped forward, he was taciturn, but he stood with KK's father. The gods realized by the 2 of them just now were perfectly integrated and could compete against the Stone King. 2 Tianzhao figures arrived at this cold and cold Stone Man King. Only now did Xiao Chen finally understand that the more he understood what Jaegon said in the past, the more desperate he became, and he also understood why he was so powerful that he fell and could not really resist. Over the endless years, it is impossible for Kyushu to have so many ancestor gods on the surface. Even people from other worlds know that Kyushu must have hidden power, but they have no fear at all. Have nothing to fear. There are 3 great ancestors sitting in town. No, it is the 4 great ancestors sitting in town. What is there to be afraid of? Ordinary ancestor gods don't know how many stone kings are still alive, but the supreme ancestor gods and other ancestors must know. And this is not the ultimate power. The high 99 stone steps are probably the most terrifying. It is it that brought the 4 great ancestors back to life. Boom! Kazu descended and strode forward. It was impossible to escape now, and there was no way to escape. 99 stone steps hang high above, like an indestructible butcher's knife, blocking all escape routes. Boom! Beside Luzon, the stone man king whose eyes were constantly disillusioned and exuded a mysterious aura, strode forward and blocked Kazu. Xiao Chen merged with Zhou Fun's broken stone man, his combat power was surging, and he was violently promoted. His whole body seemed to have inexhaustible divine power. He was wearing an ancient scroll with 5 kinds of Dao brands, and he was walking around it. At the same time, the old tortoise turned into a brand mark, which circulated like a mist, submerged into Xiao Chen's body, and condensed firmly with the stone body, inseparable and integrated. The strange and powerful Luzon, with his face full of stones and skins, greeted him, saying, "This combination also wants to block me. It's not a real king, and it's useless to gather many people together. No matter how many sheep there are, they can't stand up to a lion." This is his response, full of strong self-confidence. With a light swipe of his palm, Kyushu shakes, and he grabs towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, there is only one war, and there is no other way out. Xiao Chen sacrificed the broken spear of great destruction with a stone body. The huge spear tip was like an ancestor dragon, stabbing forward, and the true meaning of great destruction reached the extreme. The spear tip pierced through the sky and earth, blocking the sharp claws. However, with an instant click, the remaining half of the spear was completely shattered, and the powerful magic weapon was turned into powder and wiped out. It's all because of Luzon's palm, this mighty stone man king, whose combat power has reached a frightening level. With a single swipe, he has such strength. On the other side, Jaegon and KK's father teamed up to confront a stone man king. Keizu faced a stone man king alone, and had already fought. There are no living creatures in Kyushu, and now it is barren. Although the battle between the people is fierce, it will not cause any terrible scenes. In this lifeless land, no one will be accidentally injured. The 9 bright lights fix the heaven and the earth, which can protect the world for a long time. Xiao Chen fused the stone body and reached the point of immortality. He was wearing an ancient scroll, and the 5 great ways of imprints swirled around it, which gave him the strength of a fighter against the sky. But he was absolutely suppressed, and he fought all the way for thousands of miles, seeing that he could not support himself. The powerful ancestor of another world is definitely a person who has reached the peak, and is invincible in this realm. The brands of those 5 people have been passed down. Seeing the 5 brand names revolving around Xiao Chen, Luzon seemed to recall a lot of past events, and said in a scary voice, "But they are destined to perish forever." Xiao Chen sacrificed the divine map, shot it in an instant, and suppressed it towards the stone man king. The brilliant divine map, which gathers more than 30 battle swords, bursts out with dazzling light and mercilessly sweeps towards the sky with a murderous aura. Boom! The powerful stone man king punched out and retreated decisively, even if he was unwilling to fight head-on. Because, at this moment, Xiao Chen is in the state of a stone body, and the divine figure sacrificed is extremely powerful, and it has exerted its due part of its mighty power, making it unstoppable. Luzon's eyes were cold and gloomy. He had already been informed that the divine map had reappeared in the world and that it was on Xiao Chen's body, but he was still very surprised at the moment. Very good, the divine map has appeared again. Although it is still incomplete, it is still quite impressive. This time, let's smash it thoroughly. Having said this, Luzon once again dodged a blow, disappeared in place like a dream flower, and the divine map was swept away. Luzon swiped his hands, the void collapsed, and the 99 stone steps hanging high in the sky pierced through the barrier of the great world, and split a black light with a bang. This black light crossed most of the Kyushu, instantly causing rivers and mountains to collapse, streams diverted, and everything was covered by the black light. At the same time, Shintu soared into the sky, and he faced the attack. 30 or so swords clanked, and the light of the sword pierced the sky. There was a big silent collision, the swords fell one after another, and the divine map also dimmed a lot. Turning back, the black light across the Kyushu also collapsed and disappeared. This terrible fluctuation made the giants of the heavens show their expressions of surprise. Just now they felt the danger, which was a powerful force that could threaten them. 9 ancient lamps shone, smoothing out the wounds on the earth and slowly restoring everything. I'm surprised by the growth of the formation diagram. It seems that it must be shattered. Lu Zan stood in the air, and he had no fear of the divine diagram at all, because the 99 stone steps were hanging above it. Crash! Xiao Chen tore out the ancient scroll, and the 5 great ways of imprints were submerged in it, and he swept the land battle. No, you are not the king after all. You cannot really control other people's power. Lu Zan dodged calmly and appeared in another sky, and then he said in an extremely indifferent voice, "There is also the imprint of the Tao of my world, well, the inheritance of that line is missing." Really? Add me. At this moment, the voice of the old stone turtle came from Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen felt a brand mark, which perfectly combined him with the stone man, and seemed to be sublimated to a higher level in the next quarter of an hour. The divine map was released, the ancient scrolls were spread across the sky, the brand of the sky tablet appeared, and the 3 major weapons were fired at the same time. The sky was foggy, and this time the land battle could not be avoided. In the sky, although the 99 heavy stone steps descended again with black light, Lu Zan still had to face several big killers. Silently annihilated, Lu Zan's figure disappeared inside. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen glanced around, but sadly found that Lu Zan was intact. He was standing in the distance, scanning here coldly. I said before that if you are not a real king, even if you possess a peerless treasure, you will not be able to exert your power. The 5 great kings of the past did not kill me, so how do you fight me? Lu Zan's words are cold and ruthless, but they are the truth. This is the real strength of the unrivaled Stoneman King in the past. Now, it's time for me to kill you. He pushed forward step by step. The 9-point stone man should be completely reorganized. The old turtle's voice came out of Xiao Chen's body. Woo! From far away, an arm and half a stone bone rushed forward, defying the chaotic time and space, and came to Xiao Chen in an instant, and became one with him. Boom! The monstrous combat powers soared to the sky, and at this moment, the stone body was considered complete. Kill me! Xiao Chen raised his hands and raised his feet, feeling full of endless power, and shouted, "Come and try to kill me." Holding the divine map and the ancient scroll, he also rushed forward. Thousands of miles away, the human demon Gegan and KK's father were shattered and suffered unimaginable injuries. Even though they were amazingly talented, they couldn't even protect themselves against the harmless and invincible Stone Man King. These 3 ancestors are incomparably powerful, not to mention Jagan and others, even the giants of the heavens are also chilling. On the other side, Kiki's profound ancestor was also blown away by the blow from the Stone Man King who caught up with him, and flew into the sky, with blood spattered all over his body and suffered serious injuries. Puff! After fighting fiercely for a long time, Xiao Chen sadly found out that he was still no match for the land battle. The ancestor of the other world had reached the limit of Tao and could not be defeated at all. Why is the 9-point stone man without a heart? He spat out a mouthful of blood and asked the old stone turtle in his body. Now, there is an urgent need for a powerful Stoneman King to come into the world, not such a combination. He lost himself, only his body remained. Old Shigui seemed very sad and helpless. It's not interesting, you can't do it, you can't compare with the great ancestors of Kyushu in the past, killing you today, there is no sense of accomplishment at all. Lu Zan and the other 2 Stone Man Kings decided to kill and end all of this. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is too huge, and the battle is one-sided, so that they can't feel the passion of fighting. An ant with a magic weapon, do you really think it can kill a giant? I'm afraid even the magic weapon can't resist it. The voice of Lu Zan is cold, but it is ruthlessly realistic. Xiao Chen looked at the divine map and the ancient scroll, and felt uncomfortable. In the face of absolute strength, even if he had a weapon against the sky, he could not reverse the ending, because he could not hit the opponent's body at all. The 3 ancestors of the alien world stood side by side. At this moment, they all raised their palms ruthlessly, ready to push down and end everything. Suddenly, an extremely depressing breath erupted instantly, and the 99 stone steps in the sky shook violently. Everyone looked up in surprise, only to see a huge shrine, breaking through the barrier of the great world, passing across the sky like a bright comet hitting the earth. At this moment, both the 3 ancestors and the giants of the heavens were shocked. He's still here, Lu Zan yelled, ignoring Xiao Chen and the others, and rushed towards the 99 stone steps with the other 2 ancestors. The loud noise shook the sky, and a huge stone axe appeared out of the sky, cutting towards the 3 ancestors at the same time. Boom! Shrine hit 99 heavy stone steps unstoppable. Boom! The heavens and the earth are vast, and the terrifying energy fluctuates across the ages and worlds. All the heavens shake together, and the heavens seem to have an earthquake. The giants in the heavens all use the strongest magical powers, and wait and see toward the 99 stone steps, wanting to discover the ultimate secret. King Pan-Gu. The three ancestors roared. The shrine and the stone steps collided together. Boom! The shrine was torn apart, and the 99 heavy stone steps also collapsed, and the eternal unknown place completely disappeared. Endless pieces of rubble fell towards the land of Kyushu. At this moment, all the giants in the heaven were shocked, because in a trance, they saw the end of the 99 stone steps. Chapter 596 appear at the end of the stone steps. This is a terrible picture, the eternal land no longer exists, completely shattered. The celestial giants looked at each other in amazement. They stared at the end of the 99 stone steps. Through the heavy black mist, they saw withered fairy trees and endless ruins. And this is just a corner of the strange world revealed by an open door. At the end of the 99 stone steps, there is a huge altar with an open stone door on it. A door connects a world. After the giant palace collapsed, a mysterious altar was also exposed, and there was also a stone door on it, but it was tightly closed. King Pengu held the palace of the gods and pierced the sky, like a comet shaking the earth, and hit the 99 heavy stone steps, causing the giant palace and the 99 heavy stone steps to be torn apart. The mountain-like stones kept falling towards Kyushu, and there were rumbling sounds, the ground shook violently, and endless black clouds surged, filling the 4 fields, mysterious and strange. Pengu King, you are looking for your own death. The 3 stone kings including Luzon were all furious, and lost the calmness and composure they should have as the ancestors, and the 3 kings went against the sky. The huge stone axe trembled, and the axe blade vibrated at a high frequency. The sharp blades swept across all directions like lightning, and finally the sharp blades connected into one piece, sealing the sky of Kyushu. The 3 great stone kings either played their magic, or swept out the unrivaled combat power, shaking the imprisoned sky. If the Kyushu riots hadn't been for the 9 ancient lamps that kept this world fixed, this space would definitely have been destroyed many times, and the terrible consequences caused by the king's battle for the front are immeasurable. The giants of the heavens were all shocked. What kind of world is behind those 2 stone gates? What kind of relationship does Kyushu have with other worlds? At the source of these 2 races, there are actually 2 similar stone gates, one closed and the other open. Anyone who sees it will have strange associations. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the source of Kyushu, the war of foreign worlds, is it also related to this source? At this moment, the sky of Kyushu was torn apart, and the 3 kings soared to the sky, breaking the confinement of heaven and earth. King Pan-Gu, in the past, your 6 great ancestors fought against the 8 great ancestors of our world. 5 of you died and 1 was injured. You escaped for so many years and finally appeared today. It's time to put an end to everything. Luzon stood in the middle, with a tall and straight stone body, and a mysterious and strange atmosphere permeated around him. Among the other 2 kings, one had a dreamlike brilliance in his eyes, appearing confident and powerful. The other person was cold, like a sharp butcher's knife, stabbed in the air. I've been waiting for you in the heavens, but it's a pity that you have never ascended to the sky, otherwise maybe everything would be over long ago. King Pengu is tall, standing in the sky like a giant, his face is cut like a knife. Righteousness and heroism are the portrayal of him at this moment, holding a stone axe in his hand, shocking the world, and the gods in the distance can't help trembling. Because we have been seeking transformation, and we are not yet ready to ascend to the heavens. Luzon's words made the giants of the heavens vigilant. These 3 ancestors are probably enough to run rampant in the heavens. If they fight alone, almost no one can compete with them. It is not an exaggeration for these 3 people to be called the holy ancestors of fighting. Their combat experience is too rich. They have personally experienced the great battles of the past years. The 3 of them have the strength to go to the heavens and intimidate all directions, but they still don't go to the heavens, and I'm afraid they have a big plan. The 99 heavy stone steps are broken again. The 3 great ancestors of the alien world were obviously extremely angry. Luzon stared at King Pengu and said, "But, after all, you can't change anything. Seeing a corner of the world inside the Shiman satisfies your desire for discovery, I think you are ready to fall." Luzon pointed to the high door, his eyes revealed a divine light. The black mist is surging, and the murderous atmosphere in Kyushu is mighty. Xiao Chen and others have already soared into the sky, joining hands with King Pengu, preparing to fight against the 3 ancestors. However, Luzon didn't care at all. He uttered strange syllables. At the same time, the other 2 stone kings moved their hands and formed seals continuously, as if they were cooperating with him in some kind of summoning and prayer ceremony. Nothing can be changed, and the tragedy will repeat itself. This is the cold sentence that Lu Zan made after uttering the ancient syllable, saying, let's end it completely. Boom! At the end of the shattered 99 heavy stone steps, there was a violent tremor, and on the tall altar, inside the strange and unpredictable stone gate, black mist was surging. At this moment, even the celestial giants who were peeping felt the great coercion. They seemed to see a specter gathering behind the fan through the black mist. That is a. The gods change color. What kind of creature is that, or what kind of power is that? Boom! The 99 heavy stone steps vibrated, and an invisible pressure came from above. King Pengu finally changed his color. In the previous battle, he fought fiercely in another battlefield. He still couldn't understand why none of the 5 kings survived. Now he is alert. Behind that door, there is a mysterious power. Although there is such a door in the giant palace, it cannot be opened. He swung the stone axe, shaking the divine body. In an instant, the divine map in Xiao Chen's body trembled, flew out autonomously, and hung above King Pengu's head, as if seeing a relative, spinning in a mist. Seeing this scene, the 3 great ancestors hurriedly stopped it. The picture in the hands of King Pengu is completely different from that in Xiao Chen's hands. They kept making inexplicable voices, as if they were calling for something. The high stone gate shook suddenly, as if a flood of beasts were about to rush out. King Pengu avoided the impact of the 3 kings, shouted, sacrificed the divine map, turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the open stone gate. Damn, the eyes of the 3 ancestors from other worlds were cold, and it was impossible to stop them. In the hands of King Pengu, the divine map was truly revived, with life, blooming with a brilliance that dismayed all the giants in the heavens. It became bigger and bigger, covering the sky, and then tore towards the stone gate. At the same time, the phantom condensed inside the door was moving outwards, causing smoke to rise, black as a curtain, and falling down. There was a big silent collision, and then Kyushu shook, the heavens shook, the world of death shook, the heavens and myriad worlds shook, and the eternal moment was connected. At this moment, everything was blurred, and everything ceased to exist, as if the eternal world had been completely destroyed. No one can see clearly, or even think that they don't exist. At this moment, everyone's thoughts have stopped, let alone perception, ignorant and unconscious, like a dead wood. Boom! I don't know how long it took before the big collision ended, and there was such a loud noise that shook the world. The gods woke up and looked up at the sky. The divine map dimmed and fell down. And the stone door was also closed, leaving only a gap, and a thick black mist gushed out. No, it cannot be closed. The 3 ancestors soared up to the sky, but at this moment, King Panjiu once again urged the divine map with his thoughts, and the dim formation map made a loud buzzing sound, shining brilliantly, and enveloped the stone gate again. Boom! This time it was not a silent collision, but a violent earthquake that shook the world in all directions. The divine map that had finally gathered together shattered and fell towards the 4 directions of the land of Kyushu, and fell into the ground in an instant. At the same time, the phantom in the stone gate faded, and the stone gate closed with a bang, locking it inside. How could this be? The 3 ancestors were furious. At this moment, a giant from the heavens descended suddenly, thousands of gods and 10,000 gods swept towards the stone gate, which was the endless sealing power. No one expected that the giant of the heavens would suddenly make a move. It was the voice of the stone corpse. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't seal this door at this time, when will you wait?" No one thought that this ruthless old corpse would be the first to strike. You must know that he has always been the kind of shady person who hides behind, and he is rarely the first bird. Everyone, don't you understand? Once this door is opened, there will be boundless chaos. The stone corpse roared, "You have been wondering about my origin. I coexist with the world, but I was cultivated with a corpse. You have always wondered where I came from, but even if I am myself, I don't know where I came from. Seeing this stone door today, I finally understand that I am a corpse that fell from that door. Later, I developed spiritual wisdom and cultivated to the current state. The origin of the stone corpse coexisting with this world has always been a mystery, and he himself does not know it, but now he finally has a little vague impression." Hearing these words, the gods of the heavens shook, and several giants descended one after another, using various magic spells to seal the stone gate together. The 3 ancestors were furious, roaring and shaking the sky. Lu Zan was the first to charge up, and he swept the digital giants with one punch, showing his domineering combat power to the fullest. Woo! A strange roar came, and the energy of the dead world fluctuated, mighty and mighty, surging like the Yangtze River, rushing towards Shimon, and a mysterious strong man shot. Not long ago, the terrifying aura of Shimon also alarmed the continent of the dead. In fact, the moment the stone gate was closed, it was already difficult to open. The giants of the heavens did not know that the crazy seal at this moment naturally made the three ancestors even more furious. The mysterious strongman from the dead world also appeared, and the melee broke out immediately, and the kings fought. Boom! King Pangu imprisoned the fragmented shrine on the sky, and even more so, protected the stone gate on the altar in the center to prevent it from being accidentally injured. At this moment, Xiao Chen held the stone key in his hand, feeling excited. Maybe this stone key is related to those two doors. You go! King Pangu yelled at Xiao Chen and the others, follow the giant palace and enter the heaven. He split the space with a huge stone axe, and even directly broke through the barrier of the big world that separates him from the heavens. What kind of power is this? Boom! He first broke the shattered giant palace into the heaven, and then sent Xiao Chen, Keizu and others all in. Pangu King, don't worry about me, I think it's easy to retreat, don't get involved in this vortex, this place is out of control. King Pangu's response in this way represents the melee of the strongest in the world. If Xiao Chen and the others stay, it may be really dangerous. Even if it is Keizu, although he has successfully taken the last step, he is still not an opponent. After all, the time for him to become the Stone Man King is too short. The three ancestors of the alien world were really invincible. They rushed up the broken 99 stone steps, stood in front of the stone gate and scanned all directions. He kept chanting words, and finally a pair of eyes appeared on the stone gate, without pupils, shining brightly. The surrounding black mist billowed, only the pair of pupils shot out an unusually dazzling brilliance, which looked extremely strange and mysterious. That is a pair of eyes reflected through the stone wall. The three ancestors from other worlds have become more and more confident. The broken stone steps vibrated, and the 99 heavy stone steps reappeared, as if there was a mysterious force that made it grow again. The three kings stand on it, crushing the kings. This was an earth-shattering battle. No one knew the specific result of this battle. They only knew that a certain giant in the heavens fell in Kyushu, and the 99 heavy stone steps fell heavily into another world. The few giants who participated in that battle, after returning to the heaven, kept silent about the battle of that day, but they were all looking for something in secret. Until 800 years later, the gods of the heavens gradually heard that some giants were secretly searching for all kinds of secrets and past events in the heavens. Many legends that are considered absurd are also secretly investigated by giants. They seem to be pursuing the truth of history. It seems to be collecting many clues, trying to find something. Later, almost all the giants in the heaven were acting, and the gods felt that things were abnormal. Do you know that the heavens have a more distant and glorious past, and the current kings are exploring those secrets? What do they want to get? That's right, I've also heard that after they descended to the realm 800 years ago, they seem to have discovered something. According to legend, there are several major relics in the heavens, and there are heavy treasures hidden inside. They explore the historical legends. Maybe they want to find the heavy treasures in those great relics. Wrong, they want to discover a wider world. A period of dusty years, a world shrouded in mystery. That's why they are investigating. The gods of the heavenly world were talking about it, and they all wanted to know what the kings were looking for, and many people had their own different opinions. Time flies, and 2,000 years have passed in a flash. It has been 2,800 years since the previous battle, and too many things have happened in it. However, all this has nothing to do with Xiao Chen. 2,800 years ago, after he, Keizu and others were sent to the heaven by King Pangu, they tried to open the stone door with a stone key, but they failed because there was no keyhole at all, and there was no way to start. Afterwards, everyone was separated in the heavenly realm. He has been in seclusion until now, and he just woke up. Over the years, the heavens have been circulating that the kings are exploring historical legends, and there are many speculations circulating among the gods. The heavens as we know them are only the tip of the iceberg. 2,800 years later, as one of the parties involved in the past, the celestial giant Stone Corpse finally loosened his tone and said such a sentence. Digging through history, looking for hidden clues left over from the past, what exactly are they trying to do? After Xiao Chen retreated for 2,800 years, after waking up again, he found a few branded fluctuations in the retreat, which were left by KK's father and others. After reading it, Xiao Chen decided to return to Kyushu and leave this heaven temporarily. After 2,800 years, Xiao Chen came to Kyushu again, and Xiao Chen was in a trance. What I saw in front of me was full of vitality, green mountains, monkeys singing and tigers roaring. It was completely different from the desolate and dead scene when he left. This is a pure land full of life. It's just that I don't know what kind of creature is the master of this land now. Well, that's a dragon. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly spotted a dragon. He quickly chased after it, but then stopped because he saw a figure shaking on the horizon and a city looming. Chapter 597 Not Perfect. The dragon disappeared into the jungle, but at this time Xiao Chen saw a figure and a huge city on the horizon. 2,800 years have passed in a flash, and too many things have happened on the earth. The human race was completely wiped out, and a new race emerged and became the new master of this land. However, this is not the result of the natural evolution of the earth, but the deliberate intention of the other world. The newly emerged races have all appeared in history. Their origins have not completely disappeared. They all have living bodies in the foreign world. Now the foreign world is like grazing, allowing them to reappear in Kyushu. Xiao Chen walked forward, and he saw the orcs, which can be described as half human and half beast, with the body of a human race, but also the characteristics of a beast, such as a wolf family, with wolf ears. When necessary, the nails on both hands can skyrocket, giving birth to sharp wolf claws. A huge wind blade swept over. Xiao Chen lightly blocked it. The wind blade shattered immediately, but the shattered energy instantly condensed into a giant wolf and rushed towards Xiao Chen. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. The hostile werewolf in front seemed to have an extraordinary talent for controlling divine power. Who are you? Are you from the celestial human race? The strong wolf clan was on guard, ready to strike again at any time. Xiao Chen stared at the werewolf, and said, after thousands of years, no, 10,000 years, or 20,000 years, if you are still alive, you will know who I am. He has already seen that this werewolf is the most powerful wolf king in this territory, and his talent is very extraordinary. If he can survive, he may be able to hit the half-ancestor realm and maybe become the ancestor god. Of course, this is just a possibility, and even if there is any hope, it will be tens of thousands of years later. Who are you? Be your wolf king well, strive to become the greatest king of your clan, and even the entire beast clan, so that maybe one day, you will be able to participate in a battle that is destined to happen. What Xiao Chen said was a bit sentimental. When a race rises, do you know that the end of its demise has already been arranged by others, and it goes round and round, reincarnated again and again? Were the ancestors of the human race also like this? Had they also experienced such a thing, and had a ruined race appear in front of them so suddenly, giving a sad warning? What are you talking about? This somewhat extraordinary wolf king stared at Xiao Chen vigilantly, showing a thoughtful expression, and said, please speak clearly. Some things, even if I tell you the ending, can't be changed. Well, develop your race. Although Xiao Chen was sad, he finally laughed at himself. Facing this little wolf king, what's the use of saying so much? Is it possible to meet him again? I'm afraid that after thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, the other party has already turned into rotten soil. In the territory of the wolf clan, several cities are very simple, which shows that their living conditions are still very primitive. Xiao Chen floated like clouds and smoke, passed through the city, like a ghost, watching all this quietly. He was just a passerby, he didn't want to change anything, and he couldn't change anything, and left here before all the wolves could react. Soon, Xiao Chen traveled through the vast land where the orcs lived. He rescued a fox girl and met the kings of other orcs in person, but he felt very disappointed. Only the fox girl and the wolf king have extraordinary talents. Although the rest are outstanding, even if they are given tens of millions of years, they will not be able to achieve the half-ancestor state, let alone the ancestor god. Xiao Chen left in disappointment. The next stop he came to was the settlement of the celestials and humans. He had high hopes for such an ancient race that was said to be extremely gifted and reappeared in the world. The celestials, living in the central plains, are indeed a powerful race, and they occupied the most fertile land under the premise of coming to the world at the same time. When you come to the celestial race region, you can see the majestic city from a distance. They develop very quickly, much faster than the beast race. I don't know if old Antique of the celestial human clan has survived. If he knows that his race is flourishing on this land again, should he be sad or happy? Xiao Chen said to himself. The appearance of celestials and humans is almost the same, except that everyone has a third vertical eye, which is the key part that can give birth to supernatural powers. Naturally, it will vary from person to person. With the improvement of their own strength, their vertical eyes will produce various differences, and it can even be said to have all kinds of strange magical powers. Xiao Chen walked into this city, looking at the race that was in full swing. His heart was full of hope, because he felt the strength of this race. If they develop, what kind of power will they have? In the royal city of the celestial race, Xiao Chen discovered a half-ancestor from another world. Although he was in the realm of the seventh heaven, it was nothing to Xiao Chen right now. If he wanted to, he could easily kill him. However, he didn't do that. Killing a half-ancestor can't change anything at all. If an ancestor god with unlimited potential is here, maybe he will have the urge to make a move. That half-ancestor was actually teaching the celestials and humans various spells, as well as various combat skills, to promote their development. Xiao Chen was like a spectator, watching all this quietly. He felt that this time the other world seems to be in a hurry. This reincarnation may not be long, it will end soon. He seems to have seen the end of the celestials. This time, Xiao Chen didn't do anything, he just observed silently. After being silent for a full 10 years, during this process, he traveled to every area of the celestial human race and selected hundreds of outstanding ones. If possible, he wants to take root in this race and teach silently. However, in the end he was disappointed. The starting point of this powerful race is indeed far superior to other races, even the dragon race is inferior. However, he discovered a fatal problem. The celestials have a very high starting point, but after a certain stage of development, their advantages are no longer so obvious. Among them, the outstanding ones can quickly reach the realm of longevity, but after that, they lack groundbreaking. The starting point is very high, the strength is very strong, but it lacks creativity, which is fatal for a race. It may not be that difficult to hit the half-ancestor realm, but it will be very difficult to achieve anything after that. Perhaps, God is fair and gave them a high starting point, but then created flaws later on. Overall, they are not perfect. In the end, Xiao Chen only sealed an imprint in the minds of more than 100 outstanding people, including various secret methods of cultivation, and everything that happened in this land since ancient times. If they can reach above the level of the half-ancestor, the seal will be opened naturally, and all kinds of secrets and past events will be known and understood. Not perfect seeds, but some have to be sown. Afterwards, Xiao Chen came to another region and entered the territory of another mysterious and almost perfect race. The elves are a race with a slender body and almost perfect appearance, and are extremely beautiful. They live in the forest, their hearts are peaceful, they like peace, like hermits. Xiao Chen found this race in a picturesque and beautiful mountain forest. He tasted the divine liquid flowing from the tree of life and watched this race quietly. Disappointment once again filled his cheeks. The starting point of this race is still very high. It is comparable to the celestial race. It is a natural magician with a long life and enough time to practice. However, their creativity is not as good as that of the celestials. The mysterious and powerful races of the past have reappeared in the world, and we have the opportunity to watch them up close, but none of them are perfect. After Xiao Chen was disappointed, he returned to calm. In this world, everything has traces to follow, and there can be no perfection. However, he still left behind a seed of hope, and sealed a brand in the hearts of hundreds of elves. After visiting several races, Xiao Chen finally came to the gathering place of the Dragon Clan. This is a powerful race, but there are not many of them, only more than 10,000. Xiao Chen has a special feeling for the dragon race, even though they are not the most powerful race, but he has left more than 1,000 spiritual marks, sealed in this race. After doing all this, Xiao Chen sighed. Once upon a time, he also lived on this land, but now, after 2,800 years, everything has changed. This is no longer his era. To be precise, it is not the era of the human race. All the powerful races of the past have reappeared, but the human race is the only one missing. 3,000 years ago, there were his friends and enemies on this land, but 3,000 years later, the stars have changed, and the ups and downs of 100 generations have changed everything. In the past, the people who fought against him have turned into clay, and the people who used to have a drink with him have now turned into dry bones. The human race has perished, and now only he is left in this world. This is a kind of speechless loneliness. The sky and the earth are big, but there is no home for him. Xiao Chen stood on a high mountain and looked into the distance. The breeze blew by, messing up his black hair and blowing his still heart. Everyone is gone, even if it is an opponent from the past. It is good to resurrect one, as long as it is a human race, even if there is a mortal enemy. If he can resurrect a few people and reappear in front of his eyes, he can also smile away the grudge. No more, no longer exist, everyone has turned into dry bones, and life cannot be repeated. Lu Mu, Chen Fang, Jin Sini, Niu Ren, every vivid face appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes from time to time, but now only his lonely self remained. And KK, poor little thing. Recalling all the past events, Xiao Chen felt that his eyes were a little blurry, but in the end there were no tears to flow, only a little mist drifting away from his eyes. In the end, Xiao Chen walked from the eastern part of the mainland to the former Yangzhou step by step, walking from east to west on foot, which seemed to be the last memory of the past. The ground under your feet is where people from the past are buried. Thousands of years later, who is who, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, who can tell where the people in the previous life are? The grass is so green, maybe there is the flesh and blood of the deceased under its roots, and the deep pool is so deep, maybe there are bones of heroes at the bottom. Zulong village disappeared without a trace, and it was known for a long time that this was the result. Xiao Chen was very silent. Whether his parents were alive or dead, he didn't have any clues, and he didn't know where the ancient village went. Xiao Chen stood here quietly for 3 days, then walked away. But when passing by the location of the original dead city, he thought of KK, who used to carry a bamboo basket to burn paper for him, worshipping the scene, which made his ancient well-tempered heart suddenly sour. Suppressing his sadness, he soared into the sky and left Kyushu, which made him restless. Traveling through the 4 worlds, Xiao Chen found that these 4 worlds have not changed much, and there are still no living creatures. With a long sigh, Xiao Chen bid farewell to Kyushu and Sifang world, and entered the world of death. There is still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Did the ancestor god of the other world really completely wipe out all the monks near Shengkyun? Could it be that no one escaped that catastrophe? He wants to search hard in the continent of death, and maybe there will be a final surprise. Xiao Chen entered the world of death and passed by Shengkyun, his expression froze. In the past, he had already stripped that piece of land and buried it in Kyushu, but at this moment, it seems that this place has been submerged again, forming a huge tomb, like a mountain. Who came here to bury it? Has anyone really survived? Xiao Chen explored with his spiritual sense, but found nothing, and then he walked towards the depths of the continent of death. On the way to the city of the Girl King, it has long been destroyed. The old skeleton emperor and Jigong Buddha have disappeared, and their life and death are unknown. Have Tianweishan, Rinweiren, Yingshang and others passed away. According to the prophecy, they will become one with King Dewei Pluto, and will sacrifice in the palace of death. Xiao Chen murmured to himself. He headed inside, but he never encountered the mist of death again, which also meant that he could not find the heavenly palace of death, and it was impossible to find Dewei Pluto again. Zushin, I'm looking for you. In the depths of the continent of death, Xiao Chen shouted loudly, shaking the surroundings. However, no one responded to him, and there was silence in the depths of the dead world. Going further inside, there are many dangers and obstacles, which are extremely dangerous for the ancestor gods. Is the Girl King clear? She and the 3 skeletons walked into the depths of the world of death and have been gone for so many years. Is she all right? You came. At this moment, in the depths of the continent of death, among a sea of snow-white bones, Taoist Zushin's shadow emerged. He looked at Xiao Chen fixedly, and said, "It's a pity, you lost the array." After confronting the stone gate at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, Shintu split and entered the underground of Kyushu. Shu Tian, I didn't come to you to fight against your powerful enemy. I want to ask you, is there anyone in Shengkyun who survived that day? I don't know. The death continent is so big. How can I know everything? Maybe someone survived. The ancestor gods from other worlds entered this world and encountered many powerful creatures in the depths of the death continent. The loss was not small, and they had no choice but to retreat. Have you ever seen a Girl King and 3 skeletons enter the depths of the continent of death? Xiao Chen kept asking. He wanted to know too many things. But I have seen it, but that girl is not simple, she is no longer a king, she has been promoted to the realm of the ancestor god. Xiao Chen was startled and said, "Can you take me to that area?" Impossible. The deepest part of the mainland is the death zone, and there has never been a return. There, you will see many dilapidated ancient magic cities. If you want to go, I will not stop you, but I can't be distracted to break there. Then I'll go by myself. Shu Tian shook his head and said, "I advise you to stop, someone is eager to wait for you to come to your door. You should know that 2,800 years ago, in the last battle, there were also kings in the world of death who attacked the end of the stone steps. Some people noticed you, they are very interested in the divine map. Today is a transitional chapter, tomorrow the world will be completely changed, and the background will be completely different." Chapter 598 13,000 Years of Vicissitudes. The mysterious and powerful Shu Tian is very cautious today, and he doesn't want to take a step into the death penalty area at all. He seems to have all kinds of scruples. As strong as he is also so careful. One can imagine how magical and terrifying that area is. I advise you to go back the same way and collect the God map as soon as possible. That is the most important thing. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was silent for a while. He really wants to enter the depths of the world of death, but he understands that what Shu Tian said makes sense. The divine map is very important. KK's father, and Lao Gui once warned him when he was in the heaven, to return to Kyushu and endure, and find a way to recollect the full array map. People can't do whatever they want. It seems that I have no choice but to return to Kyushu. What he has to do now is to improve and consolidate his strength, so that he can be strong enough to compete with the Stone Man King. Do you know how to condense the array map? Shu Tian asked. It needs to be explored slowly. Xiao Chen naturally couldn't tell him. I know a little bit about it. In the past, the formation diagram once displayed its power in the world of death, and then it was condensed on the sword. He paused at this point, and didn't say any more. Oh, you know the details, please let me know. Xiao Chen's expression changed. This is a huge secret that was involved at the time, and if it is spread out, it may shock the world. Shu Tian seemed to be emotional, with his hands behind his back, and his face was full of exclamation. Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen became more and more curious. The powerful array condenses the supreme power and the complicated and mysterious Dao seal. He still can't really understand it. If someone provides him with clues, it will naturally be of great help to him. Do you know Juding? Do you know Tianbei? Shu Tian's eyes were dreamlike, as if recalling an extremely important past event. His expression was very solemn. Of course I know. Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen felt more and more that Zushin knew something. The 9 lanterns carried too many secrets, and the Tianbei was even more mysterious, and all signs indicated that it should be related to the divine map. The 9 lanterns and the Tianbei are. At this point, Shu Tian stopped. His eyes were like 2 blades, scanning the deepest part of the world of death. Boom! The void was instantly pierced by 2 golden eyes. The eyes cut through the sky, and a dazzling brilliance bloomed at the end of the earth, making the place bright. A tall and majestic dead city emerged, clearly presented in front of the 2 of them, as if they were close at hand, but it can be clearly inferred that the ancient giant city is at least tens of thousands of miles away from here, which is just manifested by Shu Tian with his great supernatural power. A stone man who is transforming into nirvana. Xiao Chen's eyes were shining brightly. As you can see, there is no pure land in the world of death, and there is a powerful transmuter thousands of miles away. He can clearly hear what we say. Even if it is the sound transmission of a powerful spiritual consciousness, it may be intercepted by others. Shu Tian slid his hand across the void, and the giant city disappeared from their eyes. Just over 100 miles ahead, a huge city was hazy and hidden in the fog. Xiao Chen had to sigh. This Zushin was not so powerful, and a ray of divine sense separated out captured another ancient city. Kangdang. The gate of the giant city was opened, and Xiao Chen stepped in. Squeak. The gate was slowly closed, the city was filled with mist, and bursts of life energy surged. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. The sky was dark, and the clouds covered the sky, blocking the sky of the ancient city and completely covering it. The ancient city was like a cage, locking Xiao Chen inside, and all the exits were blocked. What do you mean by that? There are many strong people in the world of death, and the existence in the deepest part can see everything. If you don't do it so thoroughly, they will notice it. Shu Tian replied casually. Even so, you don't have to go to great lengths to seal me up in the city. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Shu Tian calmly manifested his figure in the misty mist in front of him. Speaking of which, your divine map has been lost, and our cooperation may not be able to proceed. I hope you will return the primordial demon city to me. It's really quick to turn your back on you. Before, you worked hard to stabilize me and kept making useful suggestions, but it was just to introduce me into the ancient city. Do you want to do it now? Your growth surprised me. You have reached the 5th level of Zanzu, and you are about to enter the ranks of Super Zanzu, but after all, you have lost your divine map. For me, you are a very powerful tonic. Till this time, Zushin's voice was still very flat, but there was no doubt that he showed a ferocious face, wanting to sacrifice Xiao Chen and take away his vitality. You are just a ray of divine thoughts. Do you really think you can beat me? Xiao Chen stared at Shu Tian in front of him. He already knew that this partner was not good at fighting, but he did not expect that the other party was so confident that he would dare to make a move against Zanzu Wuchangtian. Your divine map is long gone. What else can I rely on? I have been waiting for you for more than 2,800 years. You are a good sacrifice. I need your flesh and blood very much. Boom. Speaking of this, a stone spear appeared in Shu Tian's hand, simple and unpretentious, but with a powerful deterrent aura. It was a perfect stone soldier, a weapon left by a stone king-level powerhouse, pointing at Xiao Chen's chest. I forgot to tell you. In order to deal with you, I split a strong part of my divine sense, just to completely wipe you out. After refining you, I will naturally find a way to condense the divine map in your sea of AA memory. Instead of relying on others, I should master and evolve the escaped one myself. Shu Tian's voice was indifferent and heartless, and it became extremely cold, completely different from the previous appearance. By the way, I can tell you that some of the people you inquired about me are indeed not dead. I once met a group of strong men, hundreds of dragon monks. The leader is the god of war, king of the dragon clan. He has great potential. He has reached the 9th level of the half-ancestor realm and has slightly touched the realm of the ancestor god. Where are they? Xiao Chen's eyes shot out two compelling lights. Hundreds of dragons, that is really a powerful life energy, gathered together, it is really exciting. I devoured them all. You. Xiao Chen was furious. He would never forget the tall figure of the dragon god of war king. He once protected KK and cared about the little beasts. He was the guardian of the dragon Raisha, the powerful god of war. They escaped the pursuit of other worlds, but they died in the hands of Zushan without thinking about it. The lives of hundreds of dragons all fell here in the end. Boom! Shu Tian shook slightly, and the entire primordial demon city shook violently. From the surrounding tall buildings, snow-white skeletons suddenly rolled out, all of which were the remains of the dragon clan. The pale bones were a bit dazzling, and it hurt Xiao Chen's heart even more. He saw a huge white skeleton of a lion king dragon piled up in front of him like a hill. It was the dragon king of war. Hundreds of bones, hundreds of strong dragons died tragically in the city. Zushan, I have always known that you are not a kind person, but I never thought that you could make me so angry. If I don't kill your divine sense, I will never give up. It's a pity, you can't protect yourself, let the anger continue to surge, let it burn you. Shu Tian's voice was like a curse. The black flames in the primordial demon city were burning, and they were actually connected to Xiao Chen's surging anger, sweeping towards him crazily. This was a vicious curse. At the same time, Shu Tian pierced towards Xiao Chen with a stone spear in his hand. The spear tip shook the Death Continent, and the powerful energy fluctuations penetrated the ancient magic city, tearing apart tens of thousands of miles around. Only my own strength is the most fundamental strength. In the past 2,800 years, for the sake of cultivation, I have rarely used big weapons, just to sharpen myself, but today I am going to break the precept. Xiao Chen pulled out the ancient scroll with a bang, and sealed it forward. The misty long scroll showed an incomparably magnificent picture of rivers and mountains, as if a real world had emerged, and the 5 kings seemed to be stepping out, joining hands to suppress Zushan. What? Shu Tian was shocked. 2,800 years ago, you didn't see all of that battle. I have ancient scrolls besides the battle map. Crash! The ancient scrolls fluttered in the wind, and the 5 kings stepped towards the sky. Aha! Hey! Zushan yelled, and the ancient god city shook, like a prison in the sky, full of gloom, and then began to shrink, with endless black light shining, trying to obliterate Xiao Chen and the ancient scroll. At the same time, the stone spear pierced the 5 stalwart figures. Boom! Within the range covered by the ancient scroll, all the black light was absorbed, and the stone spear flew towards the inside of the ancient scroll. Impossible! Shu Tian yelled loudly, because he found that he couldn't control the stone spear. The king's stone soldier seemed to have a sense of life, and rushed towards one of the 5 tall figures autonomously. Could it be his stone soldiers? Shu Tian's eyes showed surprise. Boom! After all, the stone spear got rid of his control, disappeared into the ancient scroll, and appeared in the hands of a king. In this way, the ancient scroll shook the sky, and the stone spears merged in, making the whole scroll even more powerful. Crash! The ancient scroll trembled, like the trembling of the sky, its power was much stronger than before, and the stone spear even shot out dazzling golden rays. The entire contracted primordial demon city shook for a while, as if it was about to collapse, and the black light scattered a lot. Xiao Chen was surprised for a while. This ancient scroll still has room for improvement. A stone spear was added to make it much more powerful. What if the stone soldiers of the 5 kings all return? Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Tian retreated decisively, turned into a phantom, and rushed out of Tamo City. Moreover, he was not willing to leave this giant city to Xiao Chen, so he swung his palm, and the giant city shook Xiao Chen out, quickly shrank, and followed Shu Tian away. It's not that easy to leave. The ancient scroll turned into the sky, and the stone spear in the middle turned into a brilliant golden light, illuminating the continent of death, and pierced through it. Boom! The brilliant brilliance was more than 100 miles long, and it caught up with the ancient magic city 500 miles away, pierced through it directly, shattered it, and stabbed towards Zushan at the same time. Crash! With a cruel heart, Shu Tian urged the great power accumulated in the ancient magic city, causing the city to collapse, blocking the stone spear, and he left the giant city. However, Xiao Chen didn't want to let him go, so he threw the ancient scroll out, covering the sky of the dead world. No matter how powerful your main body is, the ray of divine sense that you have split out cannot be against the sky. I will not let you go today no matter what. The broken giant city was put away by Xiao Chen, and he was going to strengthen the god city he had mastered. Seeing those hundreds of dragon skeletons, Xiao Chen was already furious. It was impossible to let Shu Tian go, and his murderous aura immediately surged to the sky. Boom! Shu Tian was swept by the ancient scroll and flew out horizontally. It was impossible to escape through the space. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and completely imprisoned this place. I underestimated you. Shu Tian was very calm, not flustered. Boom! At this moment, an ancient magic city thousands of miles away flew towards here, and Zushan's main body magic city arrived. Obviously different from ordinary ancient cities, this city exudes a vast ocean of life energy, and its majestic power makes people tremble, which is extremely terrifying. Even if you possess the heaven-defying battle treasure, you can't accept me. My body can take the last step at any time, but I just want to be more perfect. Zushan's clone is very confident. Xiao Chen changed color and shouted, "5 kings unite." Inside the ancient scroll, the brilliance circulated, and the 5 kings merged into one, and then a huge palm stretched out from the ancient scroll, and grabbed it overwhelmingly. Impossible, he yelled. Boom! Shu Tian was grabbed, and was dragged into the ancient scroll with a bang. A stone spear pierced him, and he could no longer struggle. It's useless to come with your body, I must wipe out your divine thoughts. This was the last voice left by Xiao Chen, and then he wore an ancient scroll and disappeared into a stream of light. This is Xiao Chen's understanding and mastery of the ancient scrolls after he has made great progress in cultivation. Not only is his attacking power stronger, but he also has the escapism such as comprehension. In the next quarter of an hour, he returned to Kyushu, and then sank into the ground. In this way, Xiao Chen fell silent, and began to practice silently, secretly looking for those lost battle swords. He uses 9 ancient lamps as his source, and changes places every 500 years. Every time he practices in front of the ancient underground lamps, he understands the origin of heaven and earth, condenses profound techniques, and searches for formations. The formation map is not complete with the body. He summoned the divine map with this awareness. In the past, he saw and recorded all kinds of imprints in the divine map, so he could simulate the various mighty powers of the divine map. In this way, Xiao Chunlu found 19 battle swords one after another. Time flies, passing away silently. Xiao Chen has been silent in the land of Kyushu for more than 3,500 years, and more than 6,300 years have passed since the last battle in the past. When he woke up again, he felt a terrible abnormality, and the earth seemed to be filled with endless sorrow, and he heard the roar of all beings. Xiao Chen sensed that the world was devastated, and the short cycle of reincarnation was over. Obviously, there was an accident this time, and the gods from the other world lost their patience and directly wiped out the creatures on the earth, instead of continuing a complete history of civilization as in the past, and ending all this in advance. Cities were being destroyed, and pieces of life were dying. Xiao Chen saw enemies from other worlds that he was familiar with in the past, and he could even name some of them. He wanted to make a move, but he held back because he was powerless to change anything. Can it really be numb? Inexplicable grief and anger surged in his heart several times, and he couldn't help but make a move, but in the end he clenched his fists and held back. He was like a passerby, watching with cold eyes. At this moment in history, he almost numbly witnessed the end of an era. Scenes of tragedies are unfolding, tens of thousands of skeletons of the superhuman celestials, the blood of the perfect elves stained the peaceful forest, the blood of the wild orc tribes flows into rivers, and the corpses of powerful dragons are piled up in the Dragon Valley. Bleeding and drifting, bones like mountains, the ground was stained red with blood. Xiao Chen remained motionless after all, wearing an ancient scroll, hiding his breath, sitting quietly deep in the land of Kyushu. Grief and joy, life and death, honor and disgrace, so much experience has already made him hard-hearted, but it is by no means insensitive. It is not that he cannot be saved, but that he cannot be saved. Go through all this peacefully, watch a short reincarnation silently, be with all sentient beings, and bear all the pain silently. It's not about escaping, but for the final battle. It doesn't make any sense to go out to die now, even if you are going to die, it has value. At this moment, Xiao Chen experienced great pain. Until the earth was dead, completely calm for decades, he still remained motionless like a fossil. In the following hundreds of years, he was like a piece of dead wood, almost extinct. It wasn't until thousands of years later that a powerful aura spread from the land of Kyushu. Xiao Chen experienced various drastic changes and completed a mental journey. He let go of a lot and figured out a lot. He changed from a war ancestor to an ancestor god, and the original god of the myriad worlds was finally imprinted in his heart, controlling a more original power. Although the human race seems weak, they have infinite creativity. They need to reappear in the world. This experimental land is valuable. Other races are exiled to the world and leave this magical Kyushu to human beings. Thousands of years ago, at the moment when the short reincarnation ended, the voices of the gods from other worlds still seemed to be echoing. Xiao Chen had no joys or worries, and was very ordinary. He had become a super ancestor god of the sixth heaven, and his strength was steadily advancing. 7,300 years had passed since the ultimate battle in the past. It was still a long time before the 30,000-year agreement, and he still had time to continue to strengthen himself, especially after transforming from the ancestor of war to the god of ancestors. His cultivation vision suddenly broadened a lot. Continue to look for the battle sword, or go out to look for the mark of the Tianbei. In the end, Xiao Chen didn't move at all, sitting quietly cross-legged in the depths of Kyushu like a haggard tree. What he needs now is to improve his true strength, rather than relying on external objects. He needs a period of precipitation and then sublimation to the utmost, not blindly looking for other methods. The eight-phase world surrounds Xiao Chen, and the original octave vibrates in the eight worlds, as if traveling through the ages. All of this is centered on Xiao Chen, who is as motionless as a rock. The years are rushing, and the long river of time is flowing silently. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep for another 6,000 years. More than 13,000 years have passed since the final battle. The years are silent, the sea is changing, and the world is changing. Humans have reappeared a long time ago. They did not evolve naturally, they are still the seeds of life preserved in other worlds, and they were rescattered in Kyushu. After 6,000 years, human beings have developed to a new height, and the earth has already changed greatly. At night, Yandu glows with infinite vitality, with neon lights flashing, and skyscrapers lined up one after another. For rich people who like to go out at night, the rotten nightlife has just begun. In Yanjing Yongle Palace Clubhouse, a shrewd and capable young man walked into a box. A middle-aged man who was already sitting there waved to Ying Ying Yan Yan, who was surrounded by him, and said, "Go out first, we have something to talk about." Seeming to understand the power of it, several attractive women quietly exited the box. "Sit down, is there any progress?" the middle-aged man asked the young man who came in. "I dug up some fragments of iron clothes this time. It is hard to imagine that they are so hard. It is difficult to break those iron clothes with current technology. And, speaking of this, the young man seemed very excited, and said, "Our detectors actually found life fluctuations in the ground, which is incredible." Chapter 599 I Am Your Ancestor. In Yandu Yongle Palace Clubhouse, in the resplendent private room, after a brief silence, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Are you sure there are life fluctuations deep in the ground?" "I'm sure. Because I have been to the scene to observe it, there is absolutely no mistake." The shrewd and capable young man was extremely sure, sitting on the sofa not far away, his eyes full of fanaticism. The middle-aged man stood up, walked back and forth, and then shot two equally fiery lights from his eyes, and said, "We must block the news, and we must not leak the wind. Mr. Wu, don't worry, the archaeological team has already been bought by us, and all kinds of the most advanced detectors are also provided by us. They can't do without us." "Okay, I don't worry about your work." The middle-aged man came over, patted the young man on the shoulder lightly, and then sat down with a pensive expression. It wasn't until a long time later that he spoke again. "I just thought it was just some cultural relics, but I didn't expect such a mysterious relic to be discovered. We must make relevant preparations and take precautions. This matter is extraordinary. If others find out, it may be difficult for us to intervene. We can get as much benefit as we can get now. It's unbelievable. Thinking about it now, it still feels like a dream. This ruin is too evil." The shrewd young man sighed. "There will always be things in this world that we can't think of, and it is impossible for us to understand them all. Do it well, and I will always see your efforts. Thank you Mr. Wu for your appreciation, I will not let you down. Speaking of this, he seemed to have remembered something, opened a suitcase he was carrying with him, and said, Mr. Wu, I brought the latest fragments of iron clothes that I excavated. Please have a look. Those were more than a dozen simple and unadorned metal fragments, dark red in color. Although they had been buried in the ground for many years, although they looked old, they had no trace of rust and were extremely hard. It was difficult to punch a small hole through various methods. These are the pieces of the iron clothes you were talking about. The middle-aged man called Mr. Wu looked at them carefully, grabbed two pieces and compared them to each other, then weighed them a few times, and said, it's so heavy, but it's only the size of an orange petal, and each piece weighs half a caddy. At this moment, the young man turned on the laptop and said, this is the restoration map given by relevant experts. It should be an iron suit, or an ancient metal armor. The iron clothes displayed on the screen are simple and unpretentious, and seem very ordinary, but the more you look at it, the more deeply it attracts people's eyes. It seems to contain some inexplicable mystery, especially those restored metal patterns, which are mysterious when they are pieced together. At this moment, the cell phone rang, and the young man's face changed immediately after he connected. Soon he hung up the phone and said, Mr. Wu, there was an accident. An explosion occurred at the site where the metal composition was identified. All the relevant people and facilities were shattered, but the fragment of the iron coat was intact. Oh, so mysterious. Mr. Wu shot two bright lights in his eyes, and said, let's go to the scene to see. In a villa on the outskirts, there was light smoke. This single-family villa was mostly broken, and the surrounding vegetation fell down. It can be seen how powerful the explosion was. What happened? Among the several burly bodyguards guarding the scene, one of them replied, there is a survivor, but his life is also in critical condition. I'm afraid it can't be rescued. Did you ask what's going on? Asked the shrewd and capable young man. He said that when he was analyzing the metal fragments, the metal suddenly emitted a blazing light, and then an explosion occurred at the scene. He was far away, so he was not out of breath for the time being. After understanding all this in detail, the middle-aged Mr. Wu expressed deep thought and said, is there really supernatural power? Arrange it. We will go to the excavation site immediately and prepare for the response. I think this matter may eventually be beyond our control. Boss Wu means, in the current environment, the power of individuals is really small. Be prepared to report to the relevant state departments, so as not to eat mutton and make your body smelly. A day later, they came to Dunhuang, where the wind and sand were very strong, especially in the no man's land. The sandstorms fell all over the sky like a torrent, and could even completely block the sun. But in a ruin, everything here is very quiet, and the sandstorm seems to be unwilling to patronize this place, as if it is full of a strange force. Mr. Wu, a major discovery, we dug up some pieces of iron clothes from the ruins, and unexpectedly. What is it? Mr. Wu lost his composure long ago, and grabbed the unshaven explorer in his ruins pit. Blood flowed out of the coffin. The inspector seemed very excited, and kept explaining, the bright red blood, our personnel are extracting it, it's incredible, it's unimaginable, I don't know why the blood in the ancient tomb didn't coagulate. When President Wu heard this, he was shocked at first, then excited, and finally his expression changed drastically, and he frowned. Things are getting bigger, it's beyond our control. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from under the ruins. Everyone changed their colors and retreated involuntarily. In this no man's land, in this mysterious ruins, everyone involuntarily had bad associations. It's not good, someone died, it was very miserable, it turned into bones, and the flesh and blood all festered. A horrified cry came from below the ruins. That's corpse poison, be careful not to touch it. Someone shouted. It's not like this, it's the blood that is blooming. If it doesn't touch it, the person's flesh and blood will melt and turn into bones. Everyone above gasped, this place is so evil, it makes people feel chills down their spines. In the surrounding area, the sky was full of sand and dust, and the wind was whistling. Only the wind and waves in the ruins were calm and silent, which further highlighted the evil here. Keep digging. The shrewd and capable young man gave orders by Mr. Wu's side and forced the people below to continue. However, once you get close to that area, the blood will glow. If this continues, everyone will die. The people below resisted, unwilling to continue. You find a way, use other means to dig, if you don't really dig out the secrets here, don't come up here, you should all be buried here. The young man reprimanded loudly, his voice was cold and indifferent. The excavation continued, and soon there was exciting news from below. I dug up an ancient weapon. Although it was broken, it has no rust and is very sharp. It can easily cut through our various instruments. Okay, keep digging. The young man clenched his fists. However, Mr. Wu next to him frowned even more. Mr. Wu, what's the matter with you? The young man asked cautiously. I'm afraid that the matter is really completely out of our control. There is a lot of mystery here. Maybe we should report it to the relevant state departments. Otherwise, it will become a big problem and we will have no way to deal with it. With our financial resources, we can't. The young man was very unwilling. You don't know about supernatural power. Someone once warned me that when encountering this kind of thing, it's a bad luck. We are not a multinational giant, and we don't have such a large operational power. If we conceal it and don't report it, the effect will be very bad if it is known. Supernatural power. That's right. Although our technology is advancing with each passing day, there are still many mysterious things happening, but the public doesn't know about it. I also undoubtedly know the secrets of that field. At the time, I didn't care. I thought it was just rumors. Now it seems. Having said that, Mr. Wu stopped talking. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the depths of the ruins, and then a bloody light rushed up, like a huge sharp blade, erected from the ground and pierced into the sky. The bloody light was blazing, and the light beam was hundreds of meters long. After breaking into the sky, it made all the surrounding dust and sandstorms go away. A few screams came out, and the people below seemed to be very frightened and screamed. It's not good, the people in the blood light are all shattered and turned into blood mist. This is where the devil lives, no more digging. It was obvious that all the people below were terrified. There was nothing more shocking than witnessing several companions being smashed to pieces under the bloody brilliance. Above the ruins, Mr. Wu's face was pale, and he clenched his fists tightly. Mr. Wu, are you okay? The young man supported him by his side. It's over, it really is completely beyond our control, supernatural power, report it to the relevant department, and don't get involved in it. After saying this, he seemed to have collapsed, unwilling and afraid. But Mr. Wu, stop talking, do as I say. Mr. Wu waved his hand. All right. The young man turned around and started to make a few phone calls. Then his eyes glowed, he walked aside, and made another mysterious phone call. He said softly, Mr. John, you have always devoted yourself to the study of ancient metaphysics. I want to sell you a piece of news. I know that the consortium behind you is very powerful. Boom, there was a vibration from under the ruins, and someone below uttered a horrifying cry. A bloody object was detected. It's too scary, this is a hell where devils live. What's going on? Mr. Wu asked, and now, he gradually became calmer, and he no longer had any worries, but his curiosity was aroused instead. Below, there seemed to be a lot of bones deep in the ground, and the object that emits blood, that is, the object with life fluctuations, is actually a mass of tattered flesh and blood. It is particularly eye-catching among those bones. The people under the ruins seemed to be terrified, their speech was incoherent, and they stuttered. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. At this moment, another scream came from under the ruins. What did you find again? Peerless treasure. The people below seemed incomparably amazed, forgot their fear for a while, and said, we detected a precious tree, blooming with 9 colored brilliants, surrounded by mist, but it was difficult to cover the 9 leaves, and the 9 kinds of magical rainbows shot out are so fascinating. Treasure tree, is it among the corpses? Mr. Wu asked hurriedly with his eyes bright. No, it is rooted in the distance, next to an underground river. Peerless, I am not dreaming, it must be a holy object that fell from heaven to hell. Mr. Wu and the young man wanted to send people to dig up the treasure tree, but they couldn't go down to that area at all. The 9-colored magic rainbow circulated and blocked all the artifacts outside. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that it was the colorful sacred tree in the past, but there are already 9 leaves, and it has grown from the size of a palm to more than a foot high. In the past, after Xiao Chen returned the holy tree to Kiki, he no longer controlled the little tree. He would never have thought that the little tree would reappear. Soon, there was a rumbling sound in the sky here, and large aircrafts continued to land. The National Institute of Paleontology, the Institute of Paleometaphysics, the Institute of the Supernatural. 7 or 8 research institutes and a large number of researchers came here under the protection of heavy soldiers, and soon the ruins were blocked. But the news has not been completely sealed. Some foreign groups are plotting to get a share of the leftovers. Of course, the average citizen would not know all this. Where is Xiao Chen? On the outskirts of a small city called Dongying in Shandong, a problem occurred in a newly drilled oil well, and many people surrounded it. What happened? It's a strange thing. The drill pipe and drill bit for drilling the well are broken. It's not like I haven't broken drill pipes and drill bits before, but this time it's so evil. You see, there are a few long hairs hanging on the broken drill bits that were brought up. What a ghost. Several workers pointed at the broken drill bit. Don't you want to tell me that these long hairs were brought up from thousands of meters underground? A boss-like man, wearing a hard hat and with a gloomy face, looked at the workers and several technicians at the scene, and said, "Don't prevaricate me with such absurd reasons, and don't make me wonder if there is something wrong with your brains." "Mr. Zhang, this is true." A technician next to him testified. "Yes, Li Gong is right, it is true, we have seen it with our own eyes." Several other workers said. "Ridiculous." Mr. Zhang glared angrily at the few people present. "Mr. Zhang, behind you." At this moment, a worker yelled. "What's wrong with me behind my back? Look at you, what you look like. There is a problem with the drilling, it is inseparable from your frizzy personality." Mr. Zhang was very dissatisfied. The people around seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and they all backed away. The engineer named Li Gong exclaimed in surprise, and said, "Mr. Zhang, there are a lot of hairs at the well mouth." Mr. Zhang stared angrily, then looked back, his face turned pale immediately, he rolled and crawled, fled forward, fell a few big somersaults one after another, and stopped with the crowd after running far enough. His body was like a sieve, and he asked everyone tremblingly, "Just now, what I saw, is it true?" At this moment, they were more than 50 meters away from the oil well, and everyone looked back in surprise. Yes, it's true." Someone stammered and replied, "Quick, quick, quick, look at the mouth of the well." Just at the head of the oil well, a lot of long hair emerged, and then an unkempt head was exposed. Everyone suddenly felt chills down their spines. Mr. Zhang took the courage to reprimand everyone, saying, "What are you doing nonsense, why did people enter the well?" No, who dares to take the risk, Mr. Zhang, look for yourself." At this moment, everyone turned pale with fright, and fled to the distance again. A strange man with disheveled hair slowly climbed up from the mouth of the well. He was wearing a strange ancient costume, his eyes were like two cold lightnings, and he was so intimidating that he almost made everyone fall to the ground. Mr. Zhang followed the crowd and ran for a long distance before stopping. He was terrified, and bravely shouted, "Who are you? Why, ran under our drilling platform, why, went down into the oil well?" He was panicked and stuttered. "I was sleeping, did you guys wake me up?" The disheveled young man's face was mostly covered by the disheveled hair, and his voice was very indifferent. Coupled with the tattered and strange clothes on his body, even in the midday sun, it made people feel a chill down their backs. You, what nonsense are you talking about?" President Zhang was frightened and surprised when he heard what the other person said, and said, You, how could you be underground, how could you sleep under our drilling well, you, who are you?" The young man with disheveled hair was very calm, his tone was calm but cold, and he said, "I am sleeping 2,500 meters underground, why did you use iron drills to drill my head and wake me up?" You are ridiculous, what nonsense are you talking about?" Quote. Mr. Zhang felt very angry. He seriously suspected that someone was playing a prank, and he was boldly teasing him, saying, "The drill bit woke you up at a depth of 2,500 meters. Thank you for figuring it out. Who do you think you are, and you really think your head is a diamond? The skull we drilled with the drill bit, you are intact. You also smashed our drill bit. It's a joke in the world. Call the police, you must catch this troublemaker. Have you finished?" The disheveled young man quietly looked at the people in front of him, and said, "It's reasonable for you to wake me up, it's obvious that you drilled my head and disturbed my deep sleep. It's really unreasonable. Where did you come from? Gossip here, who the hell are you, came here to destroy our oil well?" The weird man with disheveled hair pondered for a moment, and said, "In a sense, I am your ancestor." All wipe. Hearing this sentence, everyone was dumbfounded, this weird person is really nothing, he dared to take advantage of everyone like this. Even Mr. Zhang couldn't help swearing, and said, "Fuck, who is the owner? It's too bad to tease us like this. Damn, you can't do pranks like this. You come to our oil well to make trouble. Hurry up and call the police. By the way, let me see if there are people from the TV station around who are secretly filming. Damn it, if you let me know which boring channel came here to collect materials, I won't let him go bankrupt. The current TV station is too embarrassing. They dare to do anything in order to arrange programs, and dare to go to our oil well. The Tiger's territory came to play wild, and I have no end with them. That's right, let's just say that the price of oil keeps going up, but we can't punish us like this. It's too shameful. We should continue to suggest to the head office to continue to increase the price of oil. Next to him, someone was relieved, thinking that this was definitely a prank by someone, so he no longer was afraid, and said so. At this moment, the disheveled young man in front of the oil well did not explain anything, but directly picked up the drill bit and drilled a few times on his head. Click! The drill bit suddenly fell apart and fell to the ground. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. While everyone was stunned, the young man easily picked up 7 or 8 drill pipes weighing in tons, and beat them on himself. As a result, everyone scared half of their souls. All the drill pipes broke, and fell to the ground. My mother. Ghost. It's really an underground old ghoul. ... Everyone was pale, rolling and crawling, trying to escape from here, but their legs trembled, their calves twisted, it was difficult to run, and almost all of them collapsed there. Moreover, at this moment, what made their scalps tingle was that the young man with disheveled hair, without touching the ground, floated over like a goose feather, and came before everyone's eyes like a ghost. Don't be afraid, I'm not a ghost. In a sense, I'm really your ancestor. The disheveled young man floated closer, squatted down, his long hair covered most of his face, and stared at them. Several people rolled their eyes on the spot and fainted from fright. Chapter 600, Such a strange person is really scary. These people are very straightforward. In the end, they all rolled their eyes and passed out in fright. No one could stay awake. Hey, I'm really your ancestor, why don't you believe me? The weird man with disheveled hair shook his head, waking everyone up one by one. When everyone regained their sanity, they saw that strange man took off his head calmly, then carefully wiped it with his torn sleeves, and finally held it in his palm and weighed it back and forth, as if it was not a head, but a tattered watermelon that was worthless. This kind of inhuman stimulation is really unbearable, even the most nervous people will collapse. Everyone was in a tacit understanding, stretching their necks, kicking their legs and rolling their eyes at the same time, and they all fell into a coma again. Wake up, wake up. The weirdo pulled them one by one to wake them up, but the moment everyone opened their eyes, they were greatly stimulated. The strange man unexpectedly cracked, and removed one of his thighs, dragged his head with one hand to weigh it, and dangled that thigh with the other. God, don't wake me up. Faced with this inhuman stimulation, everyone felt their calves twist, their hearts were beating wildly, and they were about to jump out of their throats. I haven't seen strangers for so many years, and I want to have fun with you, but you are so boring. The strange man's head was held in his hand, and his words were not affected at all. Fun, it's almost scary. After several stimulations, everyone was almost numb, and now it is difficult to pass out. You, what the hell are you? If a person doesn't know how to kill a wolf, it's useless to take a trip in the world. Speaking of this, the weird man put his thigh back with a gaba, and then slowly straightened his head and put it on his neck. At this moment, there was a flash of brilliance, and there was another shadow here, and everyone screamed at the same time. It was a big snake with 9 heads, cast like silver, shining with a cold luster of metal. Snake, snake demon, demon, everyone screamed in horror. What they saw today has reached the limit of their psychological tolerance, and if they are stimulated again, everyone will be scared to death. With a flash of light, the 9-headed serpent turned into a white-clothed man, and said to Shapalang, "You have already left the customs, don't do boring things, now follow me to the Dragon Palace. Brother has also become a saint and became an ancestor. I haven't seen popularity for so many years. I finally wanted to talk to someone today, but it turned out to be so boring. These people are so fragile." With a flash of brilliance, everyone at the scene was shrouded in divine light, and their memories not long ago were instantly erased. When they woke up in a daze, the 2 shadows had long since disappeared. The estuary of the Yellow River is in Donggying, very close to this area, where the surging river flows into the vast sea. Brush. The 2 figures submerged into the Yellow River in an instant, and the space at the bottom of the river was distorted. In the blink of an eye, they entered a mysterious dragon palace, forming a small world of their own. Just like the myths and legends, the Dragon Palace is made of crystal stones, colorful and brilliant, and all kinds of treasures are displayed in the magnificent palace, shining with light. The Dragon Palace stretches into stretches, and the majestic buildings are endless at a glance, as if the palace in the sky has fallen here. However, in this vast underwater world with huge engineering, it is so dead and silent, and there is no popularity to match it at all. It was silent, like a cemetery, as if no one had lived in it for many years. The two figures came straight to the central palace, where there was a young man with black hair like a waterfall, sitting cross-legged in meditation, motionless, like a statue of a god, clearly in front of him, but it gave people an infinite and ethereal feeling, as if he was sitting cross-legged in the sky far away. The most eye-catching thing is that there are two ancestral dragon horns in his hair, which are so eye-catching. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire dragon palace seemed to brighten up all of a sudden, as if the light in his eyes had flowed for thousands of years, and the present moment flashed across 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the Nalong king of the past, that is, the little stubborn dragon, who resolutely threw himself into the Yellow River in front of Xiao Chen, and has been silent for more than 13,000 years since then. He himself was already very talented, and after practicing painstakingly in the Yellow River transformed by the ancestor dragon, his strength had reached a frightening level, and he became a powerful war ancestor. The ancestor dragon left too much, he has not really inherited it, and there is still endless room for improvement. One of those two is naturally Chapelang. Although he is a creature of the dead world, this guy is greedy for the world of mortals and has always liked to hang around in the human world. Back then, when Kyushu faced threats from other worlds, Xiao Chen and KK took away a large number of monks, but in such a situation, this guy did not retreat. It turned out to be very unfortunate. During the battle between the strong and the strong, someone summoned a meteorite from the sky, which hit the fish in the pond and threw him into the Yellow River. He was rescued by the little stubborn dragon. The other is Hydra, who supported Queen Zhao Linner in the past, and some of his heirs were crowned princes. When the end came, he suffered heavy injuries and fell into the Yellow River, but was also saved by the little stubborn dragon. Hydra once fought fiercely with Nalongwang, and after losing, he vowed to become a 9-headed dragon. In the end, he was rescued by the enemy. Over the past 13,000 years, he witnessed with his own eyes that the opponent gradually became an ancestral dragon-level battle dragon. The grievances of the past have long been blown away with the wind, and now they are one of the few ascetic monks in Kyushu, and their prejudices have long since disappeared. Has that stone woke up? Chapelang peeped into the depths of the giant palace, and said, "How can I say that I am also a sanctified and patriarchal person, but they have sealed me in the cave for so many years. It is called grinding and practicing, and I vomit blood when I think about it." At this moment, there was no sound in the huge palace, and a figure appeared out of thin air, sitting cross-legged, like a withered tree, like a fossil, without any life fluctuations. In such a state, it is really like a stone man, but it is not a stone body, but still a flesh and blood body, which is somewhat similar to the 3 supreme ancestor gods in the eternal unknown place back then. It was Xiao Chen who had been hiding in the land of Kyushu. After many years of cultivation, he thought about his old friends and thought that only the little stubborn dragon was the most likely to survive, so he came to the Yellow River, searched for many years, and finally met him. "Since we are all out of customs, let's go to the mortal world." Little stubborn dragon stood up. Xiao Chen nodded. After so many years, he became more and more silent, or rather silent. The moment he stood up, the 4 of them disappeared from the dragon palace and came to the earth. "I saw those people from not long ago again," Chapelang with disheveled hair waving at the oil well. "Which crew do you belong to? Don't act here, go to other places to shoot scenes." It was still Mr. Zhang, staring at this side very powerfully. "Brother, I just talked to you guys just now," Chapelang muttered. "Crazy, Mr. Zhang's memory has long been erased, so how could he believe it?" "Ka," Chapelang took off the head directly, and weighed it a few times in his hands. "Ghost." Mr. Zhang fell on his back. "Brush." The 4 disappeared from here. The little stubborn dragon frowned, and said, "Don't just manifest your supernatural powers in front of ordinary people." "I won't act recklessly. I've passed through the world of mortals. I won't touch my body. I promise I won't leave traces." After this guy regenerated his flesh and blood, he became even more greedy for the world of mortals. Seeing the shadows of the city in the distance, he couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to act alone. However, he was forcibly suppressed by the little stubborn dragon. With this guy's heart, he ran out alone. In this world, he must make trouble. In the distance, there are many high-rise buildings and speeding locomotives. The various layouts are quite different from the old Kyushu. The sea has changed, the world has changed a lot. Xiao Chen sighed, but was not surprised. In the past, he had already seen technological civilization. In the distant past, human beings had already experienced this kind of era, but just like the civilization of gods and demons, they could not escape destruction in the end. Soon, the 4 of Xiao Chen discovered the fact that many regions have continued their ancient names, such as Yandu, Luoyang, and Jinling. There are many similarities with a certain 5,000-year technological civilization in the Yanwang era. Xiao Chen and the others stand in the air, looking down at the earth. Things change and people change. This is a new reincarnation. The long river of history is unstoppable, but how long can all this last? I'm afraid it will be a dream after all. Maybe it will be like fireworks for a short time, with only a momentary beauty. Xiao Chen stood in the clouds, with his right hand spread out. Suddenly there was a flash of light, and there was something extra in his hand. What is this? Sha Po Lang asked. Currently the strongest nuclear weapon in this civilization. Xiao Chen was as calm as water, and then detonated it in his hands. The so-called strongest nuclear weapon was extinguished in his hands like a flame, and even the hair he pulled out was not damaged. This weapon is too weak and useless at all. Sha Po Lang shook his head. The little stubborn dragon also spread out his palm, and put the most powerful nuclear weapon detained on Sha Po Lang's head, and then with a bang, a small mushroom cloud could be more than half a meter high, blowing Sha Po Lang's long hair down to black. Brother said, it's not so casual to do experiments, is it? Sha Po Lang was indignant. Naturally, his strength is far from being comparable to Xiao Chen's, and he has not yet reached the point where his body is like a world, carrying the power of hundreds of millions of stars. Today, everything on this land is like a landscape to them, and it is difficult to have much intersection. Familiar breath, the colorful holy tree, could it be Kiki? Xiao Chen had been calm all along, but suddenly became excited at this moment. He broke through the space directly, and the four of them appeared in the sky above Dunhuang in an instant, and their powerful spiritual sense penetrated into the ground immediately and found out everything. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the helpless sacred tree in the ruins disappeared and came between his fingers. The holy tree has evolved again, but there is no Kiki breath left. Xiao Chen fell silent again. There is an ancient battlefield ruins below. The piece of flesh and blood that never rotted was left by an ancestor god from another world. He didn't know why the treasure tree was buried here. Let's go, Xiao Chen shouted, and disappeared out of thin air with the four of them. The little stubborn dragon also sensed that the powerful ancestral god-level divine sense was sweeping in this direction. It may be very interesting to have a strong ancestor god walking in this world. However, now I want to go to the world of the four directions and find the remaining sky marks. Xiao Chen's strength has reached a bottleneck. All kinds of mysterious methods and supernatural powers in the past have been completely sublimated to the extreme, and now he needs new opportunities. But after saying these words, Xiao Chen's heart moved, and the formation in his body was confused for a while, and he felt that there was something in the city not far away that was attracting him. Another battle sword. In an instant, he understood what it was. It looks like we can't go yet. The four of them descended outside Yandu, removed their clothes, and changed into the clothes of this era. It felt very different, especially when all four of them had black hair reaching their waists. The language of this era is naturally different from that of Xiao Chen's era, but at their level, they can understand it after scanning through their powerful spiritual consciousness. Yandu is really prosperous, with row upon row of high-rise buildings and well-developed roads, which really surprised the four celebrities in a short period of time. Walking on the streets of Zhaoyandu, Sha Po Lang's eyes seem to be insufficient. It's not that he is dazzled by technological civilization, but that he drools over those beautiful girls in revealing clothes. It's hard to find a bosom friend, but it's a pity that the gold is 300 million. Why do elegant people always die early? If they are still alive, there must be many unique insights. He complained. If you find the sword, you can just take it away. Why bother? Otherwise, let's go around separately. There seems to be something wrong with this battle sword. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then, they entered an antique street and stopped at a time-honored antique shop. Xiao Chen frowned again. The battle sword was inside, but he had an inexplicable feeling. Looks like it's a bait. At this moment, the war sword in the shop trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. The brilliance flashed, and Xiao Chen and the others disappeared in the shop. Snort. Xiao Chen let out a cold snort, and led the other three people out of the broken space above the vast sea thousands of miles away. He forcibly broke the confinement and broke out from the teleportation formation. Little stubborn dragon frowned, and said, the formation specially set up for the ancestor god can be taken elsewhere by force. This is the area of the overseas islands where there were hundreds of ethnic groups in the past. Hydra frowned. The destination of the teleportation array is ahead. Xiao Chen shot two divine lights from his eyes. Xiao Chen used great power to hide the breath of the four of them, and rushed forward quickly. This is a strange sea area. If you don't reach the realm of the ancestor gods, you can't enter it at all. This place has been divided from the vast sea to another space. Hydra pointed to the front and said, Prime Ancient Demon City. In this sea area outside the world, an ancient magic city stands majestically, exuding a majestic aura. Xiao Chen looked around it from a distance, and found that there was a war sword hanging on each of the 4 city gates. It's too arrogant, Xiaopalang was furious, and said, it's really arrogant to condense an ancient city in the vast sea and hang 4 war swords outside in a big way. Look at the city, the little stubborn dragon pointed to the rolling black mist in the ancient city. Vaguely, a corpse could be seen sinking and floating. Xiao Chen had already noticed that they were the corpses of some ancestor gods, among them were old farmers and Mo Xiaowang, and a few of them were the corpses of powerful men from the heavens. He had seen those people when he ascended to the heavens in the past. The hanging corpse is provocative, confident, and clearly tells us that this is a killing field. Xiao Chen's eyes were cold. There are also stone statues, one of them is Kiki. 2 terrifying lights shot out from the eyes of the little stubborn dragon. The black mist billowed in the primordial demon city, among which corpses floated up and down, and there were even stone statues, one of which was very similar to KK's innocent appearance. What's going on here? Xiao Chen shot 2 sharp shots in his eyes, feeling a little puzzled.